just sneaks up, takes her out.
Another big connection from Smiley, and she just keeps it going. This is massive. Potentially buy her maybe 1, 2 more placements. She can hear the shots being fired all around her. It's going to be Weezer Wonka from the backside of zone. Mystic's got a real opportunity to do this.
Mari has been up there for such a long time, picking up eliminations, and that was a nice turn and burn there. A predicament as Sophie does take her down too as well.
Hello and welcome all of you wonderful people here at LA Comic Con, and to those of you watching from home, this is the Milk Cup Championships. Our journey started all the way back in May with our first qualifier, and we've had 2 quals that followed, which has all culminated to this moment. 33 trios representing the best women in competitive Fortnite will board the battle bus, not just for the pride, not just for the prize pool, but the incredible trophy and title of the best team in the world. I am your host, Kelly Link, and I am so excited to bring you guys and to go on this journey with you all. And before we can get into the games and before I can bring on my wonderful casters, I do just want to break down what you can expect to see here today. So let's quickly go over the format, of course. As you guys have seen throughout the qualifiers, this will be a standard battle royale mode, and we'll be seeing our competitors over 6 games. Trios competition as we've seen throughout it, and it's going to be absolutely incredible. Of course, in those games, they're going to be earning some points. It is going to be 65 points for a victory royale, and teams will be earning placement points all the way until 25th place. And each elimination will be 2 points. But why are they competing? Why are they earning these points? Well, of course, we got the trophy, we got the prize pool. That prize pool is the largest prize pool we have ever had in an all-women's Fortnite tournament. We are making history here today, awarding prizes all the way down to 11th place. As we've seen our qualifiers, we have already rewarded $75,000 and that beautiful trophy right there. It is absolutely amazing. I cannot wait to get into the games. And more importantly, I can't wait to bring on our 2 commentators for the show. We got Lemon Kiwi and we got the best taco. Lemon Kiwi, what a journey we have been on today. I am so excited.
Yeah, 3 qualifiers to get to this point, and look at where we are. We're at Comic-Con for Fortnite, and I know you at home probably can't see this, but this place is packed, and I'm sure the energy is just getting to be started, Taco.
Hey, I was asking for everybody to show up for these ladies, and y'all have definitely turned out. This is so exciting to see each and every single one of you, and I can't wait to see what happens by the end of these 6 matches. It's going to be a phenomenal day of Fortnite.
I am so excited. These teams have been preparing. We have been watching the scrims. I feel like every other day, Taco, these ladies have been teaming up, getting into like the comms together to make sure that they are prepared for this event.
I think the craziest part to go alongside with the whole scrims discussion is the fact that these ladies have legitimately been pulling money out of their own pockets even to put up their own, small prize pools, because everybody loves a little bit of money, right, when scrims are involved. I think that always makes things a little bit extra flair of magic touch kind of circumstances, but ultimately, we've seen a little bit of a shift since Qual 1. We've definitely seen a lot of changes throughout the competitive meta as well. So, especially when you consider today's update even, and I don't know if any of our ladies had a chance to actually try and take down Dr. Doom, but it was cool to see the community get involved in that.
Not just that, the roster shifting from qualifier to qualifier, but also the scrims that the community put together just to make sure everyone is prepared for this moment. So I'm excited.
I mean, I love that you guys talk about the community because we've been here for a few days now, and just getting to meet all of the players, getting to see them actually hang out together, getting to see on social media. I saw someone say, I can't believe that I am getting flown out and paid to be in LA to compete in Fortnite. And I think that's really what we have to give a shout out for Gonna Need Milk and the wonderful people at Radiant, Women of the Arena, everything that we have put on together to bring all of these incredible competitors together. It is absolutely amazing. I really do think that it just shines a light on maybe a scene that hasn't been able to get as much spotlight as it deserves, and now finally they are getting the attention that they deserve.
Yeah, definitely. Seeing the competition wrap up so heavily in the North American Fortnite scene, I'm just very excited for the future possibilities. And of course, we always love some good international representation. Hopefully there's some of that in the future to behold, but for now, cannot say thank you enough to the wonderful people of Gonna Need Milk for making sure that these beautiful ladies have this kind of prize pool to compete over. And, you know, we're talking about some of the teams. Here's one of our fan favorites outright, Kelly. You got Moxie, Regs, and Daya, aka the Mexican Mujeres.
I mean, just everything kind of is paved the way for this trio right here. They got first place in the first qualifier. They're landing unconned at the Raft, which, as we know, is where the Global Championships FNCS team got their win as well. I mean, it seems like victory is definitely in the sights for these ladies.
Yeah, the Raft being a great drop spot for that reveal medallion, and team from Mexico representing. You'd love to see that. Moxie and Regs, a lot of success as a duo. Now incorporating Daya, this is one of the big favorites, and you could see they're locked in. Everyone's jammed over there, ready to get into these games.
Yeah, and of course, also want to give huge shouts to XSET as well, helping to represent these ladies and make sure that they are as locked in as possible for this competition. But Kelly, this is not our only trio that we've got as like some power hitters here today.
I mean, if we're talking about power hitters, we got to talk about Nina, Vader, and Vanessa. Although they got third place in qualifier 1, let me tell you, these three are here to win it.
Yeah, and when you even factor in some of the scrim performances most recently, we've seen a couple of W's being collected here from this trio, and I'm expecting some pretty big shakeups when these guys are involved on the map.
And Vader is only 17 years old. Like, we have so many young competitors here who may have not even flown out of their state or anything like that. So just young talent and who have competed in a lot of votes, also getting top 10s, and I'm excited to see if Nina, Vanessa, Vader can come together for this.
Well, definitely where they're going to be landing. Doomstat once again unconned, and although we say unconned, it is highly likely that we might be seeing some changes in our drop spot, but for the time being, Taco landing there, incredible loot, especially when you're uncontested.
I think the main thing that I'm really keeping tabs on is who's actually going to be in control of that mythic Sovereign shotgun, because that's really what Doomstat's all about. You take out Mysterio, and sure, you're feeling good about that, but I don't really anticipate these ladies to really try and prioritize using that stealth medallion by any means. I feel as though that could potentially be detrimental as far as marking their position on the map, but at the same time, again, there's other ladies here still trying to bring us all of the action. And again, Team Smiley, Mari, Sophia, this is a dark horse team.
From qualifiers 1, we looked to qualifiers 2, and they walked out on top, absolutely dominating the competition. And honestly, I think we're going to see a lot of the same today, Lemon.
Yeah, and this is one of those teams that made roster changes, going to a different qualifier, and Mary comes in first time competing this year in March. And look at where Mary is today. And she's been, making content for years, but competition is a whole nother level.
What really gets me, I love the fact though, when we were looking at those headshots, for example, you see Mari, everybody else is in like their jersey, but then Smiley, business, straight up professional status here. Okay, she knows, hey, everybody else on this mini-map, listen, it's okay, it's not personal, it is business, but we saw what Smiley was capable of in that second qual, and I'm also anticipating that we're gonna see some pretty crazy stuff coming out of them today.
I mean, what an appropriate name. We can just see that it is all smiles right now. We got peace signs and love signs coming out from this team. I absolutely cannot wait to see them compete. I also cannot wait to see we have Frantic, Somerset, and Yasmin qualifying through the first qualifier, getting second place, just barely missing out on that first place spot.
A little bit tragic, but at the same time, when you consider that Moxie, Regs, and Daya, they've kind of been just monopolizing some of these power POIs, and that's why I'm really excited to see what happens with Frantic, Yasmin, and Somerset. I do think that some of the scrims haven't necessarily panned out the direction that they would have hoped for, but what matters most is that I think that this is a trio that has a good amount of just in-person experience when you're looking at, I think, Somerset to really be a leader here, helping with calming the nerves. But I also love the fact that Frantic, she is a player that operates with so much confidence.
Yeah, and I think you're going to get a lot of confidence playing around that Reckless Railways, able to get that forecast card going if no one's going to fight them for it. But this is one of our big favorites, but can they really be number one? I think the nerves are really going to set in an environment like this.
There's definitely some question marks as well, because out of all the teams that we've already talked about, this is one of the only teams that we're going to be seeing contested today here at Reckless Railways. But moving on to another trio, we have Female Clicks, Canary, and CC Nuggets.
an always exciting trio to focus in on, especially Canary. I mean, in Qual 3, she really just broke out into the scene very heavily. And what's crazy to think, we're talking about how young some of these competitors are. Canary, I think, is actually one of our youngest players here today. She's only 14, and yet she is as cracked as she currently is. And not only that, but what makes it so exciting is knowing that they're going to be landing on that Siphon medallion and understanding that they're going to have an uncontested POI in that kind of control power position. When you factor in that there's already Siphon in the game, we're looking at a 50 Siphon week as is, so it could be pretty crazy.
They look really excited, and not only that, but in the qualifier 3, they won every single game but one over, I think, some player dropping out over some technical issue on their side. But to win every single game, that was pure domination. No one even came close to this team. I'm looking forward to them.
And even in that game where they didn't win, they had a player have some issues. They still got, what, top 5 or
Yeah.
something? Absolutely ridiculous. They almost had double eliminations of anyone else. I believe they had 250 points over second place. This is definitely a trio. And when you think of it, they came through the third qualifier. So some people might not be really giving them the props that they deserve, saying, oh, well, we already saw some big names come through. Obviously, they're not going up against the top competition. But again, if you look at the scrims that we've seen, that this is still a team that could easily make top 3, if not win the whole competition.
And yeah, I love that you bring that up as well, because each of the quals, we did see a little bit of a different power dynamic taking place, because after Qual 1, I do think that arguably most people would say qualifier number 1, that's where we're looking at a hugely stacked competition. But again, I think some of the teams that chose to reform and come back for the next ones did fantastic. And one trio that we always got to talk about is my girl Reddish. I love Lola Blood and Nolik as well. And these ladies are definitely set and ready to compete. And what makes me so happy about seeing Reddish here is that she is our slight little player of international competition. I mean, the fact that she's managed to be able to participate in this is just so awesome, because she definitely also helps highlight women and just the community in so many ways through Fortnite competitive play.
Yeah, and even though this team got 7th, I like that you brought that up in the first qualifier, because the first qualifier was the toughest one. It was the very first one, but Reddish, longtime competitor, has done so much for this community. Think
really
about the
has.
Reddish Royale, and has played with so many different teams. She even has her own locker bundles, so that's when you know she's the real deal.
And one other small note is you have to remember Reddish actually does have technically a little bit of that LAN experience. She's been to DreamHacks. She has participated, and I think that there are many players, even those of the pro stature in our scene, that would definitely commendate her for her potential. I mean, she spent a decent amount of time as well doing third-party competitions with the likes of Malibuca, for example. So I'm sure she's got a little bit of that insight that'll be really exciting to see if they can capture it here today.
And that is a really big deal, being able to have that experience, being able to kind of calm, because tournament jitters is a real thing. Being able to play online is one thing, but being able to play in front of thousands of people is another. Another team that we're going to be watching competing is K-More's Layla and Scars. I love the audience.
Yeah. We know where the fans are at, but K-More's competed with a different duo or different team in Qual 1, but assembled the God Squad and got 3rd in that second qualifier. And K-More's is just such a strong trios player. First time competing with this trio, and has many years as a full-time streamer she literally streams every day.
Yeah, and the other aspect too that I really love is that K-More's, some deep community involvement. She was also one of the ladies that was helping out so much in terms of that scrim factor. She was definitely helping to establish those. I mean, these ladies are putting together the Discord, guys. I'm telling you, they are here and ready to bring us the action.
Now, what do you think about their drop spot over in Grimgate there?
Grimgate can be an interesting POI to work out of. I think more often than not, teams are going to be trying to factor in maybe a play for the weapons bunker, especially when you contribute some, or I think I contribute a lot of their play style to largely waiting to see where kind of the direction call is headed. I think zones are obviously going to play the biggest factor, but when you have those underworld dashes, it's kind of a lot more easy for you to just pressure anywhere.
Yeah, without a doubt. And speaking of our drop spots, let's take a quick look at the map. This is where we expect most of our trios to be landing. Of course, it is subject to change because, if anything you can predict in Fortnite is that it is unpredictable. Of course, those red squares you see right there are where teams are going to be contested. And it looks like we actually have some changes already going on over in Reckless Railways.
Well, I do expect that there is a strong likelihood, just because of socials off of Frantic Somerset and Yasmin, I do believe that I am definitely expecting them to not actually be at that Brawlers Battleground area. I think that Yasmin, Frantic and Somerset, I'm pretty confident they're going to be still on that south side of Reckless Railways, but regardless of where they drop, what matters most is how they're able to split a POI that is technically con, because if anything, I am certainly anticipating that if there are two trios landing at Reckless Railways, I don't necessarily expect that they're going to fight head on. I think they're just going to try one of those teams, probably the north side team, is just going to look to loot and bail, which could be problematic for Somerset's team.
All those big medallions are going to be fought for, right? The female Clixus team going to Castle Doom for that Siphon medallion. We already brought up Moxie going to Raft for the Reveal medallion, and that's going to be a huge buff, and I don't think anyone wants to mess with them, but I wonder if that's going to propel them to a victory or how much that can give them an edge.
I mean, those medallions definitely give people an edge, but they also put a little bit of a target on your back as everyone on the map can see where you are moving with that little circle as you rotate over. But another team that looks like they're going to be contested is Sandy Steps right there. We got Lifa, Alea, and Aiden going to be contested against Mystic, Delph, and Inspire. Sandy Steps, we've seen a few competitions in the past have that be contested, and it's not the easiest one to split.
No, but I think if anything, these ladies are bound to have been taking notes from actual Infancia's play, and I think with that in mind, you have to remember Sandy Steps, there is that forecast tower with one of the highest spawn rates. I believe we're just talking about like 87% or so, that you're looking about that being a pretty heavy factor coming out of that POI. And not only that, but when you think about the way that Veno and Clix, for example, chose to play that POI, a lot of times they were able to just prioritize their surge damage tags from the hill surrounding Sandy Steps. And so once they got ample surge, then they were looking to play the dead side, because you still have that vending machine that you can also factor in from this Snooty Station. And I think that that's going to be a big power play factor. If they can maintain their surge damage tag control, then they can play dead side. And we all know how strong positioning can be.
And this is going to be so fun because we qualified 11 trios from each of these qualifiers, and this is our first time seeing them all compete against each other. So we have like our favorites, maybe some dark horses that we think can really get to the top, but anything can happen over these 6 games.
Without a doubt. And speaking of anything happening, even bingo can happen here at the Milk Cup. Everyone, if you want to play along, get your cameras ready and take a picture of this Milk Cup bingo, because why not have a little fun while our players are competing right here? And you know, we got to look at this a little bit earlier. My favorite is Ovalie dancing. Obviously, I already got to see her dance today, so that is already marked off on my bingo talker.
Yeah, I actually heard that if Ovalie starts dancing, everybody in the audience has to start dancing. Otherwise, we're going to have some problems, guys. I will let personal beef if we don't coincide with Ovalie in that extent.
And we were laughing about, nice, like you hear that at every LAN ever, and don't worry, no one has to take a swim here, it's swimming in the game, but I wonder if we're even gonna get that. So this is gonna be maybe a tough bingo card to complete.
Oh yeah, looking at some of the ones here, I think maybe, I mean, obviously the same trio winning back-to-back rounds. We've already seen it done in qualifiers 3, but is that something that you think we're going to see here today, Taco?
Potentially. I mean, we could have a lot of, I think, unpredictable action. You already pinned it best, Kelly, but I'm definitely keeping tabs on a solo getting 12 plus elims in a singular round. When you think about how fierce some of the competitors are here, if anybody is a solo, or just as an individual out of a trio gets more than 10 eliminations even, I feel like we should count that for the bingo board, right?
Yeah. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. All right, let's take a look at some more of our incredible teams that we're going to be watching here today. Alarming Amber, Ballerina, and Rennie going to be competing, of course.
Yeah, and again, I think that these are all women that have a lot of familiarity, at least with the competition that's based here today, because these are all women that have been participants to past WOT events even. And granted, it hasn't necessarily always been in a trios type of format, but the fact of the matter is you still have a little bit of that pre-established synergy to work with, just because they kind of know how they like to operate. And I would definitely love to see some big surprise factors coming out of this trio, but it's definitely going to be tough. It's not going to be an easier time, especially hovering more towards that Glen Glacier territory. I mean, it all depends, though. I've been seeing a lot of zones start pulling towards that mountain range, and it's almost like we're playing 4 corners sometimes.
And there is that static mobility that does happen around the edges of the map there, so although they are going to be contested, they're still, and Grand Glacier definitely not the best place to be contested. We know how much that can kind of be rough for the ladies, but I think that they're going to have a potentially good opportunity over there. Looking at some other trios that we have, Lemon Kiwi, and any other names that you want to pop out?
There's just so many amazing players here. Let's go and look at Alina Rose's team. I mean, we have so many trios, so I hope y'all are set. We're going to get into the game very soon. Alina Rose, Cutie, Velxin. No, they are not Milk. They are real people. They're over there. You can see them. But they are extremely hardworking gals who made it all the way here, and they've put a lot of practice into getting to this point, Taco.
Yeah, and I think I also just love the aspect of consideration that this is just great experience in general. Even if some of these ladies don't necessarily have as much competitive overview as some of these other competitors, I think at the same time, an event like this just gives you such a strong opportunity to really just build up that camaraderie, and I'm excited to see how these ladies continue to compete moving forward.
And speaking of camaraderie, I did get the opportunity to chat to some, so I'm just going to give a personal shout out here. Cat Attacks, Spy, and Sailor Nat. I had a wonderful conversation with Cat Attacks, and it's, again, regardless of the money that they're able to walk away, regardless of winning the trophy or not, having an event like this put on together, having all 99 of these girls in the same area together to, like you said, build up this camaraderie, build each other up, because that's really what they do. There is so much support with all of these competitors. I am so appreciative to be a part of this.
Yeah, and most of them are content creators, so if you guys are any fans of these gals, or you know, they start popping off on stream, go and support their content. I can already see the title now. I was in a $250,000 lane. I played at LA Comic-Con. Like, those videos go off, so they better put up a performance though for those numbers.
So cool, calm and collected. Alina Rose is just locked in right now, and I love it too, because at least for us, we actually do get the perspective, fortunately, where we can actually see some of these ladies' monitors and watching them, how they like to warm up, whether it's creative mass, whether it's just running little customs against each other. It's like, it's just neat because everybody kind of has their own method to get them into that flow state.
Yeah, and just looking at some of the other drops that we have going on right here, a big drop spot, Brutal Beachhead with Scare, Chloe, and Kay. Any thoughts on that trio?
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Scare, Chloe, and Kay.
Oh, of course. I think that Kay Valorant is just someone where watching her when she's made such a recent transition into a new title like Fortnite, and to see it almost looks seamless in a sense, because it's not easy to just jump immediately into builds by any means, and yet you're just watching these women manage to overcome in those types of circumstances. And I think that is, it's really cool, because I think it ultimately just kind of puts out the message that even if you weren't necessarily an expert to begin with, you could still build yourself up to that point.
Yeah, I completely agree. Another team that we're going to be looking at right here. Oh, we have Kay. Unfortunately, we do have a solo competitor in the competition. Her two teammates were not able to attend Comic-Con, but listen, if anyone deserves love and cheer and praise, it is this player right here, Kiwi.
We love an independent queen, okay? And she has a plan. I met her in the elevator, wishing her luck, and I was like, maybe you just hide. She's like, no, I got a plan. She didn't tell me what that was, but I know it's one that can get her. I mean, Taco, any placement at all would be absolutely huge for a solo player, and she can sabotage people. I'm excited.
Anything outside of 33rd, and she might just be the greatest women's Fortnite player of all time, because you're looking at a solo versus trios, man. That's not going to be an easy mission by any means, but what really makes it exciting when you think about Kay is that she does have that general overview. Nobody knows where she's going to go. I mean, she marked the entire map on socials as if she's Thanos, right? So it's almost like Kay is really just trying to maybe play with some of that super aggressive factor, because if she gets even one elimination onto a trio, that's all it takes, because that kind of delay towards their loot path, towards their potential setups, if they're looking for bunkers or forecasts, it could get pretty spicy.
Oh, we got another few players that I actually got to chat with as well. Hemis, Liz, and Kitsy right here. The vibes coming from these ladies was so nice, and I love just seeing them coming out of the interviews that we had before the show started, and they were so much more nervous for getting interviewed than they were to actually play the competition.
Well, they're anything but nervous on the field. I remember casting this team specifically in the qualifiers, and they're very mechanical. Maybe they don't have as much experience, but does that matter when you have really good aim? I mean, Liz be tweaking, it's in her name. Like, her aim is insane, so I'm looking forward to see if they can really reach that top 10 though, because that would be a big surprise.
Yeah, I think that top 10 threshold is definitely what we're expecting to keep some pretty heavy tabs on, and there is certainly a very valid discussion for some of these ladies kind of just squeezing their way into that top 10, because when you factor it, at the end of the day, we're working with 6 matches.
Yeah.
And that could be a relatively condensed competition. Love to see the love out of Kitsy on the big screen. And again, all of these ladies, Hemis was hilarious too. She came out of that interview room, she's like, that's the longest interview I've ever done in my life.
Even for jobs.
Yeah. She literally was like, I'm terrible at job interviews. Like, oh my gosh, I can't even imagine. But it looks like she is not nervous. She is excited.
She can play
and
with
ready
nails.
to go as
That's
well.
talent.
That
I'm just
is
saying.
talent. No, definitely.
Hey,
And
look good, feel good, play great.
Right? Exactly.
I like it. And we appreciate everyone. We are making sure that all of our ladies are ready to go and board the battle bus. So before we can get into that, we are just going to be chatting a little bit more about some of the teams that we can be expecting to see here today. Another one of the teams is going to be Mystic Season and Spire on Nick and Delphines.
Yeah, and again, I love the fact that these ladies are really bringing a lot of energy to the playing field, because I do think after having some conversations with a few of them, some of them are maybe a little bit more nervous in the sense that they know it's like their first time traveling, the first time playing on like a LAN event. They know they're going to be in an area where people can literally look behind and like see directly into their screens and what's happening. But I just love that they've all been talking so much on socials about how tight-knit this competition has really brought them, and it's really cool to see whether or not that team chemistry can continue to flourish on LAN.
And this is a team that flourished in the 3rd qualifier, and I'm kind of looking forward to seeing who is the best team? Is it from qualifier 1, 2, or 3? Was qualifier 1 really the best, or are the dark horses all in qualifier 3?
I mean, I think with what we've seen, especially with the most recent scrims, that there's definitely a handful of teams that we think are going to be in that top 5. But this isn't just a fight for first place, although all 33 teams are going to be fighting for that trophy. But making it up the ladder, making it up a single placement point is going to earn you more money in that prize pool.
I mean, we're talking about like the competition and whatnot, but I almost want to, I kind of want to pick your guys' brains on this, because everybody's been regarding the Raft as like, that's the power POI without a doubt. But when you think about the Siphon Medallion and the fact that we're going to have Siphon to work with here, that's a potential 100 HP just raw outright, immediately applied back to you if you can find that elimination. So for Female Cliques, Kanari, and CC, they're going to have to keep an eye out, and one of those teams that they are going to have to keep tabs on is definitely going to be Lavish Lily, Flakasita, and Paulina. But Bao, I think, is the easier way to put it. These women definitely had some highlight moments as well leading into this competition.
And coming from the 2nd qualifier, which was really tough, and maybe not the placement that they were hoping for, but getting here was half the battle. And every team here gets a piece of that prize pool regardless. So now it's just about showing up. People are going to underestimate you, and you have to achieve more than you think you can.
And speaking about, kind of underestimate you, their drop spot, kind of this split spot that we saw Cammy landing over in Global Championships, is a pretty decent drop spot. But the only concern that I have is the big names that are landing around them. Of course, Female Cliques, Canary, CC to the northeast. You have Nina, Vanessa, and Vader to the northwest. And another team that we're going to be looking at it is Ms. Mary, Food Baby, and DJ Lovely.
And these ladies are also, just as the names are spoken, absolutely lovely. It has been so fantastic getting a real opportunity to just see how they want to actually work their way through this event, because again, it's very easy to try and let some of those line nerves settle in, but my number one piece of advice to players has always been, you just got to try and simulate your home environment as much as possible. Whether that means taking your shoes off or what, just get comfortable, because we are going to be locked in today.
Yeah, and they got one of the last spots in the qualifier too, and I'm glad you brought that up, because your LAN skill set is going to be so different than your home skill set. You're, anything from the height of your chair to if you brought your own equipment or not, to even the monitor size, the monitor height, all these little things can affect your aim. And just maybe the sound, if the crowd is going to be loud, can you hear each other? Can you just lock in and stay focused? I know a team like Tokyo will certainly do that.
Yes, Tokyo joined by Emma Blicky and Rihanna. No, not that Rihanna, but still a pretty cool Rihanna.
She's still a queen in her own right? Everybody that is participating in today's competition most certainly is. But Emma Blicky, easily one of my favorite player names. And there's another team we're going to highlight momentarily. I don't want to spoil the surprise just yet, but I have a feeling, Kelly, you might know whenever they pop on screen. I'll let it teaser just a little bit longer for the crowd, though. But Yeah, ultimately, I think these ladies just fully understanding what's on the line here today. And even though it was just barely squeezing through in that last ball, I think at the same time, Lemon, we could definitely see them make some waves here today.
Yeah, it's all about like also just showing up at LAN and maybe surprising some people. If you like have a really good LAN performance, you could be picked up to better teams. There's a lot of players here who either started competing this year, maybe late last year, and just exploded onto the scene and then made their way into huge teams, maybe signed by big orgs like XSET and others. But Scare, Chloe, Kay, this is a team that'll scare you.
Yes, Scare, Chloe, and Kay are definitely working through as much as possible. And the other thing, too, is that Scare, again, I got to give my commendation shout-outs because women that help uplift other women, she was helping coordinate some of that scrims action as well. And it is not an easy feat by any means when you're trying to establish some of these trio lobbies all together. It could be a lot of pressure, but I'm excited to see what they come up with here today because, again, very familiar to that woke competitive aspect.
Yeah, landing over in Brutal Beachhead uncontested there. I think they're going to have a pretty good start to there, but it's really the mid and late game that is always a big of a concern. Where are those zones going to be polling? Are they going to be able to rotate across some of the bigger names that we have and potentially even going for that forecast tower? But there is only so much that we can predict before the games get ready. And once again, thank you all for hanging out with us before we make sure that our battle bus is prepared and ready to go. So while we do that, let's take a look at another team. Another trio we're going to be looking at, it is Haley, Arising, and Els.
Yeah, this is a really exciting one too because Els especially, she has, I think, really just been developing a lot. I think that there has been question marks surrounding consistency when it comes to this trio, but if they can finalize that last piece of the puzzle to really make sure that they can get those strong placements to keep them towards that top side of the leaderboard, I definitely think that they could look for some surprise factors here.
Yeah, and they got a top placement in the second qualifier. So I think showing up here proves that you have the skills to pay the bills and you could be getting a bag to pay those bills too. So this is going to be some of the toughest competition they have ever faced. And I'm also just really happy we're highlighting every single team because this is what this tournament is all about, putting a spotlight on women and what they're capable of doing. And everyone seems just so happy to be here.
Yeah, and I think also what is really exciting about some of these women is you can just tell, man, you can tell that they are feeling it, like all smiles on the cameras hit them. That is just such a cool sight to see. Here's a big trio though rolling in, Maddie NF, Sparkles, and AFK. I mean, you can hear the crowd already starting to pop off.
I'm honestly surprised that we haven't mentioned them yet. Maddie NF, Sparkles, Cutie, and AFK, some of the biggest names in Fortnite. We've seen them perform at the top of their game through the Women of the Arena, and I'm excited to see how they're going to perform here today.
And they came through the third qualifier, but they still competed in the first and the second qualifier, sticking together as a team, which you almost never see. If you don't make it through the first qualifier, teams find other players, but big shout out to Maddie also being represented by Complexity. That is a huge banner and a heavy one to carry at that.
And obviously landing over in Restored Reels, one of the most centralized POIs in the map, is going to be great for those rotations. But as a POI, Taco, what do you think of Restored Reels?
I actually think Restored Reels has some sleeper potential because you can walk away from Restored Reels with some really strong material counts, but not only that, but there's a good amount of chest available there. And I think, especially when you factor in today's update, for example, keep in mind a lot of that water terrain that was a little bit more like southeast of where Restored Reels is at, that looked to be a little bit more of like that cracked sand, cracked desert, like kind of just a flat territory. So it's not going to be the same sort of environment, and that could definitely impact the way that those ladies choose to actually play out of their POI.
And just also shout out someone like Sparkles on the previous team, content creator for 100 Thieves. If y'all know gaming, y'all know 100 Thieves, you know Complexity. It gives them, if the orgs believe in them, you should too. And they are on the biggest of stages when it comes to women's Fortnite, but they're going up against tough teams like Lena's who, well, they want you to be quiet.
Oh man, what? I feel so rizzed up right now. I'm not even gonna front, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Lily, Kelly, Lena landing over there on this kind of Northeast Grimgate split right there. Obviously going to be getting the Underworld dashes on top of some pretty decent loot as well for a split.
And wow, they got jerseys for the team. Let's go. And they qualified through the first one. Oh, look, show it off. Yeah. It's even got like sweat vents. I'm liking that.
You gotta let them know.
It's awesome. And they look so confident. And also coming from the first qualifier, again, that had the stiffest competition. So you know this is a team to watch out for.
Yeah, but I think even when you factor in some of the things that were taking place, I know, again, that first qualifier, 100% stacked. But a team that managed to come out in 5th from that first qualifier, Emperor, Psycho, and Emily Marie. And most importantly still, Emperor, Psycho as well. A couple more ladies just helping to coordinate these scrim factors. Like, I'm telling you guys, there was so much community involvement from the women's side of the games. And another thing that I love too is that seeing some of the Fortnite coaches also get involved, and some of the players as well, really trying to help additional information for these ladies. And Emperor alone, I mean, she is a player that definitely exudes confidence.
Yeah, and at such a young age, another one of our young competitors. She's even hosting tournaments, as you mentioned, and Emperor and Emily Marie duos, and they got the chemistry. They got 15th in the March vote, so they have the results to back it up in terms of recently. And then it's their first time competing with Psycho, so I'm excited to see kind of what numbers they can put up on LAN.
Yeah, Taco, we were talking a little bit earlier. We were talking about who we think is going to come top 3, top 5, and you were saying that everyone's sleeping on Emperor. Why is that?
I just feel like from everything that I've witnessed, and when a team is able, like, whether or not you feel a certain level of confidence doesn't matter. As long as you can put on that brave face, that's really all that matters sometimes when it comes to a LAN competition. You'd be surprised how easy it can be to try and intimidate some other members in the competition. But not only that, I mean, I think that their drop as well gives them a potential priority position to actually challenge for the Forecast Tower pretty regularly if it's an option, and I could definitely see them. They are some very strong mechanical fraggers, especially when you're looking at the likes of Psycho and Emperor. Those two love to duke it out.
Are they going to duke it out? And you know, I'm predicting from what we've seen from previous teams landing the Wrath that would rotate over into the Forecast Tower. Do you think that we're going to see that again here today?
Potentially, especially when it's the likes of, you know, Regs, Moxie, and Daya that we're dealing with for those types of circumstances. But again, it's not going to be a walk in the park.
And it might not be a walk in the park, but I do think Starlert, Melanie, and Minnie Michaela are going to be having a pretty good time as well. The love coming out from these trios.
Yeah, Melanie is such a strong individual, generally placing between 10 to 15th place consistently in votes. She's also playing under the banner of Witness the Journey. We got a few Witness the Journey players out here, and Melanie has the results to back it up, and she's paired with obviously Starlert, who usually plays with a lot of the players from the Mexican community, and then they're paired with Minnie Michaela, so I'm excited for this duo coming from the first qualifier.
Ooh, I'm excited for this trio right here just because I love the name. Crocs and Socks, Weezer, Wonka, and FTR. Sweet. Oh, we got some support and love from them in the audience as well, Taco.
Yeah, a little bit of a switch up there for Crocs and Socks, but I'm still a massive fan, okay? And also, for you guys that aren't even aware, Crocs might have even received an indirect buff from the Milk Cup because Gonna Need Milk was so kind to throw together the most caring goodie bags you would ever imagine, and they threw in a pair of Crocs as well.
We were trying to get those.
Curious if Crocs and Socks might even be rocking them here today.
I saw a few people rocking them. Yeah, I already have been, I'm using actually my Milk Cup pin that was gifted to us in these amazing gift bags. I have had a collection of incredible pins through every major LAN that I have been to for Fortnite, and now I get to add the Milk Cup to that as well. So again, big thank yous to Radiant and to the people at Gonna Need Milk for putting on this event. And I do want to thank everyone for their patience. We are working on some issues on our side, and we are just making sure that everything is ready to go because we want to make sure that once the Battle Bus does launch, that all of our ladies are able to play at the best of their ability with no issues to worry about once those games do start. So thank you again so much for your patience. But Taco, I mean, we've already been here for a few days now. The vibes have been really good, but have you seen anyone kind of like, you know, planning, getting like, you know, not VOD reviewing obviously, because we can't notice if they're, yeah.
Oh, easily a team like Smiley, Sophia, and Mari. That is honestly my dark horse pick for today's competition because I know they came out hot in qual number 2. Smiley absolutely going on a rampage. Keep in mind though, that was during that Cerberus Medallion era, so now with some mild adjustments, but still coming out of the underworld, I do think that Smiley, Sophia, and Mari could definitely make some waves, but of course, we're trying to highlight all of our competitors here today. All of these women deserve their honorary shout-outs, and Neutral, Panda Mint, and Robin, fantastic as ever.
Yeah, coming near one of our last qualifier spots of the second one that we had. I just wanted to point out the facial expressions first. It's Neutral really owning the brand, and then the third player, and then it went away as soon as I want to say the name, has many faces on her shirt and didn't give us a smile. But we hope to see smiles over there, depending on how the first couple of games go. But sometimes you're either getting two sides to players. Either they're super excited and they're really feeling like the land vibes, or they're so locked in, they are blocking everything out.
Yeah, no, I don't want to see smiles. I want to see scowls. I want to see anger.
Yeah.
I want to see them ready to go and ready to compete. But of course, we do have the smiles coming out as well, even from the series picture we had. Everyone is still having an incredible time. Another team I know having a great time. It is Lifa, Ilea, and Swashi going to be competing here today.
Yeah, and definitely I think one of our newly formed trios as far as competition is concerned. And I definitely think that these ladies are essentially looking to try and put their foot down, okay? Because it's really difficult, I feel like, at times to get like an established POI when you are one of the newer kind of team formations. Obviously, some of these ladies that have been around the scene a little bit longer are going to usually be given a lot more of that competitive perspective. Yeah, we're not going to try, drop, and contest Regs, Moxie, and Daya right at the RAF, so it can be difficult, I think, at times to operate for some of those fringe outskirt locations of the map, but I'm excited to see what these ladies manage to accomplish.
Yeah, and they are strong competitors coming from that third qualifier, and I remember casting them and they would just run into, I swear, they were running into the #1 team so many times, and sometimes that is the luck of the draw, and hoping to try and avoid them as much as you can, but I think they've put a lot of time in preparation, talking to outside sources, how can they really refine their strategy and their comms to show up here today.
Now, they are one of the teams we were talking about earlier, going to be contested at Sandy Steps against Mystic, Delph, and Inspire. What are your thoughts on that, Taco?
I mean, again, there's not a whole lot at Sandy Steps. Keep in mind that southern side of the map, desert terrain, the loot is only realistically enough for one team. So some early clashes are probably inevitable at that POI, but more importantly still, keep in mind what's surrounding them, because some of these other ladies might have a really strong third-party opportunity coming out of that position.
And one of these trios could be Shadow Slayer, Botley, and Kay Plant. We got to actually take a picture with Kay Plant. She was so sweet to us.
Such an honor.
Yeah, no, it really was. These ladies are just such a pleasure to be around.
Yeah, because, I mean, they're the ones competing. Like, they're the all-stars, if you ask me. And qualifying to this competition as well, when you're having to go through the ringer, go through these series of stages, and ultimately you are just trying to make sure that you can build up as much of that competitive experience as possible, and you just absolutely love to see how much fun they're all essentially having with this.
Yeah, and they snuck in at one of our very last qualifier spots, so I think you keep, expectations low and really have fun with this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is probably the first time you even get to meet your teammates in person, so we can't go on without talking about Mani, Rose, and Lux Lori, though, a big team to watch out for.
Yeah, and I think another thing to also keep in mind is that for some of these ladies that were kind of just like more squeezing by into those final qual spots from their respective qualifier moments, I think it's important to remember that they are really just trying to ensure that they kind of keep their own mindset as like strong as possible, because some of them not necessarily going for the elimination heavy aspect as much as it is just playing for that positioning for placements.
Yeah, and speaking of positioning, I do think that Manny has a chance. Karen's Crossing, kind of a drop spot that's a little bit slept on as well. Obviously, you have great mobility there with the Underworld dashes, but also it's a pretty decent loot. It's a big split, so I think that they might have a pretty decent time over there, Kiwi.
Yeah, and two important banners that they're representing, Team Vanish and Witness the Journey Future. And of course, we're going to continue to highlight our players here and check out Team Alt. I heard some fans out there.
For sure, without a doubt. Altina, Eternity, and of course, Miss Beloataco.
Oh, are you? I feel like you're a little biased just because tacos in her
That's
name.
actually my cousin out there.
Oh, no.
She's about to go crazy, trust me.
a lot of tacos
She's
out
way better than me at Fortnite. Okay.
I think everyone here competing is way better than all of us at Fortnite. I think that can be said without a doubt. They're absolutely incredible competitors. Everyone getting locked in right now. And a big thank you to everyone in our audience hanging out with us, and to those of you watching at home as well. I hope you guys are having a great time. We're going to be having giveaway opportunities throughout the show. So those of you that are in the audience right now and not watching online, make sure that you get on Twitch, because we are going to be having some V-Buck giveaways as we do it. We're even giving out some plushies earlier on, throwing our little cow plushies into the audience.
Sorry if we hit you. And
Yeah,
by we,
I
mean
definitely
that.
sniped a few of you in the face. I swear it wasn't intentional. I like to think that it was sent with love.
Oh, speaking of love, we got Sophie Ann and Millie F, and definitely a lot of love for this duo right here, obviously, but unfortunate that they are missing a trio. But I do think that Sophie Ann and Millie have a great opportunity here to pull out some great plays.
Yeah, they got second. I mean, as a trio, obviously, they got second in that second qualifier. And Sophie Ann from Puerto Rico, representing Repulse Gaming, started competing back in, 2022, top 15 in her first ever vote. Like, she broke into the scene, and Sophie Ann is definitely going to be a player, along with Millie, who I think can still do well even as a duo.
Funnily enough, looking at this team as a duo, I would almost anticipate that they might be more head on a swivel than some of these other competitors here today, because I'm keeping in mind our solo action coming out of Kay. If there's anywhere on the map where she might have her best odds of actually looking for an opportunity to just win out on a drop, it's probably going to be having to challenge Sophie and Millie, because it's a solo versus a duo. But what would you rather, take your options for? 1 versus 3 or 1 versus 2?
I was going to make a joke that they should join together, but that's not a joke, I should say, in a competitive tournament. But yeah, no, that is definitely a possibility. Getting an elimination is going to get you 2 points. Even just surviving into 25th place, we might see them, honestly, just turtle, grab a bunch of heals, make sure that they can survive in Storm, because even just making it into 25th place, they're going to be able to earn some points.
Oh, and I was watching Millie play on her stream, and she is fast at building. And we're talking about people who are good at builds and no builds, and Millie's going to be one who I think that is going to surprise a lot of people. And she's on socials, like, hitting up everyone to play. She wants to be the best so bad. She wants to break into the scene so bad, and she has one of the best people to be by her side with Sophie Ann. And as a duo, I mean, it's better than solo. It's better than nothing. You're here, and you're going to get money no matter what. Another duo that could surprise us all is Nisui and Honey.
Yeah, and Honeylegs and Nisui, they're aware of the kind of uphill battle that they're going to be tackling here today. Being a duo, unfortunately, not able to have their final member here at the actual competition, but at the end of the day, Kelly, I still would wager a little bit more favorably towards that duo team. You do have some potential outplay opportunities if you're smart. And keep in mind, TARP awareness is also a really big deal when it comes to this kind of competition.
Although there is a bit of concern where they're dropping all the way in that northeastern spot, which has beautiful views, but much less else to offer. Now, they are going to be landing just north of Doom's Court and, of course, Castle Doom, which are both uncontested. So there is an opportunity for that duo there to be able to kind of pick up the scraps, if you will.
Yeah. Just getting a stable moment. Like, I know it's kind of in the middle of nowhere, but sometimes when you have less experience and you can be nervous, maybe dropping somewhere where no one is at is a way to stabilize yourself, find your way around the map, see what's happening, see where the zone is pulled, and react from there.
Another team that we're going to be looking at, that is a duo inspired in Bred.
Yeah, and Inspire and Bred, again, when you are just back against the wall, essentially. But ultimately, I think the important thing to consider is that they were able to qual here in the first place. So they're clearly competent and aware of what they're going to have to make as far as adjustments are concerned to put themselves in the best position to actually try and challenge some of the other trios. I think, if anything, I would expect them maybe to get a little bit more involved towards that mid-game standard. Probably just look to continue playing Fringe. As long as they're able to utilize some of that elevation that's available to them on that northern territory, they might actually have some opportunities to just look for dead side rotates.
And if you can't beat the trios, well, can you be better than the other duos? And if you can beat trios, you're actually the GOAT. And apparently Ardeep loves Sims. So I already love some of the attire that we're picking out here. We got Sep, Ardeep, and Danzy here.
And Kelly, it's funny because you mentioned, you're talking about the player that was like, can't believe me getting a little bit good at Fortnite means I'm now going to compete at the Gonna Need Milk Cup Championship. And again, Ardu, that was her tweet.
Yeah.
She was the one that was just like, oh my goodness, this is real. And I can't blame her because I can't even imagine how ecstatic I would be if my Fortnite talents developed enough that I could actually go to a LAN for it.
Because at some point, these women were told they couldn't do this or that someone didn't believe in them. And this is the type of proof that you have the potential. You are being paid, you are being flown out here, you're being interviewed, photos are being taken of you, people are giving you jerseys, people are probably asking for your signature. Like, this is inspirational, not only for themselves, maybe their family, their friends, but also to other women who want to get into Fortnite and maybe be on a team like this. So big shout out to all the women that are here.
And a big shout out to our next trio. Hey, I already talked about them. Cat Attack, Sailor Nat, and Spinor. That's right, I'm going to be biased. I had a great conversation with Cat Attack. She has such good vibes. But of course, all the trios here deserve all the love. I'm not going to be biased for too long. But I mean, I love this trio, Taco.
One of my favorite parts actually was listening to them kind of touch on the fact that, they seem very confident in their game plan coming out of Mount Olympus.
Yes.
They said that they weren't allowed to give us all the secrets because, players just like to keep things a little bit closer to their chest at times. But I still think it's interesting because Mount Olympus is a POI where we do oftentimes see zones pulling towards, and when you factor in that elevation, a team like Cat Attack.
Speaking of Riz.
Yeah, exactly. But
they're fighting for your heart, Taco.
at this point, they all have it. I'll give a little piece of it to everybody.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
space.
But speaking about where they're landing, Mount Olympus over there, they're not just landing Mount Olympus, they also have that eastern side of it as well. There is going to be that static launch pad, so if the zone does not pull in their favor, they are still going to have opportunities, as well as the flaming hoops, to kind of rotate over. So even all these teams are kind of in the corner, whether they're the Northwest with those dashes, or if they're kind of on the other edges where they do have this other kind of static mobility, there's plenty of opportunity for them, even if the zone doesn't pull in their favor.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the launch pad as well, because Mount Olympus, keep in mind, it's got a really good overview of Research Rock. And when you think about the fact that we're going to have a duo in that position with Panda and Neutral, it could get relatively complicated for those two. But that could also mean that Cat Attack's trio potentially has a great opportunity to just establish their surge damage tags early on if they get aggressive towards that south side of the map.
Another team that has a great opportunity to show up today, it is Nova, Marta, and Missouri.
Yeah, coming from the third qualifier, finishing in the middle of the pack, and you're coming in just excited to be here, but also as a trio, and that can maybe propel you closer to the top of the leaderboard. And just depending on how you play the field, I'm excited to see how they work together. Of course, they're all smiles, but maybe a touch of nervousness there. But I think when the crowd gets really hyped during the games, that's when things are going to kick in.
I think a big thing for me as far as LAN nerves are concerned is you really get a better read on it or a better feel and kind of be able to simulate that more natural environment once you actually hit the first game. Because even if you dud out in game number one, keep in mind you still have 5 more lobbies to work with, and there's no real guarantee that the point leads can get all that drastic or out of hand, because 65 points are a victory royale, 2 points per elimination. I do think we could see some close-knit competition.
Well, speaking of nerves, it looks like our battle bus had a little bit of nerves. We had to call in our mechanic, everyone, and it looks like we are going to have a bit more of a delay. Again, we appreciate your patience. We apologize for these issues, but we want to make sure that when we do get into game that all of our ladies are there, equal opportunity to compete. So we are going to be taking a bit of a break, everyone. So please enjoy some of the content we have coming your way.
Hi, my name is Daya, and I am a fragger for the team.
Hi, my name is Moxie, and I'm the IGL of the team.
Hi, my name is Rex, and I'm a fragger of the team as well.
The trio came together because we played a pitch cobbler tourney, like as a trio. And since we are all Spanish speakers, it was like way easier to like calm stuff and all that. So yeah, we just stick together.
Also, me and Maxi were like a duo before that, so we already had like our chemistry, you know? We just found Daya. She was perfect for the trio.
It was honestly really cool because they were already like really good together, and so I just had to like learn their play style. So like it became easier to be better.
Maxi was like the most experienced one of the team, so like we just concluded she was gonna be the agile.
They're pretty good fighters, so I think that was perfect. Me IGLing, telling them where to go, when to fight, and all that stuff. It's just perfect because they can do it. And she's trying to steal my food.
Well, yeah, it was kind of expected because we pretty much got first every scrim. Not to have an ego or anything, but we also had like the coin, the Grim coin. So that was like a plus to it, you know?
I think practicing like the scrims, there was Pitch Cobbler, Impra, hosting pretty much like every day. So it was just a lot of practice. There's Nina, Vanessa, and Vader. They're a pretty good trio. And Frantic, Somerset, and Yas.
And well, we're come by Somerset's team, so we gotta watch out for them, especially.
I don't know, cause we love like fighting mid game. We love keying. So yeah, I think there's gonna be like so many teams we're gonna fight. So like in mid game. I think it works because we have like a really good chemistry. We are pretty good friends, so we're basically every day in the same call. We're like attacking outside Fortnite, inside Fortnite stuff. So I think the chemistry is really good. It has always worked, like fighting mid game. So we're gonna keep doing it.
Honestly, just getting the kills since we're like the best fighting trio in my opinion. So it's just like a relief when we get the kills.
I think it would probably be the skill, the fighting skill.
Yeah.
I think
Controller aim.
I can controller aim, fighting skill. I can IGL and fight at the same time, so I think that's a plus. They fight pretty well. Yeah, me. I went to a DreamHack. It was DreamHack Dallas. But I think it's gonna be pretty different from this land, because this land is gonna be like just focus on this.
Yeah, I've never played Milan ever. I feel like it is gonna get to me, but I'll get over it because I want to win.
I feel like it'll get to me as well, but we like already phase rebuild pretty much, so I'm not like that nervous anymore, you know?
Yeah, we went to Dallas and played together, like in IRL. So I think that's also gonna help us like to get used to it.
Winning this event would mean a lot to me because I play this game every day, and it would make me feel like I'm playing it for a reason.
I mean, and it's something I'm really expecting. Like, I already like thought about it. Like, I would actually be so happy. Cause well, yeah, we play every day. We grind a lot, and like it would feel like the grind finally paid off, you know. And also winning the first woman lane, like that would be insane.
My favorite type of milk is chocolate milk. I love it. And if you put like some quesadillas, I think it's the perfect dinner.
My favorite type of milk is chocolate milk as well, cause well, ever since I was a kid, I would always drink it, you know, in the night. Yeah, it's just like perfect to watch movies and stuff.
Milk fit into my gaming routine, because if you're hungry, you can just make some cereal with milk, and it's pretty fast and easy. So if you gotta hurry, just take some cereal. Muy buena suerte a todas para este torneo Milka Plan. Nos veremos allá. Venga.
and welcome back to the Milk Cup. We are here at LA Comic-Con. I'm Ovely, and I'm standing with Cutie Cinderella, content creator extraordinaire, creator of the Streamer Awards, #1 Taylor Swift fan, Chapel Roan cosplayer, impersonator. What else have you done that we aren't aware of?
I attempted to steal the Milk Cup trophy already. I've gotten caught 3 times, but I do plan on leaving with it regardless of who wins today.
Yeah, honestly, I tried to take it as well, but the chocolate milk mascot has hands.
He tackles.
I think it's probably from all of the nutrients like calcium that he gets from drinking milk all day long. What's your favorite type of milk?
I like strawberry milk, and I like that milk has 8 grams of protein per glass.
I didn't even know that. Cows do absolutely amazing work. But Cutie, how are you enjoying LA Comic-Con so far? Because, girl, I know you were just at TwitchCon a couple weeks ago, too.
It's good so far. I'm really excited to watch the girls play. I've never been good at video games as much as I try, so this is very impressive to me.
I saw you with League of Legends. You were in the Grubhub Cup. Like, I saw you playing with Doublelift and Bjergsen even, so I don't think you should be talking yourself down on those video game skills.
I am as good as Doublelift, but, you know, I've never played professionally, so it hasn't been tested, but I'm pretty good at League. I forget about it. I forget.
What about Fortnite? I know that you are a huge fan of putting together all of these amazing streamer events. Is there a Cutie Cinderella Fortnite Cup in the future?
Maybe. I mean, I saw Kay is on a team all by herself, and I was like, put me in, put me in. I'm sitting over there with Janet, and I was like, put us in, put us in.
All I'm saying is her, you, Jan. I think that's an amazing 3-person team. And honestly, like, producers, are we allowed to make that happen? They're checking. They're going to check the rule books and go ahead. But okay, so I mean, listen, we're in the middle of the big gaming hall right now. We have some like amazing indie games over there. We've seen merch everywhere. Have you bought any merch yet?
I did. I bought Ludwig a sweater, and I bought Iron Mouse a sweater. And I'm going to go buy myself a sweater.
So how would Iron Mouse wear the sweater?
I haven't figured that part out yet, but I know it's going to look amazing.
I'm super excited. You take the sweater, you get the artist, you get the rigging, and then eventually you'll figure it out. But girl, we have 99 women that are here in this pit, all getting ready, warming up to play some Fortnite in just a little bit here. When you and we both came up with League of Legends. This never existed for us. So how cool is it to see all of these women being supported, being able to like go out here, compete, and show what they're made of?
It's amazing. I mean, something I'm really passionate about is Sorry, I can't stop looking around. I'm overwhelmed. I've always been passionate about highlighting women. That's why the co-host of the Streamer Awards is always a woman. I will never change that. I think it's important for women in the industry to lift other women up. And looking around here, this is amazing. I'm sitting next to Rennie LOL's mom. And so I'm going to be cheering for Rennie today. I'm very excited. But it's so incredible.
Amazing. And I just want to say on behalf of all of these women, thank you for uplifting and empowering women. And let's see, I think that's about everything that we have for you right now. Besides, Cutie, I'm going to put you on the spot. Taylor Swift or Chapel Roan?
Oh, that's so mean. It's Taylor, baby. I don't know what to tell you.
You have to support the OG queens that allow the princesses to come after them. But Cutie, thank you so much for your time. Everyone, we are going to get into the Milk Cup Championships in just a little bit. But before we get into that, we're going to take another quick break. So we'll see you on the other side.
Hello and welcome back everyone to the Milk Cup. We are still working on our issues right now. So once again, thank you for your patience. And to help us fill a little bit of the time, it is Bugha, everyone. Please make some noise for this guy right here.
Thank you.
Bugha, thank you so much for joining me here for this quick interview. Obviously, you have some of the most accolades out of any competitor in Fortnite. So to be here at another event like this, how has it been so far for you?
Hey, it's been very cool coming in here, checking out the setups, you know, seeing all the people here that want to actually watch the event. You know, I've taken some pictures as well, which is very cool. But yeah, it's been cool.
And just, you know, going through the qualifiers that we've had for the Milk Cup and everything, and just the incredible prowess that we've had from these competitors, I obviously have to ask you, you know, from your expertise, from your mind, who do you think is going to be the number? I know, I'm asking it right away. Who do you think is going to be coming out on top?
Hey, the way I look at comp right now is drop spots mean a lot. So I think the best, you know, performing team with the best drop is probably going to do the best.
Okay.
So I guess that's what I'll have to say.
So, Raft, obviously
Raft,
going
yes,
from Global
yes.
Championships, and obviously that's going to be Regs, Moxie, and Daya over there, and they have had just an absolutely incredible performance with scrims and everything. And speaking on that note, you know, how important is it to have these kind of scrims before an event tournament?
I mean, it's very important, especially if the scrims are filled with players that are all in the exact same lobby. Like, they're all going to be practicing their rotations, their routes, what they're going to be doing. Obviously, some teams will hide strats, but I still think it's important to just get reps in.
Yeah, speaking of hiding strats, I actually remember when I was preparing for the Global Championships, you were actually someone that wasn't playing in too many scrims. So was that to kind of keep some of your strategies in your back pocket?
No, I think I just want to play scrims.
And actually, no, why? I mean, you know, we have an opportunity here. Why is that?
You know, sometimes I'll play scrims with my teammates, other times I won't. It really just depends on the season, and I think this was just one of the seasons I didn't, so.
Well, speaking of seasons, obviously we had a little bit of an announcement at the end of Global Championships for the next year, the future seasons of the FNCS, and everyone lost their minds for a few reasons. One, trios. So talk to me a little bit about how trios has been for you right now. I know that you have an interesting trio already set up.
Yeah, I have a decent trio right now. As of right now, it's Peterbot and Cold, which
I mean,
you know,
two unknown players, right?
yeah,
really.
very, very unknown, but I'm pretty excited about. Hopefully we can do really good in the first events, and you know, hopefully we can stick through to the season. So.
And you got a Cash Cup tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Cash Cup tomorrow, so we gotta do our best in that.
And how have you guys been preparing for that?
So there's only really been like one trio tournament so far, which was the Opens yesterday. So we played that, and we just got like somewhere in the top 10 to qualify for tomorrow. But tomorrow's the day that matters, you know, money on the line and everything.
Yeah, without a doubt. And another announcement that happened at the end of the FNCS Global Championships was, of course, Siphon, something that the community has been screaming for a few years now. What are your thoughts on Siphon being back?
I love Siphon. Siphon's been in the game, you know, through my highs and my lows, and you know, during World Cup as well. So I feel like I gotta show some love to Siphon.
And with it being Siphon Trials, it's kind of something interesting that I don't think Fortnite has done too much, where they kind of test some like little iterations of something, and starting off with it just being the normal Siphon that we're used to. Do you think that's kind of what the Siphon should be brought back to, or do you think that there should be some changes to it?
I think it'd be cool to see like just some iterations, just see them mess with a few things for some of these, you know, early Cash Cups, but for like official trios, I think it'd be very cool to see the 50 HP Siphon, Shield, or, you know, White HP. I think that's how it should be.
And Bugha, as someone that has incredible LAN experience and tournament experience, are there any words that you want to share with our ladies, our competitors, before they jump into these games? Any kind of words of advice that you would think that would be good to hear right now?
Yeah, I mean, good luck. You know, obviously, if you're here, you work to be here. You competed in scrims and tournaments beforehand, so just come into it and play confident and do your best.
Bugha, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate all of your insight and just getting to chat with you so much. And everyone, we are going to be going to a quick break, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, I'm Liz, also known as Sumo Clicks, and we got first in the Milk Cup Qualifier 3 with CC Nuggets and Canary, and we had 150 UMs.
Hi guys, my name is CC Nuggets. I am a co-IGL and a support for our team, and we did win Major 3 of Milk Cup.
Hi, I'm Canary, and I'm the fragger of the team, and we got first in Milk Cup Major 3.
Well, me and CC started playing together, playing duos, and we made like a, I want to say, pact to never drop each other and always play everything together. We do clash a lot. We're like sisters. She's my best friend. And then we actually saw Canary on our Twitter timeline have some of the best placements we've seen from a girl on NA Central.
And when we saw Canary, she was a natural and she just picked up off of us so fast. And we didn't have to teach her anything because she's again, a natural.
It's kind of smooth. They welcomed me in like a baby. And it made it kind of easier.
How we found which role to take was just based on our chemistry and past with female cliques. She used to be the fragger, used to be the IGL. But then over time, we found out that she'd be better in IGL as opposed to be me. So I just supported what she wanted because it's easier for me to follow her since she doesn't like listening. And then we found Canary that nobody knows how she played, and we found out she's a really insane fragger.
I think Canary also, we kind of let Canary kind of choose, like,
Yeah.
if she wanted to IGL. It was more, because she's our best fighter, it was more based, like, if she wants me to IGL and finds it better listening to me, or if she finds it better or easier listening to CC.
Absolutely.
Yes, yes, absolutely. All three of us. Yes, CC?
Yeah. Going into the tournament, we really like put our effort, we put time to it every day, as much scrims as possible. We took every scrims, every opportunity to practice.
I mean, why would we play if we don't?
Yeah. We did a lot of practice and it really did pay off.
I will say, I think all three of us agreed we thought we were gonna get griefed. So we thought a few teams were gonna target us and try and make sure we didn't get first out of spite, jealousy, and maybe just they wanted first, or just out of normal gameplay like pros do all the time. Make sure that they get first.
For the practices, we also took advantage to let it be known that we're a very alpha team, that we're a very strong team. So then when the actual main event comes, people think about conning us along
But
that
they
line.
can't, because we're the best. I think we all agree Vanessa seems extremely good at fighting.
Yeah.
They are very good fighters. I think we've died to them more times than they've died to us, and which is good practice. It doesn't hurt our feelings. It's good practice at the end of the day. And Moxie seems also incredibly smart and good at fighting. I think all of us agree with that.
We can take any roles if one of us dies, and we've proven it before in Major 3. Our IGL died, we still managed to take the win.
I crashed.
She crashed and she died last game, but we still managed to win.
This is my first time. This is my first LAN.
I haven't played in any LAN event before. This will be my first LAN.
Yeah, none of us have ever played LAN before.
I think we're not pressured because we're used to being watched by our community anyway and talking to our community, so it's not too much of a problem for us.
I mean, we all stream every day, with face cams without them, and big tournaments without them, so I feel like we're all pretty used to being watched.
I'm very frightened by like stage lights and people. I'm very scared of all of it.
Really?
Yes, I'm
Oh
like
my God.
frightened.
We have to prepare her more, guys.
Yeah, I need more preparation.
I prefer chocolate milk only because I feel like it's an upgraded version. It's a better version of a regular. You can drink it hot or cold.
My favorite type of milk is definitely chocolate milk. It just brings back so many childhood memories and I just love it.
How milk fit into my gaming routine is when it's super cold late at night, I do like to make myself a hot chocolate and it just gives me warm up for the game.
When I
She
eat
snacks
lunch.
on it. I vouch.
For short snacks and stuff, I eat cereal all the time.
And like before practice scrim, sometimes I'll need like a nap boost and I'll just drink some milk and it helps me fall asleep. And I'll be able to wait for the tournament.
Welcome back to the Milk Cup, everybody. We are about to get into some Fortnite, but before we do, I am standing here with ex-Chocobars, aka Jan. You are my sussy friend that sometimes we play Among Us, sometimes I see you play Fortnite, but always I see you crushing it at streaming. So girl, how have you been here at LA Comic-Con?
I've been amazing. It's my first Comic-Con, and it is so huge. And this stage, you can see it right when you enter. It's massive, and the turnout's amazing. Hi, everyone.
Okay, so wait, so this is your first Comic-Con at LA, but you know that this is the smallest hall out of all of them, right?
I heard, and I can't imagine it. I haven't gone to see the other halls. I'm scared. Have you?
Not yet, but wait, have you been here for Anime Expo though?
No, never.
Oh, this is your first time in the hall.
Ever. It's amazing. Honestly, I feel like a fool. Everybody's dressed so well with their cosplays. I feel like I should have dressed up a bit.
If you could cosplay from any of the games or any of the shows or anything that you could, possibly think of, what would your dream cosplay be?
I would definitely be walking in an inflatable Among Us outfit. Imagine matching with me.
Oh my god, that would be so exciting. Okay, but who are we backstabbing first?
This is hard. Well, I'm just gonna single out Cutie Cinderella.
It's okay. She's here, so we can find her. Yeah, Comic-Con and all of these conventions, so many amazing things. There's cosplay competitions, I think, like in another hall. We see so many amazing cosplayers. We've got indie games, we've got merch, everything that you could possibly imagine. But most importantly, we've also got the Milk Cup and Fortnite gamers. Now, I know that Fortnite used to be your forte back when it first came out. So what would you say your skill level is like with Fortnite now?
I can still crank some 90s. Slowly, not as fast as I used to. I can make doors still. I can tunnel, but that's about it. Bring back what is it called? Double pump.
Now we've got things like Doctor Doom in there. We have like Marvels, we have Avengers, we have Naruto anime. Basically all of these different worlds within Fortnite. Did you expect, or could you even fathom any of that when you were first starting to play?
Not at all. The collaborations that Fortnite has, it's incredible, honestly. My nephew is constantly asking me to buy him V-Bucks. Please slow down on the skins. My wallet hurts.
It's always who's going to get the next Fortnite skin, who's going to unlock the next emote, and then unfortunately people saying, oh look, it's the Fortnite dance, instead of recognizing their original origins and roots. But girly, I just want to say, I know you, Jan. You're a girl's girl. We have so many girls and women out there participating here today. 33 teams, 3 girls apiece, 99 girls over there competing. For me, when I was like a teenager, I could never even imagine something like this, let alone, esports at all. So what was your reaction?
It's so surreal and amazing to see. Like, I have a long history with gaming. I've never been anywhere like this where it was just a lot of women in one room, LAN gaming, competition. Like, it's just incredible to see, and it makes me really happy. So thank you, Milk, for hosting this.
I always think back to playing on like the old CRTs, using a blanket for split screen dividers to make sure that my friends and neighbors weren't cheating in like Call of Duty. But I mean, this is such an elevated experience that I'm sure everyone here is super excited for. But girl, as you said, shout out Milk. What is your favorite milk?
I mean, I am ex-Chocobars, so naturally it would be chocolate milk.
And speaking of chocolate milk, girly, we've got some chocolate cows on stage for us, and we've also have all of these people who have been patiently waiting all day long for some Fortnite. So should we give them some chocolate cows? Yeah. Who wants chocolate cows? Over here? Wah!
Please watch your head.
All right, well, me and Janet are going to be tossing some cows out to all of you. But while we wait for our next Fortnite games to start, everyone, thank you so much for all of your patience. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we are going to have the Milk Cup and some Fortnite, so stick around.
Hi, I'm Smiley. I'm from Florida. I'm the IGL of the group, and my team got first in the qualifier.
My name's Sophia. I'm originally from New York, now in Pennsylvania. I am the fragger of the trio, and I got first in the Milk Cup finals.
Hello, I'm Mari and I'm from California, and I'm the support of the trio, and I got first place in the Milk Cup qualifier too.
Me and Sophia have been playing for a while. We've been duos for like almost a year. We kind of noticed that Mari was like really good because she had to fill for a scrim for us. It just all came together. We noticed she was a good player, vibes went well.
Some of the challenges of joining the trio as like the third member late was probably trying to keep up with them, and like they had been already like landing at their drop spot for I don't know how many seasons, and I had to kind of like learn, just try to keep up and not drag them down.
Honestly, since me and Smiley have been duoing for about a year, between the two of us, she has always been the IGL. Smiley just knows her routes, so she's somebody that we just listen to no matter what. Smiley studies the game like it's no brainer. And between us fighting, I am, like me and Mari, are just better fighters than her. So we just count as more support for her.
Being the IGL of this team is actually amazing. I love being the IGL in my team. My team always has my back. Sophia is on my side, like my left hand. She's always there. Mari is always with the aim. I can't with her aim. She's always getting our refreshes. She's like that. We've landed Underworld since we were playing before. I mean, we used to play ranked, and the only places we would go was Pleasant and Reckless, but they weren't the spots for us because they were already conned like a team. So we ended up going to Underworld.
When it came to materials, just being at that place, you automatically come out with wood and brick at 5.5, and then our rotate goes straight into gas stations. So instantly 500 metal for like basically all three of us.
I was just tagging along because they chose that job. They chose that job before I joined. We conned, I think it was Yanni, Millie, and Sophie-Anne, and this other team that was like the only team we really needed to worry about. By miracle, during the qualifier, we ended up fixing every like communication, really fighting together and being on each other instead of taking our ones. Our decision—
We were underdogs as best as they can put it.
Everyone is preying on our downfall. They really wanted Yanni's team to win. It got us first place, but like at the same time, it was like against everybody's wishes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a couple big teams that are pretty well known. We got Moxie, Diane, Regs. I think it's Fran, Nina, and Vader.
Fran, Somerset, and Yasmin. And then Nina, Vader, Vanessa. Those are the three biggest teams we have right now. Those are the top three.
It's just, I feel like now it's all a fair like advantage and everybody. So it can honestly be anybody at this point who comes out on top. I personally have never been to a LAN before, ever. So this is very exciting for me.
Oh, it was honestly amazing, but there was obviously a lot of...
Yeah, so their opinions.
Yeah, they have their opinions, but it was also because my fly was down and no one told me.
Oh my god, so
it was really embarrassing.
Wiley.
And nobody told me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What's my favorite type of milk? Honestly, I love plain milk. And let me tell you why. My bones have to be the strongest you'll ever see. I don't care. Keep it milky, keep it classy, you know, drink milk, guys.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm an eater, and a lot of the things does involve just putting a splash of milk in there. You got baking, you got making some eggs if you want to make them a bit fluffy, you got cereal. So yeah, I feel like milk just fits into my gaming routine as a whole because I love food.
To think what place we're gonna get actually like matters based off like players and base, but like obviously I'm gonna hope that my team wins and that we could do the best that we can. Honestly, that's all I want for my team is to do their best they can. And if we end up like whatever place we end up, I just know that I had a good time with my teammates and it was a once in a lifetime opportunity and we took it and we did the best that we possibly could with it. And that's all I'm like, I can't say what place I'm gonna get, but I just know that my team did their best.
I'm pretty confident in my trio, and as long as we're all confident in each other, we got this.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Milk Cup Championships, where we have had a bit of a delay. We are having some issues with our observer side of things with the server. We are making sure that all of our players are able to get into the game, make sure that everyone has an equal opportunity to compete over these next 6 games. But it looks like we have found a solution to our problems, and we just need a few more minutes, everyone. So as I say that, thank you all for joining me here in the audience here in beautiful Los Angeles Comic-Con. Of course, Lemon Kiwi and the Best Taco still joining me here right now. Ladies, it's been a bit of a wait, but I think it's just building up the anticipation right now to watch these 33 trios duke it out after the Battle Bus launches.
Yeah, the tension is there, and everyone is still on the grind. They're able to also get a snack as we go on, but it's all coming down to this game, and I'm excited.
And can't say thank you enough to you beautiful people in the crowd for being ever so patient. Unfortunately, it does appear as though there were some problems with the Spectator client surroundings, but again, those seemingly appear to be resolved, and we just want to make sure that all of these ladies get equal opportunity to play at their utmost competitive integrity.
So obviously we can kind of go back to the beginning, the top of show that we've been doing, and talk about some of our top teams that we have competing here today. And I just want to bring up the trio that a lot of people have been looking towards: Moxie, Regs, and Daya, of course, landing over at the Raft uncontested. I mean, Lemon Kiwi having one of the best drop spots in the map and being one of the best teams is definitely paving the way for success today.
Yeah, the reveal medallion is going to be, I think, one of the most powerful medallions, besides the Siphon one, but knowing where the competition is and being able to play off of that information, and really what zone are you going to want to engage on them. And this is a team from Mexico representing these, and they also won the first qualifier, which is arguably the toughest that we've had.
Yeah, and I think mental fortitude is really going to be the name of the game at this point. I mean, so many of these ladies, including Moxie, Regs, and Daya, are just very much aware of the fact that, you know, you've got so much anticipation now riding into this first game. Everyone has just been chattering, walking around. You can just tell that these ladies, they're just ready to play.
Yeah, 100%. They're locked and loaded. And another team that we have to obviously look towards is Nina, Vader, and Vanessa. Although they did get 3rd place in qualifier 1, this is definitely a trio that a lot of people are looking to show up today.
Yeah, it's hard not to be excited too when you factor in that uncontested drop over at Doomstot, and I think in general, Nina especially, I mean, I know she just got that recent signing over to Xset, very hype as well when you factor it. I mean, it almost appears as though Xset's really trying to take control of that top end of the leaderboard, Kelly.
Good, I like it. Take control over it. Maybe it'll, you know, get other people some eyes on, say, no, I want those players as well, get those orgs involved in on the competitive side for the women in Fortnite. But Doomstot, uncontested. I mean, you have the Mythic, you have the Medallion. Definitely a great place to go. And just honestly, even without those two, it's still just a great drop spot.
Yeah, and they got third in that first qualifier. These, I mean, a lot of our big favorites or ones expected to go deep in this tournament are the ones who did the best in that first qualifier. But looking at Nina, Vanessa, Vader, especially Nina and Vader, who have been very successful in a lot of those duos tournaments, consistently getting Nina, especially consistently top 10s in those votes, best performance in August. The sky's the limit for these girls.
And when you talk about duos competition, especially when you consider the women of the arena, I look to Vanessa, who used to duo with Somerset, and that leads me to the next trio that I want to talk about, and that's going to be Frantic, Somerset, and Yasmin coming out in second place in qualifier 1. They are going to be contested, potentially Reckless Railways. We do know that the drop map has a few different positions that they might be landing there, but how do you think they're going to be faring in that situation, Taco?
I think the most important aspect is going to be whether or not they're actually going to be able to tackle that team landing more towards that north side. I think in Nova, Ray, Cell, I think there's a very strong likelihood that they're just going to try to split that POI, Reckless Railways, and the north side. While you could technically try to maybe push a little bit further north, again, I do think that the zones are largely going to dictate their rotate capabilities, but Frantic, Somerset, and Yasmin, they don't want to lose those valuable resources, so they might challenge.
And you got to give love to Yasmin, who has had a lot of top 5 finishes in these votes, or the Reddish Royale, and competed a ton last year with consistent top finishes. Like, Yasmin is one that can easily get to the top, and she's surrounded by Somerset and Frantic. This is a god squad.
And Taco, you talking about, you know, the Reckless Railways really does depend on where those zones pull. Well, I can imagine that we're going to be seeing Somerset's trio going for that forecast tower if it does spawn near that dumping house and split. It doesn't look like there's too many other teams going to be landing there. Now, of course, with, you know, this being a Fortnite tournament, people could be changing up their drop spots. It was going to be a solo player of K that was going to be landing there initially. It is quite possible that one of the teams that are contesting in some of the POIs might actually change to move over there. Do you think that's something that we might see today?
It's definitely worth the consideration. I think a lot of that is just going to bank on whether or not some of these women are able to get a strong footing on those first couple of matches here today. Because keep in mind, it is 6 games of competition, but you'll have a good idea of which direction you are headed on that leaderboard, especially nearing that halfway point of match number 3. And someone who's definitely keeping all of that in mind, again, Kay, a lone wolf representative here at this Gonna Need Milk Cup Championship. But at the same time, it is not a deterrent. She is focused, she is ready, and I would love to just see her absolutely have her pop off or a highlight moment today.
And I mentioned at the top of the show that she came here with a game plan. This is not some hide and go seek solo player. She is ready to maybe go out there and I'm making ideas up, but maybe go and sabotage someone else. Or she has a plan, and you know, also during this time, I wonder if she's like meditating, because you don't have teammates to like yap with. So I would be in meditation mode if I were Kay.
You know what? You know what's funny is that you say this isn't going to be a hide and seek situation, but I can definitely see her hiding into the bushes sometimes, just in case, because being able to survive into 25th place is going to garner you some of those placement points, of course. And to remind everyone, it is going to be 65 points for a Victory Royale. All the way to 25th place, people are going to be earning placement points, and that's going to be 2 points per elimination. Speaking of eliminations, a team I think that we can expect to get a lot of eliminations, Female Cliques, Canary, and CC Nuggets. They had an absolutely wild qualifier 3 performance.
And this is going to be a team, too, where the more eliminations they're able to find, the better. Because if they're able to actually hold on to that Siphon Medallion, if they're able to just utilize the Siphon that's also, I mean, we are operating, again, on OG Siphon week, so it's just 50 a pop every single time you have that Siphon Medallion player. They could even choose to split their resources if they wanted to. One player doesn't necessarily, like, it doesn't have to just be their fragger that maintains control of that medallion. And so I'm looking more towards like Female Cliques and Canary, especially as being the priority mech fraggers of that trio. But at the same time, again, it's really about what you can control.
And are they going to be able to stomp the competition the way that they did in that qualifier 3, winning every single game? But then, you know, some people may argue, oh, well, a lot of the tougher competition already qualified, so who is left in qualifier 3? And so now they got to show up and say, we're the GOATs, we're #1, and we want to win every single game here at LAN as well. And they're competing with one of the youngest female Fortnite players here in Kanari at 14 years old. I don't know, I was not nearly that talented at that age, so big shout out to Kanari and everyone on that team.
All right, everyone, the Battle Bus tires are rotated. We filled up the gas and changed the oil, and I believe that we are ready to get into game #1 for the Milk Cup Championships. So casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Kelly. And guys, the moment is finally here. Game #1 of the Milk Cup Championship currently underway. And given the amount of time that these ladies have had to truly contemplate their strategies leading into this Lemon, Somerset, Frantic, Yasmin holding true, but it's actually going to be a take more towards the north side of Reckless Railway. Somerset just quickly trying to gather as many resources, as much shield as possible. I'd almost wager that they're setting up for a fight.
Yeah, I wonder how early these fights are going to happen, right? I think a lot in the qualifiers, especially in the early games, it was feeling out the competition, setting the tone and maybe playing things safe. But at Reckless Railways, you're going to have a lot of metal. You're maybe going to fight for those forecast towers if they did spawn in that area. And that's going to give you such a huge advantage going forward in the game.
Yeah, but a lot of foot traffic picking up here at Sandy Steps. I mean, and we're looking at what, like several different teams potentially in the vicinity of this POI. And with the train passing by just now, Inspire fully aware of the fact that there is company local to their current position. They're trying to stay as tightly knit as possible as well. Oftentimes, you usually see teams wanting to scatter a little bit more so, but Arising in a whole world of trouble here, just trying to do what she can to escape. Only a singular build to her name, though. It's going to be a full-on bailout, but headed straight towards the heart of Zenith Wall. I don't know if she's going to be able to escape here, Lemon.
At least her sweater is kind of white, so maybe she can blend into the snow, but she's got a shield and she's hoping for the best, playing around cover, getting to the low ground. May not be ideal if they're going to be on the high ground, but hey, at least we got our bingo card. We got someone swimming. That's important. Kelly, write that down.
It won't be the first time or the last time, but the real issue at this stage is knowing that Arising, she's going to have to play exclusively for the placements and hope that she'll be able to collect enough surge damage, because when your two teammates are eliminated and you're a solo now trying to handle all of the surge, that burden on her shoulders, if she can make it to a reboot van play, could be massive, but at the same time, that audio cue is bound to draw some more attention.
So far, so good, though. Arising was able to get away from that. There's a squad, though, to her south, and building up mats. It's going to be important to protect yourself if things get a little hairy, and now getting towards the top of this mountain. She'll have good vision of the field, may even spot this other team here.
The problem, though, is that that's not the direction she wants to head. The moment that she notices that there are some familiar faces kind of just trailing behind her, she's going to choose to just tackle the opposite end, wrap around this mountain face. But again, the build count being so limited, she needs an opportunity to actually build up those mat counts, but it's just so difficult to micromanage everything. You've got to worry about your damage, you've got to worry about whether or not you can even get enough resources online to keep yourself safe. But Nova, Misore, Murda, caught wind, a couple teams hanging out a little bit closer to Mount Olympus, but it's a focus on NPCs. Believe that Nova, Misore, and Murda, they're hoping to try and command control.
Just good already, good comms already of just someone's behind the wall, using that to reload, suppressive fire on the people on the high ground, and then finishing off eliminations on people who are close by. Now we're watching Miss Soiree and the team hopefully not having enough to get full shields, as they're currently close to another squad and maybe more up north. No Vanilla, though, taking some fire, able to escape, keep the sturdy walls up, and now with the low cover, she'll be hidden.
This is the problem, though, with Trios competition, is that the moment that shots are fired, you've got to make sure that you are maintaining awareness of all these different angles. They were starting to take a little bit of third-party fire, so that's going to be enough of a deterrent to get them to push away from that position. DJ Lovely, Foo Baby, and Miss Mary, though, sitting tight here little bit trapped on this fringe outskirt of the map. They're really trying to break through, but Eternity and Althena, they're not willing to let this go anytime soon.
Oh, the zone, though, is going to push them one way or another, but they have some time to kill and see if they can at least make the space and harass the other team away. But eventually they'll have to find their way around, and they could do it through the water side, go through the beaches. I don't think that's the type of long walks on the beach they want to be doing with a team in their path to escaping. But so far they're looking healthy.
Yeah, but health is one thing. Managing your surge damage is another. And when you're playing that deep into the zone, granted it is so early on that you're not really worried about the storm ticks as is, but I'm thinking more so, they don't really seem like they're willing to get aggressive currently, and it could work against them playing that passive because they're going to be late on the rotates now, and these zones are just moving further and further away from them, so they've got to establish somewhere if they want to take a fight.
Yeah. Looks like they're able to just keep rotating and now following the zone. Not a lot of pressure here on Team Hemis. Lisby tweaking as well. This was a team I want to see more out of in these qualifiers. One that hasn't reached the peak but has so much potential. And showing up at Landed, we talked about how different of a skill set this is. And, you know, there are also the top players here who are probably just as nervous as them. Everyone's going to be off their game in game one. And we still have a lot of squads left. So going over towards Nitro Dome, Team Hemis just focusing on mats and obviously not stressed at all.
Just using some of these slurp cacti that are native to the area south of Nitrodrome, honestly just surrounding the entirety of this desert terrain in the southern portion of the map. But Lisby Tweakin, Hemis, Kitsy, they are currently limbless. And that's fine if you don't have those early eliminations, but again, I'm noticing a lack of surge damage even coming into play. And if these tags don't start coming online soon, it could create some serious problems. And just in the nick of time, we're gonna see Hemis, Liz, Kitsy, they have done enough, 267 above, but still wanting to get a little bit more pressure applied, because if anything, they definitely want to try and control teams and prevent them from rotating through their direction.
And they seem efficient. There's someone looking left, someone looking right, and they're just trying to be as mobile as possible to not be an easy target. It sounds like an open area, but there is a lot of cover. Meanwhile, we'll go and check in with maybe Regs and friends who are taken to the skies. No fear, because being in the air does expose you to a lot of the players in the vicinity, but maybe they want that kind of challenge because they want to look to be a little bit above that damage threshold as well.
These ladies are definitely on the hunt right now. This is full-on posturing for a play to find some knocks or eliminations. The way that they're trying to control this slight peak of elevation on the hill. Also, they noticed they headed straight towards where all of these pre-existing builds are at. So they are certainly hoping for a fight, hoping that some of these pre-existing surge bases might mean that there is still company nearby that they can look to take advantage of. But no luck so far. Just the remains of some previously scavenged terrain and resources. Dia, Regs, and Moxie, though, with the way that they're continuing to trail behind some of the teams that are setting up a little bit earlier on with their rotates, it's only a matter of time before they manage to find a target.
At least the first couple of steps are there. You got an AR, you got a shotgun, you're full on shields, you got dashes, and now you just need some combat. And you're above the threshold, so there's less pressure on you to immediately engage, but they want to try and find those squads. Being as mobile as possible is important, so they're just gonna shoot away and hope to meet somebody.
Yeah, the flaming boost here will definitely help alleviate some of their rotation woes, but it's more so the fact that they are definitely just trying to find any other team to try and tackle. Some very aggressive movement, but that's a team that's playing with confidence for good reason. Again, keep in mind just how dominant their performance was in this first qualifier round from the Milk Cup earlier on this year. Back at Restored Reels, though, Maddie, Sparkles, AFK, they're also another team that's just really trying to make sure that they full-on clear out Reels, and with Sparkles and AFK focusing more so on that surge damage control, but straight up box fight.
Far Moxie above and beyond, already got a knock onto Chloe and knows there could be more trouble nearby, and obviously well protected And now that things seem calm and quiet, we know maybe she's safe for now, but she doesn't. But now that her team's able to disperse, spread out, they're collecting the medallion, and this is a good spot for Team Moxie, one of our favorites in this tournament to go through.
But Moxie's not done with it just yet. That reveal medallion's already scanned. Moxie takes a massive tag, though. She's going to be forced to scatter back, but it's a pincer maneuver. Daya on the other side will have zero issues with collecting K. A sad and a tough break, but at the end of the day, that's going to be 2 eliminations locked in now for Moxie's trio, and it's exactly what they were looking for to begin with. We saw them take such aggressive rotates early on with that flaming boost tube, and now with that surge damage online, they're going to have the luxury of dictating whether or not they want to play closer to dead side of zone or just continue to go straight for the course of battle.
And for our solo and some of the duos, like that sabotage technique could be maybe taking advantage of trios who are a little too spaced out, but in the case of Team Moxie, they're playing tight together and they played off of each other, making that a very difficult team to try and divide and conquer. As we go and check in on another big favorite of our tournament, Frantic, Yasmin, and Somerset, who are set up pretty well at Railways.
Well, you can actually tell some of the impact that they've already had with knowing that there's another team towards the southern side of this POI, because Somerset's MAC count is relatively low for where it should be at this stage. And keep in mind, she's also a competitor that is super familiar with how to appropriately farm on a strong timer count. So it's apparent that Somerset, Frantic, Yasmin, they're all taking into consideration they don't want to get lit up because they're trying to reserve as much of their shield resources as possible. They know it's inevitable, especially the later this game runs. Eventually, they might get full-on challenge by, say, Moxie's trio with how aggressively they've been rotating.
Yeah, and just kind of building up some high ground, building up a tower, and oh, now taking some fire from below. Somerset is going to reposition and just use that as you're revealing your position, and now we're staying hidden and you don't know where we are. So just trying to find that element of surprise. Somerset can get a huge advantage, and also she can just ignore it.
Yeah, but again, that's part of the problem though, right? You're taking shots when you're just trying to farm mats and you're losing shield along the way. So Somerset definitely wary of this factor. Lorena and Alarming Amber actually going to be a couple of the players looking to apply some of that pressure, but this is a current showdown between Nolik, Lola Blood, and Reddish. The weapons bunker as well could potentially be what's up for grabs. Not sure if the teams managed to face up around it or already take full advantage of what's inside of that bunker, but it could possibly be what these ladies are looking to fight over. And with that spawning of Rift Island, so much foot traffic surrounding the bottom side of it. Curious to see who actually makes their way to the top person place for that capture point.
This is where your build experience comes in, of how you're editing and how you're using that information and going for safe peaks and knowing it's just fighting for those pieces once you do get close, but they're not going to be as close in this early game, but how you collect information is what really gives you an advantage in fights, and you don't want to get surprised by another team. It doesn't matter how good you are at the game mechanically if someone just surprises you with a shotgun. So for now, everyone's very good at assessing their surroundings, and we're getting to a point where a lot of teams are getting closer and closer as we get to the middle of the map.
Soft scan coming out of Lola Blood. She's got that thermal scope currently and the Striker assault rifle, and just really scanning, trying to figure out exactly which direction they should be looking to try and actually fight. But 375 above on their damage threshold. It is evident that Reddish's trio has definitely done an excellent job at maintaining their surge damage control. Minnie Michaela's team right next to them, though, could be trouble on the horizon.
This is a lot of trouble, and we go tune in with Food Babe, Miss Mary, DJ Lovely, who are low on shields and could use a lot more health. Now assessing if they can really have time to address those concerns, or do they have to reposition as they slam into the floor of AFK and friends, getting to the top as Maddie gonna get contested. They already got the knock on Food, and Sparkles at the bottom hoping to join them, but hey, so far so good.
What a smart cutoff as well for Maddie's team. Oftentimes you don't want to take that launch pad because players will try to block it off at the floor or something, but they put it a few tiles up, and because of the layer being higher than anticipated, the moment that they try to disengage with that launch pad, immediately crashing straight, getting full box. Nothing you can really do about it, but Maddie's team definitely happy with that collection of eliminations, and DJ Lovely, she is just hoping that she can buy some time here, maybe get a couple extra placements, at least 119 above the damage threshold temporarily, but with 0 resources to work with, it looks like she might have even been the result of going for a reboot band play earlier on, since she only had that tac pistol.
We got Team Crocs and Socks now engaging with Team Frantic. That is not a team you want to meet in a dark alley. And now that the Storm Surge is active, there's another layer to how you approach this, another layer of pressure. Now all these teams, the teams we're watching seem to be above, but Yasmin taking fire and having the mats, at least not metal to sustain her, but for now she is just trying to see how close is the fire coming from. And now just peeking above, Frantic, waiting for her moment to launch and to pounce, and the walls come down and they are all stuck in pretty much the same 2 boxes, and maybe trying to get angles around, start to surround their prey, and Frantic may be the one who's just communicating where these enemies are, and they just kind of take it patient, step by step.
They have to. Somerset is playing with the right level of discipline because there are so many other teams surrounding. This is a prime opportunity for a third-party action to come into play if they're not careful, so it makes sense. They're having to burn some hard materials early on, but at the very least, they're not taking pressure from the south side of their current position. They're willing to hold down these walls for the time being. Yasmin trying to get a separate angle, shooting at the floor, shooting at the walls, and next thing you know, Yasmin got at least 1 or 2 tags in there, but still not enough for them to find a knock-on elimination. But with so much surge damage online, fully understanding the fact this is not an engagement that we need to commit to, especially because they don't want to risk that third-party aspect.
And with being low on mats and just, yeah, not taking enough pressure where they took really any damage, and they got, what, 200 damage for their threshold, so they're happy being able to leave that safely and look for a better opportunity where they can isolate these duels. Now we go and check in with Moxie, the zone closing in around Grand Glacier with Vader. Vader's team being above them, that is a scary team, and you do not want to see Moxie or Vader's team drop this early in game 1.
My real concern currently is for some of these ladies that haven't managed to rotate through the elevation difficulties that they're about to encounter with the zone pulling over the mountainous range of Grand Glacier. Daya, Moxie, Regs, they're definitely keeping tabs on the team on height. Vader also fully aware of what is currently surrounding them, but I don't see a reality where Regs, Daya, Moxie are looking for a fight outright. They have so much surge as is, they can sit tight for the moment.
Okay, taking fire. I think her shields just got broken. And we look at Crocs and Socks and Sweet, who don't have a third teammate still alive. And now they're below the threshold. They still need to get back on their feet. They have a few seconds to do so before the zone will force them out of their cover, and there are so many teams congregated around this area. Such a dangerous position for Crocs and Socks and Friend to be in. They try to exchange fire and maybe suppress the enemies from the area so they have a safe passage, but this is a really bad spot to be in.
This is a good lockdown by Delph, Mystic, and Inspire as well. They're really just trying to prevent the flow of traffic from rotating directly through this bush that they've set up in. Flowberry's being passed around as well. Crocs and Socks, though, it's inevitable. They have to go for the fight. They need the surge damage. And first of all, Sweet is going to fall instantaneously. Crocs soon to meet a similar fate, but from a different trio altogether. Nowhere left to run. Shadow Slayer, another elimination claimed here by Delph, so 2 elims is going to be a huge boon to the surge damage now, but these ladies, they're having to rotate up the mountain face, and they still have pressure trickling in from behind them.
And you got Nina's team at the very top of that mountain, and other top teams just waiting for the ants to crawl their way. For now, we look at Delph covering up, at least having close to full shields, but now taking fire from multiple angles. And this is where you gotta coordinate with your teammates. What problems are we gonna address first? And there's players falling like flies, so they could just wait out the storm, metaphorically to say, and see what fires that they can realistically address, and being here near the bottom is not a good spot. You see the storm surge is already starting to affect some people.
I'm paying more attention though to the teams that are already postured on the top of the hillside. Vader, Vanessa, Nina, looking directly still at Regs, Moxie, and Daya. That's going to be their true competition and seeing whether or not they can break out of this conglomeration that's starting to take place here at Grand Glacier. But Vader currently willing to just see if there is a team that they can isolate and look for a potential loot refresh opportunity. They just want to make sure that they're collecting those elims and having areas that they can fall back to get resources from the bodies that were eliminated.
Strong walls right now, so you're not going to get surprised as they get broken down too fast. Now just deciding if you can just stay quiet, maybe they'll forget that you're there in Flowberry Fizz just to make sure everyone is ready for this next engagement. Look how many teams are closed in around this Grand Glacier. This could just be a waiting game, and as soon as they know where they're taking pressure from, they could be ready to retaliate, especially having their shotgun in hand. They'll be ready to respond.
This is slightly shambles though for Delve, taking a peep at this loadout. I mean, 4 bandages, 6 small shield potions. You have to be as accurate as ever. You cannot afford for these long stretched out fights because the war of attrition is always going to work against you when you have such limited resources. So in fact, they're gonna get direct. Belts in on the other side of this wall. Mystic gonna be the first one to try and jump to her box, but instead, she can't hold the wall. 2 players already challenging. Mystic trying to do what she can, but the pincer is too strong. Inspire struggling, trying to see if she can fall back, reunite with her teammates. They've managed to box off temporarily. Their last armored walls thrown out in desperation. They're hoping for a revive, but there's just so much pressure.
Being able to throw her to safety is also funny. Good piece control at the beginning and trying to find high grounds and going for plan B, plan C. Still managing to still be on your feet is very impressive. 49, oh geez. 19 squads remaining, I should say, as the collapse finally happens. Delve, Mystic, Inspire down for the count.
Maddie and AFK, Sparkles, they could be in a world of trouble right now. Directly underneath them, I believe it was Moxie, Regs, and Daya kind of just lurking towards the bottom where they're currently situated. But Maddie, AFK, Sparkles, they seem like they've got a good indication exactly where they want to focus out. That Monarch pistol trying to light up some tags. Hopefully a knock even in the process, but Maddie and Sparkles, they're at least set up in a good position to try and continue to claim height.
That's what they're planning on doing, and doing so quickly, but also covering up and spotting. Is there going to be anyone rotating out in the open? So far, everyone is nicely sheltered, but as fire continues to be exchanged, these mats are going to get low, and you're having less and less options. Some trees remaining, but now it's a battle for height. We go and check in with Alarming Amber's team. We're taking down walls here of Lena on the other side, but still maintaining composure. Now the zone is starting to push people out of their comfort zone, and we only have 15 squads left.
But as the zone closes in and the traffic gets all the tighter together, that reveal medallion putting in work right now. Rennie gonna manage to get a huge chunk. Gel's gonna be another victim. 5 eliminations already as well for Alarming Amber's trio. This is some big hiccups that they're currently working with. It's all about just staying concealed. They're sticking to the low ground. They're relatively low currently on their mat count, so they don't want to overextend. But that refresh is gonna buy them a little bit of time. Rennie's gonna have to be on point, and Frantic is actually down for the count. Just too much congestion. It's so easy to get lost in some of these layers when you're forced to drop.
Yeah, all these micro decisions you have to do in the heat of the moment. Good amount of eliminations for Alarming Amber's team. Remember, it's 2 points per elimination. Now with 11 squads left, we're about to finalize our top 10. Now the zone will force them to move and make those decisions. Now getting some height. I like where Ballerina's going. She'll have some opponents close to her. And at least she's working with her duo to tarp her way closer to the top and also utilize other people's builds. But yeah, this is a lot of congestion, Taka.
But look who's actually trying to overthrow height currently. Daya, Regs, Moxie, they've been momentarily challenged, currently in control of that secondary height range. They're choosing to continue tarp extension underneath height. They want to see if they can chop out these floors. Regs gonna have a quick crack at it, some success. appears to have control of the high ground. Slight tag from behind. She used her last underworld dash to continue to move forward, staying committed towards that front side of zone as Moxie finds the elimination they needed. A nice Siphon match moment as well as the Siphon itself. Keep in mind, we are proccing Siphon on each of these E-limbs currently. 50 a pop, OG week as is, but so much material count. They finally get chopped up from above, but Reg, she's already kept things moving forward.
Yeah, great job from the Regs team being that high. And I saw Maddie get eliminated. Vader got knocked. Sparkles too. This is some of our best female Fortnite players in these final zones, coming down to our final 9 teams. Now Nina taking a lot of pressure, coordinating with her team, how they want to carve their way towards those opponents, or maybe just to a safer spot. And for now, they seem to be elusive enough. You just never know who you're going to meet on the other side of these walls. But this is a very resilient team and one that stays focused on those rotations. But on the other side, you have Starlet's team, and Vanessa decides to redirect the team away.
They have to fight, though. They don't have the mats to continue just tarping at free will. They're choosing to try and maintain the low ground here, but they've got teams breathing down their neck. Vanessa, Nina, and Vader doing everything they can in their power to just stay in this isolated position, undetected towards front side of zone. They know that they don't have the mat count. They know that they need a fight. Vader spots some material, but instead, attention drawn back one more time. Vanessa took a huge tag from behind, and it's gonna force the last of their shield resources to come into play.
K-Moors did just get eliminated. We're down to our final 4 teams with Rini knocked as well. Quicker rotations, but Daya in one of the best positions, just raining heck down on this team and forcing them. And it's only wood walls too, so this is just gonna break like an egg, and Daya is ready to deliver the final blow. But right now we look towards Nina, who did just get knocked, and Vader's below half health, and it's all up to Vanessa to keep them stabilized.
It's just deja vu. Moxie, Regs, Daya on high. Daya is going to be the first to descend, go play Disruptor in the low ground, try and see if she can track down these last remaining players. Regs also continuing to just spray down from height. And enough builds, enough splashes as well. Look at the heals in her loadout. Regs is so set up for outlasting everyone else in this lobby.
Just with the amount of eliminations they have all the resources they need, and there you have it. Game 1, Victory Royale goes to Team Moxie.
Moxie, Regs, and Daya. We saw this in qual number 1 of the Milk Cup, and here again today at the Milk Cup Championship, we are witnessing them take the first strike here out of our lobby. An impressive performance as well. The moment that they commandeered high, it just seemed like no one had an opportunity to take over.
And our number 1 team from Qualifier 1 taking our first game, but that got so hectic at the end. But that is just our first game. We have 5 more to go. We got to tally up those points, those eliminations. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome back to the Milk Cup, everyone. We've just finished round one. I'm standing here with the team leader, Team Moxie of Moxie, Regs, and Daya. After that first round, you ladies took it all, and oh my goodness, racking up all of the eliminations in that first round. How did it feel to walk away the first winner for today's Milk Cup?
I mean, I feel amazing. I have the best teammates ever, so I think we're used to it. And yeah, amazing. I have the best fraggers in the game right now.
I like the confidence in yourself and also your teammates, because from what I'm hearing from the casters, from the fans, from the community, everyone is looking at your team as one of the top 5 teams to walk away today and potentially be taking it all. So what does that mean to you for people to have such confidence in you?
I mean, I feel a little bit of pressure of winning. Like if I don't win, never mind, I'm winning. But yeah, I feel pressure, also exciting and thankful for like everyone supporting us. It's amazing. It inspires me to get better. Thank you, everyone.
Absolutely. And you know what? People are cheering for you. They want to see what you can do. But listen, we've got 5 more rounds to jump into. So, girl, I'm going to let you take a seat again. Get ready, because we're going to throw it back to the casters so we can get into round number 2.
Thank you so much, Avalie, and a big shout out to that trio right there.
They
What
just look
a
so
showing.
beautiful.
Moxie, Regs, Daya, and I love just how confident they were.
Yeah, oh, just used to it. Just another day at the office getting number 1. It was our winners from Qualifier 1 taking game 1 and in great fashion.
But it's that dap up of respect, though, from Moxie. She's just like, I've got the best fraggers with me. What do I have to worry about? And, you know, for good reason, because after witnessing that performance, after seeing just how commanding they were from the high ground, I think that we are definitely setting up here for some real difficulties, because that reveal medallion just went bonkers once these zones became so tight-knit.
I mean, even before the high ground was a situation for them, watching them around zone 2 and 3 where they were on the hunt. And although they went for the south side of the map first, they didn't really find anyone, immediately using those flame hoops to get a better rotation, and then immediately found eliminations.
And just to kind of point out some surprising top finishes we had in game 1. So of course, well, nothing surprising about Vader's team getting number 2, but maybe like Alina's team getting number 3. We had Blarine or Alarming Amber's team getting number 4. It's so awesome to see kind of this talent show up that early in the top 5 spot.
Of course, and that is exciting, but ultimately, you've got to make sure that you're not letting Team Moxie continue to collect those victory royales, because granted, even though the eliminations are only 2 points a pop, at the same time here, if they continue to just dominate the lobby, similar to how we saw from Qual number 1 performance, and there's a pretty good likelihood that you could stake for it.
I was a little surprised, though, Taco, seeing around, what was it, Zone 9, Zone 10, there was not really a high ground team, and Moxie team was kind of on that, like, soft high ground, and using that Underworld dash so just perfectly and holding on to it till the final moments to make sure that they were able to claim high ground. That is what a top team does.
Yeah, I think really what they did excellently was they were able to separate Female Clix' team, because it was actually CC Nuggets and Female Clix that were trying to hold down that high ground, but the moment that they became too split apart from each other, it just made for easy pickings for Team Moxie to just overthrow them in the high ground. And at that point, everybody got so smothered into those lower layers, because again, you're dealing with elevation in these zones. It's hard to work your way up when there's a team on height, scanning your exact position and applying pressure where needed.
And kind of looking at some of our finishes, we had Team Somerset in 14th. Does that surprise you at all? Like, I just had them locked in at top 5 in my head forever, and it is only game 1, but what do you think?
I think primarily their issue at the very start of the lobby that I couldn't help but notice was just, I don't want to call it hesitant, but I feel like they should be playing with a little bit more aggressiveness at Reckless Railways. I mean, these ladies, we know just how powerful they can be as far as their mechs are concerned. We know that they've got great awareness. It's really just solidifying some of the communication to decide who's going to be sent on that initial frag duty.
Well, something that I noticed there while we were looking at Reckless Railways was that the trio of Somerset and Fran was kind of off towards the northeast side of it, built up a tower, was going for the tags towards the eastern side, and the 3 of them were a bit split. But if you look at the other team that was at Reckless Railways, they were all huddled together in a box, and so I think think that they really weren't getting the early aggression that maybe they were expecting. However, something that you called out, Taco, is that they were still very low on builds to a point of it was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it was evident that they were giving a lot of consideration towards the team that was on that southern side of the map, because you typically, when you have an uncontested POI, or even if you're going to split the POI at a soft con, you're going to be limited as far as what mats you can actually go for. And the problem with that north side of Reckless Railways is that there isn't as much of that brick material for them to work with. I think the south side has a little bit more control of where the brick is actually established, and so that lack of hard match just made it really difficult for them to feel comfortable, I think, with actually playing the early aggression.
Another team that I want to talk about, Maddie NF with that Monarch pistol was just, and honestly, it wasn't just the Monarch pistol that I saw her getting some crazy snipes with, is that I really appreciate kind of the early high ground that they were kind of going for while the zone was pulling up the hill. They were just kind of ramping up the hill, not fully going for high ground, but making sure that they had a better position, as of course that end zone was not atrocious, I want to say, but very rough.
And they got like a good amount of elimination. At least they got eliminations. They're able to survive into that top 10, which is, I think, a very good start. And, you know, we got thumbs up. We're getting into game 2 shortly, and everyone gets a moment. I know it seems like icing out, but it's also a moment to calm down. You talked about kind of that hesitancy from game 1. Now you can really talk over your game plan for game 2 and address those concerns, or just if you're Team Moxie, keep doing what you're doing and blaze the path.
Yeah, yep. Getting ready to get into game number 2. You can see our ladies are getting ready for that lobby to kick off right now. And looking towards Alarming Amber's trio. I swear, 5 eliminations, and then I for a second I looked away, and then they had 6 eliminations. Alarming Amber's trio definitely going for that W key play style.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense in certain circumstances, especially when you find yourself dealing with those shifts and elevations of the zone. But right now, what I'm noticing most is that everyone is clearly trying to take early control of their surge damage. And it's not an easy feat by any means, especially when it comes to like a set lobby type of play. But at the same time, I feel like having this first game now out of the way, having experienced it, even if it didn't pan out the way that some of these trios are hoping for, I think it gives a great opportunity for some of those butterflies to settle.
Yeah, I mean, Lemon Kiwi, as someone that has worked on over the course of many different esports, you know, once those the land jitters are gone, do you think that these ladies now, after just game number 1, are ready and locked in?
Yeah, and even for me personally, like broadcast, like you get most nervous during the build-up, like the timer before the thing actually begins. But once you're in the game, this is your playground and this is your battlefield. And I think this is where the players can be the most comfortable, and they're with their teammates in person. You can give each other a hug, a fist bump. You can celebrate those things together, or you can go through it together. And we have our bingo card updated. I did say, Taco, we at least got swimming off the board, but more than just that.
When you talk about the battleground, obviously we think of the island of Fortnite, but this is the battleground that all of us here are competing across. And look at that, already got some potential 5 across there. Train griefs, I don't know if we're gonna be seeing any train griefs, but everyone.
You never know.
I know that we're all ready to get onto that battle bus, and it looks like our players are as well. So everyone make some noise for game number 2 of the Milk Cup Championships.
Let's get into it. A 19-point lead for Team Moxie after all the eliminations and that big 65-point victory royale. That is the team to beat, but will they stay at the top?
Hey, it's always nice to strike first. Don't get me wrong. Getting that first Victory Royale is definitely got to be an awesome feeling, especially since it's taking place here at the Milk Cup Championship. But it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And we know that we have seen consistency in the past from Regs, Moxie, and Dia, but they've got to continue to capture that lightning in a bottle and make sure that they continue to poise for those high ground overtakes or just control.
Yeah, you don't want game 1 to be a fluke. You want it to be a trend, and we kind of already pointed out some stars that have really risen. Talked about Alina Rose's team finishing 3rd, Alarming Amber at number 4, Sarlet number 5. So yeah, maybe Team Somerset had that 14th place finish. We expect them to be in the top 5. This could be the game where you turn it all around.
Almost waiting to see though whether or not some other teams decide to try and tackle these titans of the lobby currently, because leaving the raft fully uncontested for the likes of Moxie, Regs, and Daya is not going to do anybody in this lobby any sort of favors. They are able to leave this POI just so stacked because nobody is trying to pose a threat for these ladies. And I understand they've commanded that respect from their gameplay that we've been witnessing the entire time leading in to this event, but eventually, you know, you've got to go for that David versus Goliath moment.
And this is where a lot of our teams, like maybe our solo players, some of the duos who went on these kind of sabotage routes, starting to really look at those routes and what is the timing of the cutoff. And unfortunately for them, weren't successful at trying to strike down the Titans that we have at the Milk Cup Championship. But we do have some stealth here from Millie and Sophie just watching prey across the field, which is Emperor, who are unsuspecting.
They know exactly. Millie has that thermal scope. She knows exactly where they are at, but this is a really safe position. I like the fact that they are playing it so smart. That bait out of the Enthusiast. This is tough for Psycho and Emperor. I feel as if they're moving in a way that kind of indicates as if they know that there is still someone potentially looking to threaten them currently at Brawler's Battleground, and things have just come to a bit of a halt. And the real challenge now for Sofiane and Millie is they have to decide, do we commit to this because they've already sunk so much time without finding any surge damage early on, or do we try to move things in a little bit closer? And sure enough, Sofiane, she doesn't want to stick around any longer. She doesn't want to wait any longer. Her and Millie are going to collect what they need to and just try to bounce.
Yeah, you don't want to waste too much time when you could be farming mats, you could be on rotations and not thinking the opportunity was primed to even put damage on. But if you can at least see the rotation, you'll know, well, where the opponent is, and you'll know you're less in danger when you're the one that's hidden. The advantage, the engagement is dictated by when Sophie and Millie want to do that, and it's a 2 versus 3, so the moment has to be perfect.
But I do understand this sentiment of a little bit of a slower approach, though, from Sofiane and Millie. Keep in mind, this is one of our duos. They don't have that full trio, unfortunately, so they know that they're gonna have to be a lot more precise with their eliminations right off the bat. And with the way that Psycho and Emperor are currently postured, it almost seems as though both of these teams are just unwilling to budge. It's almost like the other is inviting the exchange to happen first.
Talk about the powerhouse of Millie and Sophie, though. They finished 7th as a duo in game 1. That is insane, and that's a 39-point start with 6 eliminations. So that kind of patience, you think it's hesitancy? No, it's not. It's confidence to know when, really to pick your battles and at what zone you really want to start firing at. So we look towards Lifa, Leah, and Adis, who I think are kind of that unsuspecting talent who have so much potential now around the reboot ban. They're ones that finish middle of the pack in these qualifiers, but this is really anybody's game, as we've highlighted before.
But they're just continuing to try and wrap around Sandy Steps. They're looking to play more towards the edge of zone. Scare, Chloe, Gaval. They're doing everything that they can to try and cut off Hemi's trio, but material count relatively low. This is a battle that they've got to collapse on quickly, and Hemi's, her team completely uninterested, but now they're trying to rotate out, and they've got to deal with this team approaching them from behind. They can no longer look to try and buy themselves some time. Kitsy gonna be forced to expand some of these small shield potions, and again, I respect the dedication, the commitment to this rotation, but eventually you are going to have to deal with the team pressuring you.
Yeah, it's a balance of also trying to top up your shields while assessing how far the opponents are from you, because they're closing in. It's not a marathon, it is a sprint, and now Kay is on their tail. Already spotting one, getting around it, shotgun out. Shields pop though for Kay as she takes a moment to replenish those, and depends on her teammate there of Chloe to maybe approach and suppress if they were to get close.
Still a layer up currently over Liz's trio, and Chloe trying to see if she can open up some roof angles, spotted out. Emmys might not know, she might creep up on this door. Chloe trying to collapse immediately. The first shot gonna miss, so big whip out of the gatekeeper, and Chloe, she's about to get turned on because of it. Her wall doing everything she can to try and hold it. Fortunately though, backup has arrived. Hemi's gonna fall. Scare manages to make the approach, and that is all they needed.
And a great reaction as soon as you lost vision of that enemy to put the walls up, but Chloe just breaks them down, knocks them down. And Kitsy Hemis eliminated early on in game 2.
It was nearly a tragic circumstance there, though. That could have gone either way. But unfortunately for Hemi, she's just a little bit too split from the rest of her team, and that will be their shutdown factor here in lobby number 2. A moment as they wait for lobby 3 to begin, hop back on that battle bus as they continue to watch the rest of the competition unfold. Lavish, Lily, Pao, and Rhea, a little bit southwest from Doomstadt, and it almost seems like they're trying to control the flow of traffic through the bridge. Not necessarily a surge base, so to say, but they're definitely trying to keep tabs on teams looking to maneuver across this bridgeway, and feel as though they've done an okay job at making sure to maintain a slightly elevated position.
And they didn't get any eliminations last game, so this is sort of their play style, to be in these early zones, just stay really quiet, stay hidden, and kind of wait until the zones collapse and force them to engage. But when you are overly patient, you can be surprised as you have this element of safety, and you get surprised like that. So they do get tagged, they are still alive, but they'll also want to rack up some eliminations to try and stay high on this leaderboard, because right now they're near the bottom at the start of our tournament.
That was some decent supportive measures there coming out of Lavish Lily, though. She's able to put back enough shot fire that it allows her teammates time to bail out from where they were currently based, and Vader gonna waste absolutely no time moving in to that location. Probably start breaking down some of those walls to make sure that it's their builds instead, that they'll have control over the box fights that might unfold in that section. Delph, Inspire, Mystic, though, a lot of time being invested inside of the Storm, which means they're going to be incredibly late on this next rotate. Whether or not it works out for them, though, it definitely could. That knock as well, Mystic knows that she's not going to need another med kit, because as soon as that elimination credit goes through, she'll be back to full HP as long as her white HP doesn't fall underneath 50, which I don't think it should at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, the new element of Siphon has made things a lot more fast-paced when you don't have to heal yourself as much. So you see that our top players really like to go for those eliminations, and then they just don't stop trucking, which is exactly what we're seeing Delph, Inspire, and Mystic do. Meanwhile, we'll check in with Somerset's team finishing in 14th last game. They're already in a bunker.
Yeah, the bunker that spawns near Dumpenhazen. And when you think about it, Dumpenhazen actually has a lot of benefits. Granted, you have that opportunity for the forecast tower, you have the opportunity for a potential weapons bunker, and Somerset's trio, this is the kind of position that you want to be in, extending into that mid and late game. They've all got practically max material count, and I'd wager they fully understand that it's a game of catch-up at this point, because this is one of our teams that we are 100% expecting to be towards the top end of that leaderboard, and I almost feel as though that's added a slight or a subtle layer of pressure, because when the whole community is just anticipating you to have a strong, top 5, top 3, if not win out performance, it could be a lot to live up to.
Yeah, there's a lot of expectations there, but also this is a team that can maybe crumble under those nerves, but this is also an environment where you're, like we said before, you're with your team and you go through all of that together, and they are big favorites to still perform well, and that was only game 1. Alina, though, a little bit of hide and seek as she has no other teammates still standing, and the Storm is slowly taking her out, but she'll wait until the perfect threshold because she does have some healing, but she doesn't know who's really nearby, so is trying to be as careful as she can.
Well, there's one zipline for the bingo board. Maybe we'll get a second. Hard to say. Alina, though, dreams crushed for all of us here at the venue. She will not take that zipline yet again. Maybe she took it earlier on, hard to say, but just swimming now through this river of sticks, trying to make sure that she can cut across. This is just I don't want to call it an impossible battle, Lemon Kiwi, but playing for placement is really the intention there from Alina.
At least just buying yourself a few more placements. The longer you live, the better. And adjusting your playstyle is how many teammates you have is important. We go and check in on a few squads around Reckless Railways. Charlotte, Melanie, Michaela, a strong start in game 1. And it's all off of their patience and knowing when to break out and get aggressive. And speaking of aggression, we go and check in on 2 squads already clashing here. And all boxed up is K, Bot, and Shadow Slayer.
Female Clix though, she's willing to get aggressive immediately. The Armored Walls gonna be forced to come into play here as Kay Blant hoping to still continue to cut off these attempts from Female Clix's trio, but look at the action that's picking up. It seems as though another team has joined the fold, as now Female Clix didn't even recognize the fact they've been launch padded onto. CC Nugget immediately gonna look for the disengage, but it's Smiley, Sophia, and Mari with the cutoff of the exchange. This is the third party that was only a matter of time before it came into play.
And this is a dangerous spot. There's still 28 squads left. You do not want to fall at this point if you are a top team. Smiley, Sophia, Mari, very healthy, but above, Sophia watching them down. Or Sophia is with them, getting also a different angle. Mari ahead as they carve their way up the mountain with a squad to the west, and not too worried after that exchange.
But look at the material count as well as the elimination points that have come into play already. Business as usual for these ladies. They are suited up and ready to perform as Mari takes a slight unfortunate stumble. The Flowberry Fizz gonna bot her an extra second or 2. And we're gonna act as if Smiley, the intention, it's a power play maneuver here. Mari, she doesn't need full HP, she's got Smiley.
Yeah, as a Canadian, I know snow is still very tough to land on. It does hurt a lot.
You know, sometimes the Flowberry Fizz, you think it's gonna last the entire duration, but on occasion, you know, maybe a couple seconds shy of victory. Still though, ultimately just a slight hiccup in their overall game plan. They're still able to make their rotate, and I love this stealth play as well from Smiley, kind of approaching from the lower side of the elevations because she's trailing so far behind Sophia and Mari, and it's almost like she's expecting some stragglers to maybe make an approach from dead side as well.
Just a lot of field coverage with being able to play it that dispersed. So now we go more back towards Reckless Railways. This has always been a congested area. And pretty good on mats here is Kay with Scare and Chloe. We're just maneuvering around these buildings. Now fire coming from the north side, but a lot of teams in this area protecting now the reboot van and starting to break down the walls of some opponents on the other side as Kay's gonna cover all the angles and just wait for a moment to pounce out.
A little concerned here though for where Scare, Chloe, and K-Val are currently situated, because it seems like they started to draw a little bit of the lobby focus, and that's the primary reason why we see them choosing to back off. They recognize easier to just try and wrap around a separate way. We're gonna head towards the bridge. Doesn't look as though there's anyone currently in control of it. And again, a zone starting to pull a little bit more towards that northeast direction. We might be headed straight for the mountain takes.
Oh, and it's the race. All the teams starting to rotate in that direction. And this is a pretty open area with some high grounds that could be overlooking. And that's why Kay and Scare just making sure they watch their backs, and now spotting a team in the distance. They're already gonna suppress them, force them to use mats to protect themselves as Kay's teammates do the same thing. As they tunnel their way, able to collect some wood, still have 400 mats on that side, and they make their way on the other side of the hill in a safe zone.
Probably already starting to take notes though, some of the teams that are looking to set up on those slightly elevated positions that those mountains can provide. But Regs, Moxie, Dia, we're talking about height, we're talking about teams that love to control it as well. But Regs, Moxie, Dia seemingly controlling the flow of the lobby as well from the top of Rift Island. They've already secured the capture point here as well, and likely made quick use of the amount of resources fully available on the island. And Moxie also continuing to just pepper some damage into some of these late rotation teams, and this is the problem. You want to go for a later rotate, fine, but then you're forced into the rifts, and now you're forced to deal with the likes of Moxie just lighting people up in the sky, hoping that she can find a knock in the process. And there's the first to fall. They're trying to immediately descend, hanging on just a moment longer, but the shield crack did go through.
Somehow, that's a very sturdy Cloud on the other side, able to get to safety. And yeah, you talked about those resources these teams are able to get, and that allows you to just delay these engagements, and the less that you have, the more you're forced to maybe take a disadvantageous battle as Daya, Moxie, Regs in the skies towards the mountain to get an overlook of the area. This is going to be such a good power position for them if they decide to go there.
Looking like a slightly split position. Daya has caught wind of some teams in an exchange at the bottom of this mountain face, and it seems as though Moxie, Daya, Regs, they just want to try and extend their lead. They're still going to look to make the play for height first off, but they are definitely giving some respect to teams already based up on the mountainside, and they know they've got a really strong position where they're currently at. They can just look to bottleneck those teams at the bottom of the mountain face.
No time to waste for AFK, still racing away, having some dashes, but low on shields. As everyone is just trying to get to a spot where they can take a breath, but the teams are also converging in the same area. They know how to deal with this traffic. Maddie's team is so experienced at this level of competition. Now opening things up on the horizon. Teams approach. Maddie knows. Tries to take some height, but now the walls are being taken down, and Maddie's gonna need some help to push these teams away.
And this is the problem with trying to work your way up the elevation for those teams that are already situated at the top. Lavish Lily, Rhea in a desperate need for some more heals or even a refresh of any sort. 2 versus 3, some solo sprinkled around as well, but for the most part, Lavish Lily, Rhea, no luck so far in finding a knock. You can tell they want the refresh, they want more material, they're gonna need it for scaling up this elevation. Finally, a connection here for Lavish Lily as she gets Scars fully taken down.
Oh, and just really needing to hunt for that damage threshold, finding themselves above, but a lot of knocks coming in as teams just barely get to the edge of the zone, and Rhea, pretty much the last remaining player, is Lily about to bleed out as Rhea has to become independent, keep herself still standing. 24 squads remaining. It's just about trying to survive or just outlive your opponents rather than engage anyone. This is such a rough spot for Rhea to be in, and now taking fire, doesn't really know from where, and now closer than she expected, tries to create some space between them. 5 HP and the Storm Surge active with the zone taking her out. Rhea's in trouble.
I fear at this point Rhea is playing 4 placements, and that dream's gonna get shut down immediately. Just too much. But again, sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles. Botley, K-Plant, Shadow Slayer, they've got a decent spot. Just a little bit away from where most of the commotion is taking place, but they do have teams local to their current setup. When that Flowberry Fizz comes out, you have to anticipate that's their sign that they want to get a rotate. They want to make it fast. They're hoping that the rest of the lobby is currently too distracted by the other late stragglers. They're going to be able to actually overthrow some teams on the mountainside and find their own position. But Botley, the lobby noticed exactly where she was at, just caught up from the teams rotating behind.
And as they're trying to get high ground, they're just getting a shot in the back. So Kay and Shadow Slayer are forced to pay attention, to try to dictate the fight on their own terms. Now circling around the mountain, like you said, it's difficult to find height, and you just don't know what angle to engage. As one by one they fall, and it's all up to Shadow Slayer. Cat is just frustrated with the situation that is in their face, and there's so many teams also holding the edge of the zone, making it difficult, and now it may be just up to Shadow Slayer to stay put for a second.
It looked as though K-Plant possibly communicating to Shadow Slayer in that player camp, hey, watch your backside. That's where I just got eliminated from, and not only that, but Moxie, Daya, Regs, they're gonna be the team that is currently staring down Shadow Slayer's current position. They know that she is all by her lonesome, but they also don't feel the necessity to immediately push right away. They've got a good spot right now in that front side. of the low ground, and they probably just want to maintain that position until they see where this next zone pulls, and this is the reason why they weren't willing to commit to height just yet, because we do have the zone pulling just a little bit more towards the lower dips in this valley.
So many squads left too at 19 as the zone gets smaller and smaller, pulling to the south. And Sarlet, their team had such a strong finish in game 1, and the elims continue to rack up now 2 for Sarlet. Maybe not a ton in terms of what the average was last game, but it's about placement for this team. It's about quality, not quantity, although I'm sure a quantity of eliminations would be great. Now a team ahead of them trying to cut their path and their route. And it's good for them to address this, keep the walls on the left, and ride the edge of the zone, but now above and beyond, someone is in their way.
The problem, though, is that the moment that a teammate falls, meaning Michaela in this circumstance, they're trying to go for the double revive, and even with it being a faster rate, it doesn't matter. Melanie just scrambling, trying to build a layer up, because look at who's joined the mix. Lola Blood, Nolik, Reddish, CC Nugget, Canary, and Sarler. There's nowhere to move here. Melanie is trapped.
And to take that risk, to go for the revive when this could be a race to just getting to a safer spot, to get to a higher spot, and a team that's pretty healthy and doing well is Team Reddish. Now, but they are pretty surrounded. They're just trying to hold it down, let everyone else duke it out and find their moment to path away. And the moment is now. Bullet jumps in around the corner. They'll be in a better spot, and they kind of can create this little base. There's not anyone in their way to right now.
Still continuing to control the front side of the low ground. Els completely unaware of what lies on the other side of those walls. Gonna have to throw out the armored walls just for that extra layer of protection. Reddish also making sure to cut off her backside. Doesn't want to find herself in a position where they can get pinched, essentially. Flurry Fizz as well, and the problem now for Reddish is starting to stack up. They need more damage. They're gonna have to take a fight. Don't know if they want the one directly next to them with Els' spawn, but at the same time, they've got to get a move on. They've got to stay ahead and towards that front side. Florina, though, finding Kells on the ultimate low.
Oh, 13 squads, a bunch just got taken out. Florina alarming Amber Rinny. The very strong top 5 finish in game 1. Hoping to head that direction once again. Staying consistent is key. And the zone getting ever so smaller with teams more injured than them on the other side. And now the threshold no longer an element they have to worry about. It's about being patient, listening to the fire, and how you can intervene and third party this. You're actually just trying to go under other teams, but it's them that get cut at the heel, and it's just Rinny with 57 HP and barely getting away with Nina, Vanessa, and Vader on their tail.
There's just no match to work with. They didn't have any options left to expend. Vader, Nina, Vanessa, fully taking advantage of that opportunity presented, and they need those eliminations, because keep in mind, they finished second in our first lobby. Nina, so much pressure, so much duress, just trying to make sure that she continues to chart forward. A lot of hard material being expended currently, but they are alone, at least for the time being. Vanessa making sure to maintain focal point towards their back, wants to make sure that they have an opportunity for the heal through to come through on those shields for Vader.
And a much better game out of Team Somerset, who are not only on a higher layer, but are dictating a lot of these engagements now, maybe getting lower on bats, but they kind of have their route figured out, and they're in the middle of the zone, and they're pressuring players on the rotate. Now dropping down, Somerset doesn't want to let them escape, and see someone tarping nearby, taking down Daya's walls, and also adjusting. Once you fire, your position is revealed, and Somerset is so good at adjusting and being aggressive, forcing Moxie's team to a lower layer. And Somerset keeps watch.
These scans are just relentless, though, off that reveal medallion. Somerset's going to take advantage, though, finds Nolik, but the refresh, the body loot might just go to Regs instead. No, Regs continuing to just maneuver through that ultimate low ground. Somerset frantic gas. They're going to have to drop soon enough. They don't have much material left to work with.
I think we only have 5 squads left. Will it be Team Somerset taking the victory royale and just flipping this whole tournament on its head? Vader, Nina, Vanessa barreling through on the lower ground. Really good reactions to keep themselves covered, but needing to get their shields back up. Vanessa pretty injured. Moxie, the floor taken out from under her and just got knocked.
And with Moxie having fallen, though, keep in mind, Somerset's in a similar position. She's gonna find Nina, though. The moment that Nina scrawls out, Somerset frantic. They have a real opportunity to bring this one home. Just has to deal with Vanessa. Somerset finds it. Siphon comes through. One more gonna connect, and sure enough, the victory royale in lobby number 2. This is the confidence we were waiting for.
What a turnaround from a 14th place game 1 to just being able to deal with that pressure, turn nerves into confidence, and they are hyped, their hands are warm, and they're ready to go to game 3. A huge, huge game 2 win for Team Somerset.
Absolutely love seeing that double fist pump into the air out of Somerset. Gotta be feeling good with getting that slight revenge tour here in lobby number 2.
And that was game 2. We got 4 more games to go. Thanks for sticking through everything, y'all. We'll find out what happens next after the break.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to the Milk Cup. We just finished round 2, and I'm standing with the round 2 winner, team captain, Team Somerset right here. First of all, congratulations, but girl, walk me through that final minute or 2 of gameplay, because it looked like you were on the high ground, got knocked to the bottom. Girl, what was happening?
There was a lot going on. There was a moment in about first moving where we kind of took a moment to just breathe and look up at height and notice nobody was there. We were like, this is our moment to take it. We knew we didn't have a crazy amount, but if we used our armor walls and everything, we would be able to hold it for long enough. Towards the end, we actually ended up starting to lose our mats. We had about little to nothing, and I saw an opportunity to jump down, which is just where I just started fragging out, and it ended up working, and then we got the victory, so.
And tell me about the team comms in those final few moments before the round ended. Was it like a lot of, "You've got this, Somerset"? Was there that camaraderie? What was going on?
There was a lot of everybody just calming everything that was going on. Everyone was kind of doing their own thing. Someone's calming, oh, we have no mats. Somebody goes, I'm jumping on low, I'm 1v2. There's just so much going on, but I feel like we have a really good dynamic where we're all confident in each other, so we just play off of that.
Fantastic. And for a lot of people who are watching at home, they know your name. They know you. They know that you play Fortnite, and they've been following your journey and your career for quite a while. But for a lot of the women competing here today, a lot of them may be brand new to the scene. So what's it like for you being kind of a Fortnite veteran and looking around at all of these fresh faces that are so excited to get the opportunity to compete?
I think this is such a huge opportunity that they gave to women. I've always been such a big advocate of pushing women's gaming, especially in the competitive scene, because I know it can be a little tough. I think just being here all together, I mean, if you look at everything, there's so many people here. Just being here together, supporting each other, knowing we all go through the same stuff, makes us more confident in continuing to do it in the future.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time. I'm going to let you get set up for round 3, and that means back to the casters, because I want to see more Fortnite.
We do too, Avalie. Thank you so much, Somerset, for sharing the insight there. Of course, I love the comms coming out. And what I love even more is that we have a leaderboard ready to go so we can see where our 33 trios are currently sitting on the leaderboard. And of course, in first place, such a build-up. Team Moxie, of course, after winning game number 1 and having a good performance in game number 2. I don't think it's too much of a surprise. Also not a surprise to see Team Nina up there in second place. Alarming Amber, although they went a little down a little early in game number 2, those eliminations that they're still able to get is what's holding them in third place over our game 2 winners of Team Frantic, Taco.
Of course, but again, I think that Somerset's trio definitely needed this swing in points to stay in the running, right? Because, again, we are starting to see a little bit of a point lead build up there for Team Moxie, but with Team Nina so close behind, you can't ever get comfortable. And this is back-to-back lobbies now. We have seen Nina's team essentially collected inside of that top 5. And so if they can continue to maintain that consistency, they'll continue to pose a threat to first place.
And I know it's only game 2, but this is a really kind of neck and neck first and second place with a whole 38-point buffer between Team Nina and Team Alarming Amber. And we had maybe our predictions as to who will be at the top, but there's been a lot of solid, surprising showings. Even our duo of Turnt Sophie and Millie being in 8th place, even still after game 2, is really incredible and very impressive.
I love to see it. I think we actually saw them kind of playing a bit of a pacifistic start to the game, and I think that's something that we predicted because obviously going into a 2v3 situation is nothing short of challenging, and so instead by playing, you know, kind of sneaking into the bushes, following other players while crouching is definitely favoring that play style for the duo competition. But Taco, I want to talk about the end game there because I feel like, you know, at one point we saw that there was 4 teams alive, but 3 of them were trios, and the trios were Moxie's trio, Nina's trio, and Somerset's trio. So to see the heavy hitters all at the very end there, I mean, it just showcases how hard and how much that they have been practicing.
Yeah, and I think it's also a great kind of highlight moment because this is kind of the expectations that have been placed upon all of those teams that we saw leading into our top 3 of lobby number 2. But again, I can't stress it enough. It's awesome whenever you get that victory royale moment or even a top 3 to top 5 finish inside of this kind of competition. But you need to make sure that you are leading off into that halfway point with a really strong point buildup. And so it's fun in games, right, for Somerset's team, but they know they still need more, so there's no chance for them to put on the brakes just yet. They've got to keep the gas pedal going.
And you heard Somerset in the interview. They're really settled and confident and trusting of each other, and that's kind of the big question you would have for any team here, where sometimes for a lot of these teams this is their first time competing as a trio. Maybe they don't have as much chemistry together. Obviously, there's a ton of scrims preparing for this LAN, but that kind of synergy takes time to build, and you're able to show up on LAN and really kind of listen to each other's calls, kind of like, oh, look behind, there's someone there, and to deal with those frustrations and to deal with those communication issues or that style on the fly is a lot to handle.
Another factor, of course, within any Fortnite tournament, there is a level of RNG and Taco. These eastern zones are rough.
Yeah, I mean, we might call it a little bit of luck involved, but yeah, the mountain range zones are tough. But anybody that's been keeping tabs on some of the Cash Cup action, for example, it's been a relatively common, I think, seeing some of these zones pull over a little bit more of that rougher terrain. And another thing I kind of want to draw back attention towards, though, from Somerset's interview, that did it was like a beige flag for me when she said, yeah, the comms got so hectic.
Yes.
Because again, you find the Victory Royale, awesome. Can't be more excited to see, you know, another team put their name into the hat as far as Victory Royale contenders are concerned. But if the comms are going to be a little bit more scatterbrained, it can be difficult to maintain consistency through that.
Could say the comms were frantic.
Oh my god.
You know,
okay, yeah, no, sorry. I had to get
they're
one
staying
pun.
on brand. I respect that.
I had to get one pun in there. Yeah, I do appreciate, though, you know, they were paying attention to high ground, as these teams often do once we do get into Zone 9, and noticing that there was just, again, no one on high ground right now. A lot of these teams seem to be kind of staying to the low and middle ground. And Taco, I'd love to pick your brain on that. Why do you think that we're seeing a little bit of a passive take on height from Zone 9?
I think that just really boiled down to no one realized that there wasn't anyone actually on height. I think that Moxie, Regs, and Daya became so fixated on just trying to clean house inside of the mid and low ground layers that they kind of just lost tabs on what was actually taking place more towards the high ground, because you heard it from Somerset. She's like, we were looking around waiting to see who's going to actually go for it first so we can challenge, and then we realized nobody seemed interested.
And another team I do want to give a special shout out to, Reddish, Noel, Lola, doing such a good job staying at the front of zone once that zone did start moving there. And they had great heals, a great loadout as well. I mean, Lemon Kiwi, they're definitely positioning themselves for a good second half of the tournament.
Oh yeah, they turned it all around in game 2. I mean, finishing 5th, getting 7 eliminations. They really got into their comfort zone. Speaking of Team Reddish, now they sit at 5th in the leaderboard, but this is just the most highly contested point of the leaderboard. From 5th to 10th place on the leaderboard is a difference of 5 points. Oh. So this is just anyone's game still, and we still have 4 more to go. So this leaderboard is going to shift a lot, and anybody can kind of just choke a game and just end up at the bottom.
Yeah, I mean, with 65 points going towards the Victory Royale winners, it's such a big chunk of the points that can really turn the tides, Taco.
Exactly, and I think that one thing about turning the tides, though, is you got to make sure that you're still staying in control of the ship, right? Because you're bound to encounter some pretty rough waves, especially when you look at the level of competition that some of these ladies are bringing. And also, I think adaptability is the primary thing I'm trying to keep tabs on.
Well, adaptability is important, and we on the desk here are going to be adapting to a new scene because we are ready for game number 3 of the Milk Cup Championships.
Just like that, we're already back in it. And again, I think that a lot of these ladies, they've had 2 lobbies now to decide what exactly is going to be taking place. But again, you are still trying to find your footing in a sense for those that haven't managed to actually secure placements inside of the top 10 so far.
And it just takes kind of one really good placement. Like kind of Kelly said, like that 65-point Victory Royale can change your entire tournament perspective, or prospective, I should say. So we go to game 3 with everyone loaded in. I'm guessing sticking to the drop points, and the medallions really helping teams like Moxie, who finished back-to-back top 2 with 1 Victory Royale in there. And obviously Team Frantic is up there, being usually around the Reckless Railways. We'll see if Team Nina can do well with usually going for those Sovereign Shotgun mythics, but yeah, early game.
And this is to be expected at this stage, because the teams that have been prospering, there's no real reason for them to stray from their initial game plan strategy. They've just got to continue repeating it to the best of their ability to find that utmost level of success. And Regs, Moxie, Daya, even though I know that they're definitely still content to have found a top 3 finish in lobby number 2, it is evident that everything outside of first place is a no-go.
And efficiency is key, and this is where the experience comes into play of you have your initial game plan, but this is Fortnite. Something is gonna eventually shift you away from that, and it's what is your plan B, plan C, and who's gonna be the leader on the team that can pitch those ideas, and there's a level of trust that you have. And now you have Raft where, well, Team Regs, they'll be perfectly fine getting a reveal medallion. You've already pointed out so many times how important that's been in the later zones of knowing who's on the other side of that wall and knowing when you're able to engage and have that advantage at all times.
And I think one of the more surprising factors even for Moxie, Dia, and Regs is that they're not even trying to pressure teams that are a little bit more towards the outskirts. Think like the coastal columns area that are the even further southwest on the map, but they're actually just choosing to move out almost immediately after they gather everything they want. They pick apart the raft, and they actually look to move more central map. And I think the main reasoning behind this is because if they're center map, it really gives them full control of which direction they want to play the most aggressive towards.
They look towards Crocs and Socks, Weezer, Wonka, and Sweet, who are, now we're in a farming stage, and it's a team that really has to step up to the challenge, who could have had better placements in the early games. We still have all our teams ready. And and Somerset talked about how important those materials are and kind of what happens when you run out of them and what decisions you're forced to make, which is to engage and try to get those refreshes, as you pointed out in the other games, but ultimately how stuck you may feel when you don't have mats.
Moxie, Dia, Regs, though, again, just continuing to ensure that there is nothing that remains here at the raft. I always think it's funny, though, when you factor in, like, Emma Frost, for example. You ever wonder sometimes if the NPCs are thinking, like, I actually don't stand a chance in this fight.
Just trying to work my 9 to 5.
If only they knew they were up against Moxie's team.
Yeah. They're just trying to go about their day. Everyone's trying to go about their day, and then there's Team Moxie, but it wasn't a back-to-back victory royale, but it's consistent enough to stay at the top, and they don't need every single victory royale, but if they keep on this top 3 streak, you're easily going to get a huge chunk of that prize pool.
And again, headed directly towards that launch pad, and that's going to really dictate where this lobby continues to unfold for them. Getting some eyes on, though, team over at Grand Glacier. It's Lorena, Alarming Amber, and Rennie. And again, they have found some relatively solid success so far in our first couple of lobbies here today, but they've got to keep the pressure going. And it's almost one of those factors, Lemon, where players can have a good performance, but to make it a great performance, to take it to that next level, that's going to be the element that Alarming Amber's trio is really going to have to unlock for this competition.
And speaking of that squad, like why I said it was so surprising is that Alarming Amber's team got the very last qualification spot in our 3rd qualifier, and they're absolutely crushing it. They're 3rd on the leaderboard at 100 points. Yeah, they're 38 points behind 2nd place, but they're in a comfortable position where they just have to maintain where they are.
One thing I do find fun, though, about the fact that this Milk Cup Championship from Gonna Need Milk is presented in a LAN environment is that everyone is on the exact same ping. And for some of these ladies, that means it's even better ping than what they were using from the online formats.
True.
So there's some real opportunity here for some of these ladies to not only continue developing their in-person experience, but also just to get a better feel in general for how they want to actually try and control their own fates inside of each of these lobbies. As Mary off the launch pad, continuing to just wrap around these western fringe sections of the map. It seems as though the dead side rotates seem to be the focal point for this trio.
It's a good spot to be in, where there's no teams nearby, but you're on the fringe of the zone, so if there's anyone that's going to be guarding that edge, you're going to be facing a disadvantage. But this is a team I'm excited to see more of in this tournament. They're currently 28th on our leaderboard and hoping to rise above, still staying around the same 20th-ish placements, but the eliminations are important.
Big fight kicking off here, though. Sophia, Mari, Smiley, under some heavy pressure control. Smiley from a distance, though, looking to provide the backup, but towards the high ground, she recognizes Mari, Vanessa. They've already got control of this position. Vanessa's got to be careful. Smiley looking to crack open one of these walls, but Smiley, she is so aggressive and unabashedly so. The fact that she hasn't eaten a single shot in exchange here is incredible because she has been fully exposed for the most part, but at the same time, it's Vanessa that's trying to deal with the pressure that Smiley is applying, knowing that she's in this split position between Smiley and Mari, and surprisingly enough, Smiley gonna continue to create some more distance. A third party has been scouted out, and that's gonna be the call for a disengage.
Man, these underworld dashes are gonna allow you to either be aggressive or to disengage, and at least you exchange your ammo for their mats, and you almost got Vanessa exposed. And hey, that little bit of tag damage is everything for that surge threshold. And now you found a moment of peace, but to the south of Grimgate is another squad. They seem to be headed, their leader seems to be heading more north though, so I'm not expecting an engagement yet.
Kay could be in trouble. Mari and Sophia don't seem to have noticed yet. There's a solo running directly behind them, but fortunately enough for Kay, she's headed the opposite direction of where Mari and Sophia were at. Melanie, Sarler, Mini Michaela, though, having a tough time. Some of these later straggler rotation teams preventing them from having a clean rotate into the next zone, and this catch out is going to be a costly one because not even factoring in the builds, it's more so the fact that they're going to be so late heading into that edge zone next to Nitrodrome, and there's a team already based that's bound to hear the commotion, these shots being fired, and they're already looking to keep tabs on where these two trios are at, and there might even be two more trios stuck behind even further back in the storm.
Yeah, that team was supposed to be watching the edge of the zone could be distracted. That could be an opening for these people stuck in the storm to get out of dodge, and now this is a very tough spot for Emperor's team to be in, especially with a team nearby and hoping to get the jump on them. As Emperor, hearing fire in the distance, is gonna readjust, and Emily, taking heavy fire, is gonna try and escape, have walls on her back, and see if there's anyone else that's gonna be poking out, but yeah. Barrett also got knocked, so that'll get Inspire's attention while Empress team will escape.
And Psycho's not trying to give an opportunity for the revive to break through. There's also a slurp cacti that these ladies can now utilize between each other. Psycho carrying the two medkits doesn't necessarily need the refresh out of that slurp cacti, but Inspire, Bread, they're still gonna be in a world of hurt because even with Emperor choosing not to lock down the knock into an elimination transition, again, they're headed straight for teams that are already based in solid positions. They wanted the flaming boost for the rotate, but look who's in control of it. Hemi's trio, not willing to allow anybody to utilize this form of mobility.
This is the worst time for Empress team to take any fire. They're so low on mats, and they'd ideally not want to fight this, but can you really get over that canyon to their right side? And they may be forced to just push right into Liz's team, who, well, you don't know the situation that other teams are in. And as soon as you see Emperor's name, maybe you just respect that and may not want to take the risk either, because we still have 31 squads left. And one unlucky encounter could mean a very not as great placement in Game 3. But at least Liz, now that the adjustment has been made, they'll put the pressure down and then build some space between them.
Looking to hover over this section of Restored Reels that just recently changed in today's update after that Dr. Doom event. It's fun watching the community come together, take out that opponent, but Kitsy, Emmys, Lisby tweaking. They don't want to stick around in the sky for too long, especially when they're noticing some of these surge bases off in the distance. It's a real easy opportunity for teams to connect some surge tag damage onto them. As Somerset frantic. It looks like they're trekking a path straight for Doomstadt.
Yeah, with that victory royale, Somerset's team propelled themselves to 4th place in the leaderboard. A lot of expectations that they should remain in this position, if not surpass it.
Ooh. Audio cue for the reboot van. There might be trouble brewing for whoever it is that's trying to unlock it. The fact that it was cut short leads me to believe that they came under pressure already.
Now Somerset just exchanging fire, already taking some damage to the shields. A Somerset, her teammates, they just leave her to keep watch, but not feeling too nervous about the situation they're in with all the space and no threshold to worry about, no zone closing in to alarm them. And a Rising is at the top of this mountain and is going to force Somerset's team to use mats to protect themselves until they're ready to fire back at the best position.
I think more importantly, though, the main reason why Somerset chose to abandon that bush is the shots that were just hitting her, seemingly accurate. There's probably some odds that somebody from Elzish Trio likely has a thermal scope and was able to scout out exactly where Somerset was trying to stay positioned inside of that bush, but that's not a fight that Elzish Trio is willing to take just yet, kind of recognizing the fact. You can tell just the way that players look to protect themselves, what builds, okay, we have to give more respect to this team. Oh, Rinny, the 3, 2, 1 countdown. Fortunately, it was only Els looking to take shots. Shields not even fully cracked, but a lot of damage done. And Rinny now fully aware of the fact that they've got another team rotating closer to their south side.
And that kind of patience out of a Rising's team is what turned everything around in game 2. They finished 7th with 3 eliminations, and that really helped them out in terms of where they sit in the leaderboard, really in the middle of the pack. And you want to not be too eager to do a ton of damage. That also reveals where you are. You just have to look at where you are in the mats, and speaking of someone who has a good amount of those, Maddie, Sparkles, and AFK, who sit high, but have to go near the edge of the zone. Feeling like a team is nearby, and it is Sailor's team just about to cross in front of them.
The real problem, though, for Sailor's team is that they see these 2 separate surge bases. They know there's 2 separate trios involved. They're trying to see if they can even find a way to escape Restored Reels at this point, because they can't actually just cut through the fast track route to get into that next edge of zone. They're being too heavily restricted by these 2 surge bases that are just preventing the flow of mobility in this lobby. And I love seeing these cutoffs from teams. This is the methodical kind of gameplay that is involved whenever you have these surge base positions set up in your advantage.
And just these kind of shots, even if they don't make connection, it makes you use mats and it makes you hesitate on how you want to move forward, knowing that there's teams from in front of you, behind you, and you still got to make headway towards a safer location. But AFK's team still relatively healthy, but now fighting against the storm, and apparently not just that. Shields cracked there for AFK. Now is able to find some cover, as Moxie did just get eliminated, I see on the feed.
Potentially, but with Regs and Daya still there to try and back things up, it might not be too disastrous just yet, although certainly bound to pose some issues. Emperor, Emily Marie, and Psycho, they're gonna be the ones a little bit south currently from where they'd initially started things off. It seems as though they were trying to move in a little bit closer towards some engagements. They are sitting 3 and 2 above the damage threshold, but it's the teams inside of the surge base. Redish's trio that seems to have caught wind of that movement low down on the ground here. Psycho, Emperor, Emily Marie forced to sit tight now inside of the bush to recuperate their shields.
And this is a team that's really struggled at the start of this tournament. They sit at 30th place with top 20 finishes that are going to cut it at this level of competition. So needing to definitely adjust their strategy or maybe take some big risks, which right now this is not a risk, but may need to take risk to try and propel themselves further ahead, whether it's eliminations or taking a more passive route to get deeper into the game. Right now it's Rinny down the tunnel, down the barrel, Scares team using these cones as some minor cover to sneak closer and closer. But they may just hear this, and Kay's gonna spot them, and Rinny tries to suppress them, but now there may be another team involved.
Yeah, Rinny recognizing the fact this is not gonna be a trio that's gonna give us an opportunity, trying to apply some damage now onto Maddie's squad, but instead, Scare, Chloe, Gayval, they recognize this is likely a team that is desperate. Rinny is just playing so openly aggressive, trying to break down those walls, trying to take shots at anything. You can tell when teams need that surge damage. And there's no reason to expose yourself if you've already got it online, like what we're witnessing right now from Emperor. But what they need right now is mats, they need refreshes, they need a Siphon, and Mini Michaela with that knock. That's gonna be the credit to come just when they need it most. A little bit of Siphon mats, but most importantly still, just an opportunity for Emily Marie, Emperor, and Psycho to really get that surge damage tags online.
And to confirm that elimination too, to get that Siphon, because they got the knock onto Sarlet, and as they approach, there's more terror than they expected, but still managed to thrive through it. Still 27 squads left, with now Storm Surge in effect. Around 200 above, Alarming Amber's team has had such an incredible land so far, but it's just Amber left pretty much.
Well, Rennie's there too.
She's barely there. But now she needs shield. But hey, that's important to have that duo, because solo at this point would be disastrous.
But this is also the issue involved with a duos and a trios competition. Bread and Inspire find themselves underneath that surge threshold, and they're expending everything as far as shields are concerned to just try and outlast the extent of the surge tags being online. But Inspire, she'll be the first to fall. Another beautiful pickup though for Emperor's team, is they're more than happy to take full advantage of another 2 elimination points on top of the body loot.
I like where Burred was sitting though, at the top, boxed out, watching over all the action. And as soon as you see someone maybe crawling out or burrowing out of their shelter, could be the moment for Burred to strike at that point in the game. But there's lots of good power positions being taken by the squads, and Emperor and friends are trying to go unnoticed under this bridge. And so far, so good.
The thing is though, once Emperor's team locked down that elimination onto Inspire, they know that Bread is just back there as a solo, and the way that Emperor kept looking back, it was obvious she was waiting for that elimination to connect. The surge damage just too overwhelming for Bread to continue to try and heal through. Chloe not gonna catch wind of Emperor approaching from behind, breaking through the floors. Just 3 members crashing down onto Chloe Ames.
Oh man, there is not a lot of health left, and Psycho now has to deal with more than one problem, but they need to stay focused on confirming those eliminations so they can benefit from that Siphon. As Chloe gets eliminated, Emperor, her team still stands with Emily with no shields and Team Frantic on the horizon, and Emperor still taking fire from multiple angles. Seems to be some quiet for them to replenish themselves, but this is Haley Arising and Els looking over. This is a good spot for them.
Emperor's team just unable to close the gap in time. It's incredible that Chloe's teammates were able to provide enough cover fire and enough builds to essentially block off those exchanges of the suppressive fire that Emperor was trying to apply with their teammates. But again, Arising, Els, Haley momentarily in control of height on this lobby, but a lot of teams directly underneath them, and it is not going to be an easy mission by any sense to maintain this position.
This is an important game for Arising's team. Try and bounce back near the top 10 parts of the leaderboard. They currently sit 15th. Big play from Ms. Marie on another side. Start to clear the way for a team like Arising, who are trying to cut off those rotations. And they spot some people out of cover, but just the opportunity, that window of opportunity is barely there.
They need to be really careful though, because they're all looking the exact same direction. You have to remember, especially since they had just spotted out at least several other teams surrounding them, for all of them to be maintaining the same exact line of sight could end up to be disastrous. So hoping that they're able to remediate that as the action continues to develop here. Team Mani, Rose as well. Again, they were working from below Arising's trio. They haven't managed to find the shots that they were hoping for, but they've at least put focal points now for Els' trio to pay a little bit more attention, making sure they're maintaining separate lines of sight.
Now we look towards Regs, Moxie, Daya. Moxie back on her feet from earlier on. This is a team that has supported each other through thick and thin, that has stuck together. And now to be able to be brought back to full will be big. With only 18 squads left, half of the lobby pretty much gone. This is a team that has placed top 2 in the last 2 games.
This isn't looking that great though, Lemon. If I've got to be realistic with you, incredibly low mat count. Daya, Renex, Moxie, they need a refresh for material at this point, or else they're not going to be able to outlast some of the other power hitters still left standing in this lobby currently. And Daya opening up a great opportunity here, gets the shield crack, but they have to keep moving forward. They don't have the mat count to stick around to try and collect some of that body loot. Instead, they're going to have to hope a refresh can apparate out of thin air at this point. Gonna choose to stick now closer to the low ground, but they're staying front side, which means they might be able to cut off a team that looks to panic drop from inside of those mid-ground layers.
Yeah, they may just have to wait for the herd to thin out, especially if they're low on mats, as you said. Everyone really feeling the pressure here as game 3, halfway through our tournament, our championship. Rose, Mani, LuxLord, these have been squads that can really surprise you, can get these really unexpected top finishes. They're a team to watch out for that you do not want to underestimate. Everyone finds themselves in the zone, and these refreshes, if they can take a close engagement, you can have a safer refresh, but only if they're close enough.
Oh, that was a big step out of Daya, taking down Kiriyama. They were hoping to find some good Siphon mats, and they're going to get it just when they need it most. And not only that, but that reveal medallion as well, helping Moxie's trio to essentially understand where the best direction is to Tart, because if you're gonna have limited mats, you'd at least wanna know where everybody else is at before you take your next step forward.
Speaking of steps forward, Alina went down the wrong alleyway and just got jumped. So it's Velkson who's gonna have to abandon ship, really just keep the ship sailing. At least she's healthy, but with no match, she has to work with really what's available and what the path is already carved for her. And that's just not a spot you want to be in.
It's not even the mats, it's the fact that she's a solo, and that reveal medallion gonna call that one out instantly. Emperor, Psycho, Emily Marie, they've been cut off momentarily, but it's Kitsy who's in a world of hurt. Emily Marie, she needs the Siphon. She finds a mech kit as well, 2 of them to be exact. And the zone is just not doing her any favors. The storm ticking away. She's not gonna be able to outlast it. Emperor knows they've just gotta keep moving forward. They've got to abandon what was left behind. I don't even know if they'll be able to pick up Emily Marie's loot.
Emily falls, and it's just Psycho and Emperor, but making top 10 is pretty huge. Have probably a better mat situation than others, but Rose right in front as Emperor is just focused on collecting what's left, I guess. Oh wait, that was all a bait.
The loot is not free anytime soon here. Psycho rolling down the hill face now, trying to get revenge. Emma knocked as a result. Siphon gonna come through now. Psycho back to 200 HP, hoping to apply some damage here onto Lily. And if Lily's not careful, Psycho might be able to connect, but instead, this solo mission has now been sent for the retreat. She's gonna have to wait for a different opportunity. Noah Lake might be the next victim.
And Psycho's the type of player that can clutch this up in the right scenario, just needs to find an isolated duel and tries to at least box herself out, get some wood going. But as soon as her attention diverts, there's teams crossing above, below her, and Psycho just tries to live through it. Now shooting through the floors, maybe trying to get someone to drop in the same box as her, not getting the luck that she's hoping for, but a duo in front as Psycho needs a second to get shields going, but there is no time in a situation like this, and Psycho gets a knock on Frantic, but there was too much for Psycho to deal with, and she falls as well.
Spoiler alert has already been played though. This is the time for Exet Nina's trio to step up to bat. They've got an open road paving in front of them for this victory royale. A trio looking relatively healthy. The mat count might not matter as long as they connect with their shots.
That's what Vanessa and friends hope to do. They tunnel down this team below them, and Lily is exposed, out of shelter, out of hope. Mani and Rose can pick up the mantle. They're protected by at least metal. A little bit of time for them to just try and weasel their way out and just hope to stay in cover, but Vanessa, Vader, or may even drop on them very soon now using the natural tree cover. They're done wasting time. Rose is knocked, now eliminated. Mani is next, and the victory royale goes
goes to Team Nina.
The 12 eliminations, though, is what I can't help but notice. And when you've already been hovering that top section of the leaderboard, Moxie's team, this might be the time to start sweating, Lemming, because this is exactly what Nina's team needed to try and play leapfrog on that leaderboard.
Oh, they are so hyped too. This is their day, hoping to X out on any team. Second, third, and now a victory royale. They find themselves at the top of their leaderboard. Well, we gotta tally that up for y'all, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break.
everyone, and welcome back to the Milk Cup. We are here live at LA Comic-Con. I am standing here with team captain Vader after that round 3 win. Now take me through that last couple fights, because at first it was looking a little dicey, but then you guys pulled it out.
Yeah, we didn't have many mats on height, but we realized that Frantic underneath us was going for a storm play. So the biggest thing we did was just all sticking together. We were all right on each other. We had the same mindset. We knew what to do, and it works out well.
12 elims for your team there. That's got to be racking up a huge amount of points. How do you feel about your placement and your standings at the halfway mark of this tournament so far?
I mean, we just took first place now. We're in first by 30 points, so I'm obviously very happy. But we've been playing super consistent, and as long as we keep playing our own game, I think that we can win.
Okay, next up is the most important question here. Your entire team was showing off a little bit of the swag with the skin. So walk me through, why do we choose this skin? What skin is it? And what does it represent?
So it was really Nina and Vanessa's choice. I didn't really choose the skin because I don't have very many. But we're trying to say kind of incognito so no one knows. But obviously it's a very nice skin. But I don't know. It's kind of cool though, because while I focus on most of the IGLing and stuff, they focus on getting the kills, a lot of that other team planning as well.
All right, now halfway through the tournament so far, you're the third team to pick up a win. Who do you think is your real competition out of all of the ladies here today?
I'm mostly looking at Moxie, Daya, and Regs. They are probably the best height team here, and most of the lobby is scared of them, so they have kind of that aura. But at the same time, I feel like that we can overtake them and win.
Those girlies are hardcore, but again, anyone can take this. Thank you so much, and congratulations on that win, and best of luck to you. All right, Kelly, back to you on the stage, girl.
Thank you so much, Avalie and Vader. And from one player to another, Bugha, thank you so much for joining me here for the halftime show. I know that you're having a watch party with Epic Whale, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So what's been the highlights for you so far in the competition?
So I guess so far, game one was pretty crazy, seeing the height fight. I thought that was interesting. I thought they were just going to go up and have it for free, honestly, but they put up a good fight there and, won that game, so that's definitely a highlight for me.
Yeah, the first two games with height, having to go over those mountains, of course, over on the east side, I'm sure that's a bit of a challenge for any competitor. What do you think is like kind of a prioritization in that sense when you do see these zones kind of pulling over these mountains?
When you see zones like going over mountains like that, I mean, it's always just good to kind of, try to get ahead early so you're not on the backside fighting your way, trying to climb up with everyone else. So as long as you're able to do that early, you'll be all right.
And I know that Siphon has been in the game for a little bit, and now this is one of the first times at a LAN that we've been able to see it. What are your thoughts on it?
I think it's great. I mean, Siphon as always just looks good. It allows so many, clutch moments, so many factors that just change, and it's looking great.
Yeah, I'm excited to see you guys compete tomorrow in the Cash Cup and seeing how Siphon's going to be affecting that. But of course, we have 3 more games to go. We're at the halfway point. A lot can happen in 3 games, but I have to ask you the hard, annoying question. Is there a team that you think already has it in the bag?
I do not think a team has it in the bag. I mean, as you just saw, Moxie, Daya, and Regs lost first after that game right there. So this tournament is still very close. Anybody can win, and got to play some good games here.
Yeah, I'm surprised. A lot of people, were giving Moxie's trio going to be just an absolute stomp. They're going to win the game. Throughout all the scrims, we've been seeing them take first place over and over and over again. So to lose first and to say from your experience, what's kind of going through comms at that moment? What is the team doing, especially when you have a bit of a break right now and have a chance to kind of collect yourselves?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to go back. They're going to have like a regroup moment. They're all just going to reset, the energy and just try to lock back in. But it definitely, messes up your mental a little bit, just because you're in first and you lose it. You don't want to lose it, of course. But,
right.
They'll probably bounce back.
And so Moxie's team, notoriously known for going for a lot of eliminations. Even when they were on low health, they had something like 8 eliminations by Zone 8 there. Do you think that this is something that might be a bit risky for them going on over the next 3 games?
It's high risk, high reward. I mean, playing for eliminations like that, you can get stacked off it or you can lose everything, So if it goes well for them, they can win.
And obviously, I have to ask you, I asked if there was like a shoe-in, but who do you think is going to come out on top?
I think anyone within the top 3 right now has a really good chance at winning.
You're not going to give me a name?
I feel like it's just hard to give a name like that.
That's true.
Yeah, I feel like anyone in the top 3 has a really good chance, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these names: Vanessa, Vader, Nina in first place, Moxie, Daya, Regs in second place, and Somerset Frantic and Yaz in third place. And I think when a lot of people were making, these kind of like top 3, top 5 lists, these 3 trios were there. And I love a close competition. I love it when you can't truly predict who is going to win at the very end. So I'm excited to watch it. Any final moments, any final words you have for us, Bugha? Are you going to be jumping back to the watch party?
Yeah, I'm going to be watching, so good luck to all of them, of course, and let's have some good games.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Muga. I hope you have more fun with Epic Whale and your watch party. And thank you all for joining us here. We do have a video with none other than Smiley, so let's go check it out.
From Florida, I'm the IGL of the group, and my team got first in the qualifier.
My name's Sophia. I'm originally from New York, now in Pennsylvania. I am the fragger of the trio, and I got first in the Milk Cup finals.
Hello, I'm Mari and I'm from California and I'm the support of the trio and I got first place in the Milk Cup qualifier too.
Me and Sophia have been playing for a while. We've been duos for like almost a year. We kind of noticed that Mari was like really good because she had to fill for a scrim for us. It just all came together. We noticed she was a good player. Vibes went well.
Some of the challenges of joining the trio as like the third member late was probably trying to keep up with them, and like they had been already like landing at their drop spot for I don't know how many seasons, and I had to kind of like learn, just try to keep up and not drag them down.
Honestly, since me and Smiley have been duoing for about a year, between the two of us, she has always been the IGL. Smiley just knows her routes, so she's somebody that we just listen to no matter what. Smiley studies the game like it's no brainer. And between us fighting, I am, like me and Mara, are just better fighters than her. So we just count as more support for her.
Being the IGL of this team is actually amazing. I love being the IGL of my team. My team always has my back. Sophia is on my side, like my left hand. She's always there. Mari is always with the aim. I can't with her aim. She's always getting our refreshes. She's like that. We've landed Underworld since we were playing before. I mean, we used to play ranked, and the only places we would go was Pleasant and Reckless, but they weren't the spots for us because they were already conned by good teams. So we ended up going to Underworld.
When it came to materials, just being at that place, you automatically come out with wood and brick at 5-5, and then our rotate goes straight into gas stations. So instantly 500 metal for like basically all three of us.
I was just tagging along because they chose that job. They chose that job before I joined. We conned, I think it was Yanni, Millie, and Sophie-Anne, and this other team that was like the only team we really needed to worry about. By miracle, during the qualifier, we ended up fixing every like communication, really fighting together and being on each other instead of taking our ones. Our decision—
We were underdogs as best as they can put it.
Everyone is preying on our downfall. They really wanted Yanni's team to win. It got us first place, but like at the same time, it was like against everybody's wishes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a couple big teams that are pretty well known. We got Moxie, Diane, Regs. I think it's Fran, Nina, and Vader.
Fran, Somerset, and Yasmin. And then Nina, Vader, Vanessa. Those are the three biggest teams we have right now. Those are the top three.
It's just, I feel like now it's all a fair like advantage and everybody. So it can honestly be anybody at this point who comes out on top. I personally have never been to a LAN before, ever. So this is very exciting for me.
Oh, it was honestly amazing, but there was obviously a lot of...
Yeah, so their opinions.
Yeah, they have their opinions, but it was also because my fly was down and no one told me.
Oh my god, so
it was really embarrassing.
Wildly.
And nobody told me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What's my favorite type of milk? Honestly, I love plain milk. And let me tell you why. My bones have to be the strongest you'll ever see. I don't care. Keep it milky, keep it classy, you know, drink milk, guys.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm an eater, and a lot of the things does involve just putting a splash of milk in there. You got baking, you got making some eggs if you want to make them a bit fluffy, you got cereal. So yeah, I feel like milk just fits into my gaming routine as a whole because I love food.
To think what place we're gonna get actually like matters based off like players and base, but like obviously I'm gonna hope that my team wins and that we could do the best that we can. Honestly, that's all I want for my team is to do their best they can. And if we end up like whatever place we end up, I just know that I had a good time with my teammates and it was a once in a lifetime opportunity and we took it and we did the best that we possibly could with it. And that's all I'm like, I can't say what place I'm gonna get, but I just know that my team did their best.
I'm pretty confident in my trio, and as long as we're all confident in each other, we got this.
and welcome back once again to the Milk Cup Championships, brought to you by Gonna Need Milk here in Los Angeles at the LA Comic-Con. We just wrapped up our halftime break, making sure that our competitors are rested, ready, making sure that they're ready for the second half of the competition, because what an exciting competition it has been so far. And we're going to be talking about Game 3 in just a second. But I do want to remind everyone that we have a V-Bucks gift card giveaway going on right now. If you guys are in Twitch chat, you guys are watching, make sure that you are spamming the winning team's captain after each game. And we're going to be rewarding one lucky winner after each game for 2,800 V-Bucks. So those of you watching in the audience as well, get on Twitch, make sure that you're signed up and ready to go, because you're not going to want to miss those V-Bucks. And also we have a secret V-Buck giveaway. Pay attention to the graphics and everything that are popping up on the stream, because you might notice something unique for a chance to win some more V-Bucks. But let's take a quick look at the leaderboard. And after game number 3, I don't think it's too much of a surprise to anyone to see our first place team being Team Nina, Vanessa, and Vader absolutely stomping the competition so far as placement goes. I mean, Taco, it has been a second, a third, and now a first place in our first 3 games.
It almost just seemed like it was a matter of time before Team Nina finally were able to track down and lock in their victory royale on the day. And you have to expect that's not the only one that they're hoping to achieve. Keep in mind as well, 12 eliminations on top of that victory royale is just, it's such a substantial amount of points to accrue in a singular round.
And a surprising kind of rise to the top is Lena's team in 4th place after finishing 2nd, getting 5 eliminations. They find themselves at 133 points. And what I say when I said 5th place to 10th place was all within 5 points, and just one game absolutely shifted this leaderboard. And that was only halfway through our journey.
Ooh, speaking of halfway through our journey, we are now halfway through our bingo here. As I imagine, we've definitely knocked out a few of these squares so far, but have we gotten the elusive bingo? Well, we'll find out as those squares fill out right now. But
Caster Curse, oh no! What did we do? What did we do, Taco?
We've done many things throughout this competition, Lemon, okay? I'll leave it at that. The audience can decide the rest, but we have certainly seen some pretty intense moments throughout the course of today's action.
Yeah, and I mean, speaking of intense moments, I think right now there's probably a bit of intensity going on with Moxie, Regs, and Daya, losing that first place spot, a team that a lot of people thought were just going to be running away with it. How do you think the mentality's going on right now, Lemon Kiwi?
I think you're locked in. It's like a fluke of a game. You get Moxie's team got 11th, and it's about just what type of team are you going to meet on the other side of that wall. Sometimes it can be another strong team like Vader's team or something like that. So I don't think they have to worry about a random 11th place game. They got 1st in their first game, 2nd in their second game. They just got to continue to trend towards the top 5, and this 11th place will be nothing.
I think the primary issue that Moxie, Daya, and Regs ran into in that 3rd lobby was just the fact that they got stuck in too many engagements, because we saw their surge damage. They had a couple thousand and counting as far as surge was concerned, but you know what they didn't have? They didn't have mats. They didn't have a whole lot of heal resources to expend at that point. It really appeared as though they got so trapped inside some of those engagements, and then third-party pressure would come in, so they don't get a chance to actually recuperate. They don't get that moment of relief, and the fact that they couldn't even actually make it to the body loop consistently for the teams and players that they were applying that damage onto, getting those eliminations onto, I think it kind of is impressive to me that the rest of the lobby would take such notice of that sort of action and punish them for it.
And it's rough, like you're saying, once you've entered so many engagements, you lose those materials and you lose the healing opportunity as well. There was a moment there where Moxie was incredibly low health. They did have some shields there, but obviously Y heals is very important once you do reach the end game.
I'm keeping my eye on a team like Luxlori, Rose, and Mani. They got 3rd place in that 3rd game, and they were really struggling in those first 2. So if they can keep up kind of surprising the competition, sneaking their way into these deeper zones, I think we can see a team like Rose really stand to the top.
And another team that I do want to talk about, Abelina, Kells, and Lily have been having a pretty good performance today. And I feel like this is a team that we don't give enough shout-outs to.
No, and I think that in general, they've really started to surface. I was almost expecting Smiley's team to really be that dark horse factor. But now I think the reins might just have to be passed over to Avelina Kells and Lily. And something else that I thought was really cool backstage during that halftime moment, shout out to Bugha again, throwing in overtime with these interviews. Absolutely love to hear that player insight. Yes, thank you so much, Bugha. But Avelina Kells, Lily, I was listening to their conversation, right? And they're just talking about the fact, like, hey, don't let it get to our heads, just relax, keep it cool, like, just keep it going. And so that, to me, I think those are really strong signs of good leadership in that trio.
Yeah, definitely. There is still plenty of opportunity. We have 3 games down, so with 3 more to go, anything can change. Our leaderboard can shake up so much, but going into game number 4, do you think that we're going to be seeing some strategy changes? Do you think we're going to be seeing more or less aggression?
I want to see a team like Starlight really change things around. They started to plummet more and more in the leaderboard, starting with a strong 3rd place, then 14th, then 22nd. And this is a team, I think, with Melanitra, Mini Michaela, and Starlight, they have the talent, but they also need to just be smart in the games and know how to approach these situations that can be really hectic. And you need a lot of stamina too to go through 6 games in an environment like this.
Part of the problem that they've definitely been encountering, though, has largely just been their mid-game control. They constantly find themselves in these positions where they're getting trapped either in dips of elevation where teams have posture positions overhead of them, and it just seems as though they're really being limited as far as their options for rotating in and out of these zone potentials.
Another team that we obviously have to talk about is our Game 2 winners, Somerset Frantic and Yaz, currently sitting in 2nd place right now, clearly being contested, not affecting them too much, but that Game 1, getting 0 eliminations, and although they did get a few placement points, it just shows that you have to be consistent. One great game isn't going to be able to carry you all the way to the top.
And it's their calling. I mean, you heard it from Somerset's interview on how they just approach kind of these stressful situations of knowing what opportunities they can take. And it's about how you get first the vision of the field, how you take in that information, and how you react to it. And they found that opportunity where they could get to a power position on the map that was uncontested, and then that's what led them to that victory. So I really like kind of the leadership we're seeing from Team Somerset.
The real big thing that I'm noticing outright, though, is just watching these camera overviews of our ladies competing here today. You're seeing some smiles, you're seeing some waves and whatnot, and I love to see it, but you're also getting the other end of that spectrum. You can tell where I think some of the pressure is starting to really rise to the top for some of these ladies that haven't necessarily found the success that maybe they were anticipating to encounter at this point. But I think, if anything, sometimes it's good to just take a moment, take a breather, and just pause, reset, relax. That's kind of what the halftime is for, because, again, while these first 3 lobbies have been a little bit volatile in terms of how that top 5 in the leaderboard is actually shaping out, I do think that when you see performances coming out of the likes of Nina's team, for example, where you got 24 points off elimination, 65 on Victory Royale, that's almost 100 points in a singular lobby.
Yeah.
So there is opportunity to bounce back.
And I do think that it's worth noting that even if these teams that are on the lower end of the leaderboard don't have the performance that they want, being able to get this tournament experience, getting able to get this LAN experience is so important. And something else that's important is game number 4 is ready to go, everyone. So let's get into the battle bus.
Woo, 225 points for Team Nina, sitting comfortably at number 1. Well, how comfortable? When it's 7 points that Team Moxie trail behind them, but 50 points between 2nd and 3rd place. But this can shift at any time with the right Victory Royale.
That 3rd lobby performance, though, might have been the dagger that they needed to try and shut down Moxie, Daya, and Regs, because 198 points in 2nd. It's certainly within catching distance, but at this stage, Lemon, if Vanessa, Vader, and Nina can just continue to maintain at least 5 or more eliminations per lobby for 4, 5, and 6, and then on top of that, maintain top 3 placements as well, it's going to be very difficult for Moxie, Daya, and Regs to overcome that unless they're able to translate some of these second half lobbies into Victory Royales.
And I like that you brought up the mid game earlier, because that's what can kind of cause these inconsistent placings because you'll have a team that's strong, but then we'll get cut off on rotations, or we'll not have really great vision of the area and cross and get kind of unsuspecting shots. So gotta be careful of that mid game, because in terms of the early game, it's another day at the office for these ladies who have been competing maybe for just a year or two, but have been playing Fortnite for ages.
Exactly, and that kind of experience as well, the kind of knowledge that comes with it, as teams continue to strip apart their landing spots. Female Clix' trio, though, another one of our teams that I think we were certainly, I don't want to say expecting, but you know, I was excited to see what they would do, because when they led off Qual 3 with such a strong performance, even though it was the final Milk Cup qual, I still think that it was obvious there was so much potential inside of this trio, and I just want to see them manifest some of those moments that we got from that Qual 3 performance.
Hope to see them bounce back. Because you had told me, you know, Team Smiley being your dark horse, but still in your top 5 of a team that can really get to the top, that can get that crown. And even for Mari, I mean, her first time competing was just this March. And look at what she's able to accomplish, and the squad is looking really stacked after Team Smiley won qualifier number 2. And even with a different roster in another qualifier, this is the one that has really assembled all the great pieces.
I think one thing that might help with a recovery tour out of Mari, Sophia, and Smiley is they might need to just start playing a little bit more aggressively around some of the weapon bunker spawns that are available to them once they start to trickle out of that underworld drop. Because keep in mind, Karen's Crossing, you're gonna have to deal with some potential overlap from other teams that are also looking to try and rotate in for those weapon bunker spawns, but we know just how potent of a fragger Smiley can be. And so I just want to see her go buck wild. I want to see her jumping into players' boxes, because that's what she did in Qual 2. And I do think that she has the capabilities, especially when she's got the supportive measures coming out of Sophia and Amari.
I know Liz's team in 22nd on the leaderboard had a really pivotal game 3 at 10th place with 4 eliminations, their best performance by far. But we'll go and see what your sister Taco is doing here. Just trying to shoot down some flies here, sailing across.
It can be tough to try and connect some of those distant shots, as Eternity no luck on her end either. And again, these outskirt positions of the map, it can be really difficult to ensure that you're heading into your mid game with strong material count, strong resource count as well. Powell, Lavish, Lily, and Rhea, we have definitely seen the spotlight on this team throughout certain moments of today's lobbies, but Female Clix heavily punished. That over peak just a little bit too long. Set out in the open here. Smart play from Lavish Lily, some nice surge damage applied as well, and it's gonna force the med kit and some shields from Lavish Lily.
Now, Team Female Clix sit at 8th place. Maybe trying to be more aggressive. They're a team that have just racked up so many eliminations when they were on their insanely dominant run in Qualifier 3, and have been averaging around 3 or 4 eliminations per game in this tournament. And I know they have definitely set their expectations for themselves much higher than where they are right now. But it's not only how you humble yourself, I guess, but also how you respect the competition and may adjust the way you approach Qualifier 3 versus how you approach this tournament, which is the top 11 from each of these qualifiers.
Risky endeavor right now, though, from Lavish Lily. Just bush hunting at this point. She does have a thermal scope on that Striker assault rifle. Melanie, like this, just trying to, you know, manifest some of that World Cup champion energy. Maybe they can get a championship level performance here in this 4th lobby. And again, I wouldn't deny that that opportunity is possible here for Melanie, Charlotte, and Mini Michaela. They've honestly just struggled a little bit in terms of finding their footing, but better late than never.
I think they were able to take advantage of such a hot start in game 1, getting 3rd place, but then slowly trailing off as now the rest of the competition has gotten more comfortable and settled in. it's been tougher and tougher to approach these games as they're maybe slowly getting figured out. But this is the early game where they put that early pressure and then they leave. And you really got to assess how much ammo you have, how much mats you have, and what is your next objective?
Yeah, Neutral, Panda, curious to see what these two might be up to currently. As Neutral just, I think, trying to handle the directive of resource farming and material farming. Panda as well, looking to split some of those responsibilities. And another impressive aspect to consider, Robin gonna be joining them as well in this fourth lobby of competition, but some tension is starting to rise here, hovering towards the western side of Mount Olympus. We have a zone that's finally pulling away from the mountain faces here, Kiwi. We might see some different results even in terms of how it impacts the rest of the lobby, but Spy not gonna have a chance to escape. Just too separated from Cat Attacks and Sailor Nat, and unfortunately Sailor, she's trying to wrap back around, see if she can make it to her teammate, but too isolated, too split apart, and now Sailor, she's got 3 members in Elz's trio chasing her down. Just one more elimination to add to their team count to start things off with, but again, the position that leaves Cat Attacks in is dire.
And Sailor just got so tunneled thinking she was in an isolated 1v1 with someone on top of a hill and then got third party. So that's why you really gotta choose the prime opportunity to put damage down, and they must feel like they're below the surge threshold and feel like they want to get ahead of the game. Unfortunately, the game got ahead of them. So 31 squads left. And we go and check in with Delph, Mystic, and Inspire.
There is nothing more intimidating than the moment that reveal medallion goes off, because you know what comes next. And that's Moxie, Daya, and Regs. But first of all, Els, a box that she didn't want to be stuck inside of. She gets eliminated. Cat Attacks with a bite back. She's not gonna roll over and just let herself be eliminated that easily. Haley arising, now hoping to see if they can get some revenge action going after losing their trio mate, but at the same time, this could end up working against them, because look where Cat Attacks is headed. It's directly outside of the zone. She's headed straight for the Storm. She might even be hoping for a reboot van play opportunity, but the position that she's left the Rising and Haley in, it's a difficult one to encounter as well. And it's a 1 versus 2, but depending on how Rising and Haley actually look to tackle this, Cat Attacks could continue to play spoiler.
Cat Attacks is still lurking around, and this van is gonna make noise. So Cat could be lurking, making it seem like she's left, and Haley's gonna keep her in check. Now above, Cat trying to cross over, maybe get boosted out. It will be successful at building distance between herself and Haley. But you want to be careful how dispersed you want to be from your team, because Cat did exactly that, of punishing people who isolated themselves, who thought Cat was an easy target, and she isn't.
That was a pretty slick switcheroo, though, from Cat. I mean, she found an elimination. She at least got a couple of points online, but at the same time, Moxie, Regs, Daya, they're still hunting for more as well. Food Babe gliding through the air. Moxie quick to give chase as well. She knows that this is a solo currently, and try as she might, Food Babe, unfortunately, once you're in the sights, these scans are only going to continue picking apart your exact direction. As Food Babe, she's hoping to continue moving forward. DJ Lovely even trying to see if she can provide some support. I thought it was a solo initially, but it seems as though Food Babe, she is going to be the first to fall at least.
And thought she could get away with the underworld dashes, but yeah, DJ Lovely may be the last one left in that squad, and now as she adds support to her friend Food, Moxie and Daya could have caught her out as well, but now with the dashes, they have free roam of the area, and no one wants to mess with this team who were so close to getting so many of those victory royales.
You also have to remember that as long as they are in control of that reveal medallion, there is going to be that yellow circle highlighting their position as they roam throughout the map. So teams will at least have an idea of what is approaching on the horizon. And if they're not careful, they could find themselves as the next targets, or it could be the opportunity they were hoping for. Maybe it's the fight, the punch backs at the lobby is hoping to administer to Moxie's trio. But that aside, Charlotte, Melanie, and Mini Michaela, they're again hoping to just continue trying to find some play along the edge of zone. Charlotte, though, gonna get a little bit lit up here. Bit tragic that she's gonna have to miss out on that shield potion, but even worse still for Rennie.
I was just about to point out alarming Amber. I saw the elimination on the feed, and this was a team sitting in 6th place. And to go out at this point, there's still 31 squads left, so Rennie is in a whole lot of hurt, especially with another team very close by. A 1v2 is certainly possible for Rennie. She has the mechanics to pull it off, but it's all about timing. Speaking of timing, it's time for Rihanna and friends to move away.
A little bit of a lull in the pacing, though, I think, in comparison to what we were met with in that third lobby. Part of that, though, probably credited towards the fact that we are watching this zone go the opposite direction of where every lobby has been before this, right? So when you're looking at teams having to cover more of this central map terrain, it could be very difficult because you are relatively exposed. But I love seeing this out of Avelina, Kels, and Lily. They're not worried about what everybody else is doing. Again, they're just preoccupied with focusing on what's been working for their game so far.
Could be a duo south to them. And I think Lily and friends would be prime to take that fight. All depends on where they think they are in the threshold. Go check in with Lily, Lena, and Kels, engaging on a few teams to their west. And there's even a tower ahead of them, so it's got to be very careful how you want to step through. Now Sophia, Smiley, Mari, one of our most accomplished teams here, dropping down, taking fire, trying to find a layer, but also where is the source of danger coming from? You see them still trying to collect that information. Smiley now hearing the shots, not only close, but also below them. This gives them an edge to now figure out what to do next.
This could be a tough break, though, for either of these teams if these two trios actually intend to keep on clashing. Vader, next set, Nina. I love saying the X-Set part of Nina's name. That recent signing, man, you gotta be hyped for it. I know that she was ecstatic when she was told that she would get to represent X-Set here at the Milk Cup Championship land, but Lemon Kiwi, well, we can celebrate those victories again. Vader, Nina, Vanessa, they're just hoping to repeat the victory that they had after lobby number 3. And they're pretty stacked as far as loadouts are concerned. This is the kind of primo material and just general loadouts you'd want to be working with at the mid-game phase.
It's also just stacked with orgs that I love that are supporting women. We've got X-Set, 100 Thieves, Complexity, Repulse, Witness the Journey. There is so many brands coming in.
Hey, throw 2 AM in there while you're at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a laundry list of people who believe in these women, their potential, or even just their current success. I'm hoping to see success out of Lily. Already one elimination, still alive and well. Got all the healing items to keep them trucking along. We'll see where they are in the threshold in a bit.
What I am noticing, though, is that a lot of our teams that were based more towards that northeast side of the map, they are on quite the journey to make it towards where these zones are pulling. It's basically cross-country direction for them at this stage. As Mari, unfortunately, picked off by female Clix along the way. That's going to put Sophia and Smiley into clutch territory. Whether or not they're going to be able to pull it off is just the two of them. Only time will tell, Lemon, but I doubt that they're going to be able to find a serious reboot ban opportunity. It seems as though that might actually still be the intent, though, from Sophia and Smiley, the direction that they're headed. They're going back into the Storm, maybe trying to play for that reboot ban by Underworld.
And just having the dash away already from being fired at. We'll go and check in with Empra's team. They have one elimination to their name. Still trying to collect themselves. There's some squads nearby. They can just kind of react off of that sound. But this is a team that will be patient until they need to go. And now the dashes, seeing some previous builds, able to kind of use that to their advantage and not have to waste those resources.
top of Rift Island, though, fully in control. Dia, Moxie, Regs, this isn't the first time that they've opted to just fully control Rift Island. And what's so surprising to me, Lemon Kiwi, is that I have not seen another team look to try and threaten this setup position from Moxie, Dia, and Regs whenever they do choose to try and take over this Rift Island. And it's crazy to think about because just look at the leverage they have in comparison to the rest of the lobby. They are just applying so much pressure to a lot of these ladies sitting at the bottom of Rift Island as Dia now looking to chop out the surge base that Panda, Neutral, and Robin tried to establish off in the distance. But again, the priority currently for Dia, Moxie, and Regs, they're going to be so content to just remain on top of this Rift Island until they know that they have a perfect opportunity to look for a next rotate off the launch pad, or even better still, a moment to collapse onto a team if they're able to find some knocks.
Moxie's team, first you got the reveal medallion, you got the Rift Island. Even if you wanted to try and contest this, they would know you're coming. You would have to beat them to the punch or punish them before they got up there. And now they're set up to kind of overlook this area. Not only that, the edge of the zone, and they already see some builds at the edge there where they can just watch to see. At some moment, people are gonna have to use mats to get out, or they're gonna have to go out in the open. That could be the moment where Team Moxie can not only rack up extra damage, I'm sure they're well above the threshold, but can even get more eliminations to stack up those points for the leaderboard. Because just a reminder, it is 2 points per elimination.
I mean, just look at the fact barely anybody's even choosing to opt for those rifts for rotating. Emperor going to be one of the brave soldiers opting to actually take that mobility opportunity, but Layla trying to do what she can, keep the dream alive here. 4K Moore's this trio. She's just got so much lobby focus taking place. She's gonna be forced all the way towards backside, but even more importantly still, she's got that surge damage ticking away at her HP.
Yeah, Sophia and friends just trying to balance out the situation of needing to build up some health. And now, locks down, no one shooting in their direction. Everyone is distracted by all the other parties happening.
Hey, the important part here though, Mari, she was able to get brought back into this one. The reboot and play over by Underworld actually paying off dividends currently, because as long as you've got your trio fully intact, that's what matters most at this scale of competition. And now, Sept, Ardu, they're trying to go for the double revive. They managed to pick up Danzy. At the same time though, Danzy, will she be able to recuperate her shield? It's gonna be a tough one because the floor is just constantly getting chopped underneath her.
Oh, and Ardu, just a dangerous cross, and now the floor being taken out from under her and below half health. Just trying to be patient, but also relying on her teammates as Ardup is acting as bait. But is anyone gonna try and punish Sophia? Ardup's teammates, I thought they were trying to maybe find angles around Sophia here, but not gonna be the case. May have just decided to abandon the situation as Mari, Smiley, Sophia claimed the bounty, and now 19 squads remain.
This is a rare sight though, to see Sophia opting for that kind of close range battle, but it's a good fight to take, especially since she had that epic SMG, but at the same time, risky endeavors. It's obvious that Sophia, she's not trying to play a range game. She wants to get up close and personal with everybody else. It was just too much for Ardup's team to handle in that specific moment, especially when you're just barely managing to get that revive off onto Dancy.
And these Zolans are pulling towards Underworld, and everyone's gonna have dashes, so you can maybe escape, be more aggressive. All depends on what the situation is in your game. Somerset, this was a team getting a victory royale who find themselves at the very top of the leaderboard in 3rd place. Not only just from victory royales, but racking up so many eliminations. Now maybe hearing some people nearby. We'll go and check in with actually Xset Moxie. Speaking of Xset, you're claiming all the players these days. They're in a good spot.
Wow, they have a firm footing at this stage of the game. Man, I mean, absolutely stacked for a loop, but Moxie lowers her guard for a moment, immediately punished for it as well. Didn't recognize the fact that there was still ample pressure that could be coming from that south side of where they're currently trying to rotate into. And it's surprising, but considering that reveal medallion just went off, does appear as though Moxie didn't necessarily have that intel beforehand. Gotta be careful not to depend too heavily on the scans from the reveal medallion.
Starting to figure out how we got the caster curse on the bingo card of, oh, they're doing great. Immediate shield crack, but they are still standing. And it's tough to want to challenge a team like Team Moxie knowing they have the reveal medallion. Now there's some other squads battling each other. This is a moment where Team Moxie are going to focus on maybe getting some mats, especially that metal which has kept them protected for a good amount of time. Now, hearing a team could be close by, trying to communicate how they want to drop and how they want to do it, or they could just stay down there and force out mats, and they got a knock on neutral.
They're about to full drop if they want to. No, instead, Moxie gonna prioritize staying ahead. They're gonna continue to wrap, head immediately for front side of this next zone. They know that there's a team that was trying to take that prime positioning away from them, but with Moxie, Regs, and Dia closing in so swiftly, the opportunity has now fizzled out for the rest of the lobby, and it's cranking straight to height. They can tell there's another team looking to try and play for an elevated position across the way, but first and foremost, Maddie, Sparkles, AFK, they got to deal with the likes of Regs, Dia, and Moxie because they managed to work their way ahead of the rest of the pack here, Lemon. And Regs, Dia, and Moxie, they are set up in really strong positioning to try and close this out.
Yeah, they took the moment to get mats just because they knew everyone was converging. There's a lot of traffic. They found height. They got Sparkle's shields cracked, and she gets to cover in time. But Rose, not as lucky. Luxlori and Mani, this was a team I had my eyes on after a very good finish in a previous game. They find themselves in top 15, and Sparkles did just get eliminated there from Regs. It's Mani and Luxlori. know they're a duo against a lot of tough opponents who could probably still have their full squads. So that changes how you're going to approach the game when you're down a teammate.
I'm looking at Sophia, Smiley, and Mari, though, in the distance, because right now they're currently boxed in a spot that I think Regs, Moxie, and Dia would rather be. So without hesitation, they're going to try to jump forward, but again, immediately lit up because they're headed the direct action place that's where exactly Regs, Moxie, and Dia wanted to be. They're going to have to play for the double revive. They've got no other options but to bring Smiley back into this. This is their primary fragger, after all.
You're so happy to have all your teammates back. Such a good set of eliminations, too, and a strong start at 15th place, or at least 15 squads left, but that is going to be trimmed down very soon as Velkson, really the only one standing. Her two other teammates just got eliminated. She hears fire in the distance. She could approach with the shotgun, try to break inside of these boxes and play for piece control, but maybe just surviving through the storm now, forcing everyone to make a transition. Velkson could be the one who cuts them off, that gets in their way, but really may just want to stay put, stay quiet as a solo player.
She got very fortunate with the way that zone pulled back over her. It's going to allow her to just sit tight for a little moment longer. All she needs is a few more placements. Even in breaking into that top 10 could be monumental as far as that leaderboard positioning is concerned. But Somerset, Yasmin, they're trying to close this one out. No Frantic in sight. She's been eliminated earlier on. They don't have much material to work with either. They're going to have to scramble and look for an elimination, some form of a refresh here to continue their charge forward.
Can they get their second victory royale while down a teammate? Seeing very low on Woods, still having Brick though, and they'll do their best to just carve their way through the builds that already exist. Team Moxie, who had the Rift Island, the Reveal Medallion, sit at the top physically and probably metaphorically in this game. We're in game 4, past the halfway mark. Now they travel from platform to platform and see, because everyone else may be in a worse resource spot than they are. They could catch someone out in the open, but someone who could be contesting the high ground is Yasmin and Somerset, slowly crawling their way up there. But Sophie, Millie, the best duo by far that we have here, are still trucking.
Yeah, Sophie Ann is definitely putting in work currently. It's incredible that they've managed to find an isolated spot in these mid-ground layers. They're managing to tarp through, no problem whatsoever. And it's crazy because, again, these scans are just popping up every 50 seconds. Moxie, Regs, Dia, they have full knowledge of where these ladies are located, but they're choosing to continue holding strong on the top of this lobby inside of the high ground. but they just don't have that much material. Daya's gonna have to drop sooner rather than later for some form of a refresh. If anything, at least gotta play Disruptor on the low ground. She is a fragger after all.
Mari will not go down without a fight. She'll even use the pre-existing builds, but as she does, she's out in the open, taken care of by Regs. We only have a few squads remaining. Somerset finding herself in the storm. Moxie, Daya, Regs, full health, and this is the time to farm up those eliminations. And everyone, victims in their path. Only 2 teams remaining. It's Moxie, Daya, Regs versus, well, it was the world, but now just one other team standing in their path for another victory royale, maybe their second one at that. But it's about searching where they are. And also, it's just Team Moxie that own what's left of the zone.
They don't even have to search. They could wait it out if they wanted to. Regs has so many med kits, and she won't even have to use a singular one of them. Not even a splash expended towards the end there. I think Moxie was just sifting through all those builds, trying to pinpoint where that solo was straggling, trying to remain hidden. But a valiant attempt for another player to try and outlast at least a second place finish. You can always be happy with that. But the second victory royale for Team Moxie, that's the kind of punchback they needed against Nina's team.
And they were only 10 points or 11 points behind first place, and that easily shoots them back up to the top, currently wearing the crowns here at our Milk Cup Championship, the second victory royale. This is getting to be an intense final couple of games for a ton of money on the line, but we gotta load up our next game very shortly and get to an interview. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you after this.
everyone, and welcome back to the Milk Cup. I am joined once again by Moxie after their win in that round. Girl, we're speaking with each other. We spoke to each other at the beginning of the day. Now we're at the end of round 4. Update me on you and the team and your feelings now that we're almost to the end of the show.
I mean, we're a little bit tired, but ready, prepared. It was a W game. I really like it. And I'm having fun. The most important part of the game, having fun.
Is this the first time that you've played in front of an audience like this, or with such a great amount of people around you?
Yeah, this is my first time and it's awesome. I'm so excited. It's just, I'm happy.
Now, how have you been dealing with the nerves? Because clearly the results are showing for themselves after that last game.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not nervous. Probably first game, but not anymore. Yeah, I'm just ready to play.
All right, well, just a couple more rounds before we get into it. Who is on your radar in terms of people that you need to be a little bit cautious of going into that 6th round?
Yeah, I mean, there's pretty good teams. There's Nina, Frantic. I love them. They're pretty good competitors. Yeah, they're so good.
Perfect. Well, wishing you and the team the best of luck. I know 2 of them ran off to get pizza, so go get your pizza, girl, and we're going to get into that next round. Take it away, Kelly.
Avali, where's our pizza? I would like some pizza. I'm sure, of course, our casters would like some pizza as well.
Please.
But you know what? That's okay.
There was a
We
chicken
don't need
sandwich
pizza.
and fries that had my name on it just now. I want to get back there, dude. Who knows, man?
You know what I want? I want to get back into the games. But of course, we have a few minutes to wait before we get onto that battle bus and get into game number 5. So let's take a quick review on what we saw in game number 4. Now, of course, I feel like in my interview with Bugha, I was saying like, oh, Moxie's team, they're not in first anymore. Is that going to help their mentality? It 100% turned around in game number 4 there. Moxie, Regs, Dia ending game 4 with 17 eliminations.
Insane amount. Like, they are fraggers, but that game, it felt like it was theirs from around the mid game when we noticed the Rift Island, the reveal medallion. They had so much high ground too with that Rift Island. They got to sit up there and kind of assess what the rotations were. I kind of had a feeling it was their game.
The big thing for me is we didn't actually get a chance to see what went wrong for Nina's team, because the fact that we did not, that was the first lobby where they fell outside of a top 3 performance. That factor alone tells me that there was some kind of unexpected hiccup, and right now they're probably just hoping not to replicate that, because currently they find themselves in that flip-flop position, right, with Moxie's trio. I think that's a big part of the reason why we saw Moxie, Regs, Dia willing to be so aggressive in that end game as well, because they needed those eliminations to overthrow.
Yeah, and obviously it is a bit of a double-edged sword. It's high risk, high reward going for those eliminations, but that is something that we have seen from Moxie's team time and time again, nearly doubling the eliminations of even 2nd and 3rd place. So to see them pull that out once again, to see them be back into form of what we are used to out of this trio, it is very exciting to see. But on the note of Nina's trio, I do not think we can count them out. As far as looking at the leaderboard right now, they are just 31 points behind first place, and that right there is honestly just a handful of eliminations and a good placement.
Yeah, Chloe has definitely been trying to live up to her name of Chloe Ames, but for the most part, I do think that a lot of these players are kind of focusing on the understanding that they've only got 2 lobbies left to work with, right? So you don't want to be, overly nervous about the end results, but you might need to pick up the pace for some of these ladies.
And I'm glad you brought up Chloe's team, because they've been really flip-floppy this event, from 28th to 4th to 17th to 4th. So it's like, can they find their way to at least a consistent middle ground, or they may be a team that's taking those big risks and obviously getting rewarded at some points of getting a lot of eliminations. When those games go right, they get 5 or 6 eliminations, but when they go wrong, they fall out early.
Yeah, but it's still so incredibly impressive to think about the fact that they are within our top 10, because again, Kayvalo, she is a player that just recently came over to the Fortnite scene, and the fact of the matter is she's doing an impeccable job at not only keeping up, but also having her own pop-off moments. And I think that assistance, that kind of supportive measures alongside Scare and Chloe, that's a big part of the reason why we do see those sparks of life out of this trio.
It really does feel, though, that at least our top 4 are pretty solidified. And of course, crazy things can happen. Players can change where they're going to be dropping in the next 2 games as the final moments do come down and our teams do become a bit more desperate is the word that I like to use. And honestly, it's worth it if you look at the prize pool, you look at what is awarded for first, second, and third place. It is just absolutely motivating, if anything, to try and do whatever you can to climb up the leaderboard. First might not be in reach, but every placement you make above is going to be that much more money.
And I'm going to give honorary shout-outs again to Kay, considering that she is a solo trying to, you know, come up with some sort of power play in a sea of trios. I just really have to commend her fortitude throughout this competition. And it is awesome to see her make her way to this Milk Cup championship. And I'm glad that she has this opportunity provided.
Well, if we talk about solos, then we do have to talk about one of the duos that's actually performing quite well right now. Turn Sophie and Millie. I mean, my goodness, this is a bit of a surprise, I would say, for us Lemon Kiwi.
Yeah, we have a couple of duos, but this is by far the one that has stayed at the top, like consistently in the top 10. Yeah, like in terms of at least the leaderboard and even in the games, like they ended second place as a duo. 2 versus the world. I still can't believe that. With only 4 eliminations, but that's keeping them 6th place in the leaderboard, and that's a good amount of cash.
I definitely think a part of that, especially when we looked at the end game there, was that there is between the fragging teams on the low ground and then of course Moxie's trio on the high ground just destroying everyone. Staying in the middle ground is actually probably one of the safest places, and that's exactly what Sophian's duo did in that end game there. They stayed in the mid ground. They kind of stayed actually in the back of zone so that they were able to allow everyone else to kind of go for those eliminations, go for high ground, and then just allowed everything else to happen around them.
I think for me, the one call out I got to make for Turn Sophian and Millie is just looking at Turn Sophian's name. That's some commendations there to Turn Daisy, another woman in the Fortnite scene. She's not at this competition, but still want to give her flowers because she is, I think, a pretty prominent figure throughout the women's scene in Fortnite. And I just love the fact that, you know, Sophian just took it upon herself to give that honorary shout out to her friend.
Everyone's snacking away, and you know what that means? A burst of energy. Actually, I get really sleepy when I snack, so hopefully they don't have what I have happen. Well, it depends on what you snack on. And they got water. They better have milk. They probably already finished their milk during that break.
You say that, now we have Milk being drunk right now on camera.
Awesome. Okay, I'm glad we shifted to that too, because you got to finish that quick before it gets warm, and then that will really give you the energy for this next game. There's only a couple left.
Okay, but question, am I crazy? Because I swear ice in the milk makes it taste so much better.
Stop, you're so weird.
I will never leave this hill, okay? I will stand up. I'm going to stand on business for that. Ice in your milk is infinitely better.
I mean, considering how short you are, you're still shorter than me on a hill, so it doesn't matter
but
to me.
Think about how strong I am, Kelly.
That's true.
I'm so powerful.
I mean, that's very true. I've seen you in the gym.
That's thanks to the calcium in my bones because of the milk providing, okay?
I love it. And yeah, obviously these ladies right now taking a moment before we get into game number 5, our final 2 games, the penultimate game, if you will, for the Milk Cup Championships. And what an absolutely incredible journey it has been. A bit of a slow start, but finally kicking things off. And right from the get-go, some of our top competitors have really been showing up. And this is obviously the biggest event that we have ever had for the women in Fortnite. With the largest prize pool, we are breaking records. We are just showing up what these ladies can do to such an incredible audience. So thank you all for being a part of this, not just to the competitors, but to our incredible production team between Radiant, Gonna Need Milk, and then of course to our audience here watching at home and watching at LA Comic-Con. We appreciate you guys so much for being here. And in just a few short moments, we're going to be getting into game number 5.
Oh, what's crazy, though, is I imagine it's got to be so nerve-wracking. I'm looking at some of our audience members, seeing the friends and family associated with our lovely ladies in today's Milk Cup Championship competition. And for us, you know, it's already an adrenaline rush seeing what happens in game, right, Lemon? So imagine how it feels for the audience that does have those close relationships, knowing that their loved ones are just duking it out for this lion's share of a prize pool.
Well, We're going to see how much we love them because we also need an audience member to do a Fortnite emote to get a bingo going. This is slowly loading up, but I know we only have 1 or 2 more squares for a bingo, or even, a player eliminated by fall damage. I mean, was it Mari that almost...
Hey, I feel like if you're pointing at somebody in the crowd to Fortnite emote, that makes you obligated to Fortnite emote yourself.
Oh, I like that. I like the call out.
No. Don't make me do.
I don't think you can give me enough V-Bucks to emote on stage right now. It's not going to be me. I apologize, but look at that. Yeah, if we just have the same trio wins back-to-back rounds, then Moxie's trio could definitely be that team, as well as the audience Fortnite emote, then that's the Milk Cup bingo. Now, you know what my question is? What do we win if we get a bingo?
We all jump and hurrah, and we're happy.
I think
all right, never mind.
Or we throw more
Canceled,
cows.
everyone.
We can throw more cows, and maybe, with how strong your bones are, Taco, you can really nail the shots.
I was getting them pretty far back there, okay?
Like, you also hit somebody in the head.
I hit a few people. Not intentionally.
Purpose.
I'm just accurate, okay? Some of us, played sports thanks to the growth that Milk was able to provide me as a child. Granted, I hit all of it by the time I got to 3rd grade. But
yeah, tallest 3rd grader out there.
We still made it. They actually did think I was going to be super tall because I was taller than everybody else, and then everybody else kept growing.
Well, you just focus all that energy into being an incredible competitor in multiple games since I've known you. So I understand. You sacrifice height for gaming ability and prowess. And a lot of the prowess that we're watching here today is so impressive. These are some of the best competitors in Fortnite, and they are really showing up today as well. Currently, we can see we got some meditating going on right now. I'm sure with this being the final 2 games that you do want to make sure that your mentality is at the best that it can be.
And this is like the same amount of games that we've played from the qualifiers, but in an entirely different environment. You can't just go and pet your cat or go talk to your mom, or maybe your mom's here, but you're not in a comfortable environment where you can mentally reset and be on your own. You have your teammates. You also have competitors that are near you, and I'm hoping that noise doesn't get to you. But to see your opponents either beside you, across from you, who I haven't heard too much smack talk. Everyone loves each other here, but that is intimidating.
I mean, beyond just the environment immediately around them, we are also at one of the largest conventions in Los Angeles. If I'm not mistaken, I heard that there was around 100,000 people over here throughout the weekend to be expected. So lots of noise going on. There's even like a mini arcade behind them. So to be able to even just beyond getting tournament jitters and calming yourself down, to be able to be in an environment like this where there's fog machines going, there's cheering, there's giveaways and stuff, it is absolutely impressive.
Yeah, these ladies, they're certainly looking to continue, try, settle in, buckle down, because even though it's only 2 lobbies left remaining, it almost feels like those, at least when you're actually playing it, when you're in that environment, it almost feels as if it goes on forever, right? Like, anytime you're actually in those types of pressure circumstances, I think anybody would agree, it just seems like time drags on, and that can begin to play a little bit more of that mental element.
And there's no, buffer or cushion really left. When you only have 2 games, you have to be perfect from here on out. You have to peak at LAN, which just could be the first time people have even played at LAN. And some of these competitors are so young. Maybe they have homework due on Monday or something. So imagine just all the things going on in their head. That's what I would be. Maybe I was a good student. Maybe these girls only care about Fortnite. I don't know. But there's just a lot of elements to think about, including how you're going to look at the next 2 games.
Yeah, and speaking of looking at the next 2 games, for those players that are in kind of the bottom half of the leaderboard, Taco, do you think that we're going to be seeing any strategies changing, or do you think that they're just going to stay with the status quo and go with what they know?
Maybe some of the teams towards that bottom half of the leaderboard, they might look to start playing a little bit more aggressively towards each other because, again, if you were in that under half or in the bottom half of the leaderboard, then that means that you're not the only one struggling. These other teams are struggling around you as well, and it could potentially be a big risk, but sometimes you got to go big or go home with this level of competition, and you're just going to have to take those risks if you want to try and overthrow teams that are ahead of you.
And it's not entirely uncommon, although very rare, to see teams in these final moments change up their drop spots. And we've seen even in the biggest stages in Fortnite where second place will land on first place. And we can see, although I don't think it's going to happen in Game 5, potentially Game 6, we do see how close Nina, Vader, and Vanessa are to Moxie, Daya, and Reds.
And this is where maybe stamina Me? Oh.
Cat attacks,
I'm
man.
dead.
What a menace.
Cat Riz. But where stamina is important, and who is going to be able to maintain that energy, because that can help you get ahead in these last games and can creep up a couple of spots. Even if maybe first place is out of reach, a top spot is still something that is respected in one of the biggest female Fortnite lands there is.
And again, there's a lot of emphasis that we're putting right now onto our first and second place teams, but we just saw Frantic on screen, and despite being in that third place position, they are definitely still within striking distance here, so neither Team Moxie or Team Vanessa can really get too cozied up and focus. They can't tunnel vision on each other and thinking about, I've just got to beat you guys to make it through this, because Somerset Frantic and Yasmin, they are ready to pounce.
And a lot of these players will have music going. I don't know how people can also communicate while listening to the cues in the game while also having music. I'm seeing people jam out, get comfortable, and that is something that can, you know...
Yeah, the Fortnite jam tracks.
Yeah.
While they're waiting for the lobbies to start.
Sure.
I mean, we have background music in our headsets right now, and I can barely keep my thoughts straight. So it is so impressive to be able to communicate, build, shoot, and just be able to have awareness of what is going on around you. And that is something that these ladies have in spades, especially now that we do reach the final moments. And everyone, we are just making sure that our battle bus is ready to go before we get into game number 5. So thank you for hanging out with us on the desk here. Kelly, we got Taco. Lemon Kiwi. I'm excited.
We're
ready.
taking attendance.
Yeah, no, making sure everyone's here, everyone's ready to go. Making sure that our ladies are ready to go as well. But just, you know, any requests that you have of the players who potentially could be listening to us right now for anything in Game 5, anything interesting you'd like to see?
I want to hear more about these rituals. We've had such great content pieces talking about setups, like what their favorite skin is and different stuff, but like, what is the ritual at LAN? Because like at home, you'd maybe do meditation. I pet my dog for good luck. I'm not competing, so you know how that went. But you know, everyone has their own thing at LAN. We saw people meditate, and I thought that was really cool. Some people jamming out to Fortnite background music, I guess, or whatever. And I would love a content piece about that.
Yeah.
That's definitely valid. For me, I find that I get best into my proper state of mind when I slam a glass of chocolate milk, and then I'm ready to hit the big stage.
You know, it's that hydration that you get through milk. It's the proteins as well, that lactose. It just provides so many nutrients. And if you guys want to find out more information about that, at Gonna Need Milk is the social media you need to follow. Also, you guys should be following our Discord at Gonna Need Milk. There is plenty of opportunities as well as gatherings, events, tournaments that they put on there. And for those of you watching online, we do still have the giveaways going on for our V-Bucks. One lucky winner is going to be winning 2,800 V-Bucks if they spam the name of the team captain. And we're not going to be spamming on the desk anymore, everyone, because it looks like our ladies are loading into game number 5, our penultimate game for the Milk Cup Championships. So casters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Kelly. And you could hear the excitement starting to build in the crowd as well. Everyone here just looking to cheer on these awesome women competitors that really had to go through the ringer to be here in the first place, Lemon, because making it through one of those 3 quals was no easy feat by any means, and I think we are definitely witnessing the start of something great here with the Milk Cup Championship.
We're making history at LA Comic-Con, and I'm so excited to see the future of these players beyond this land and how they represented themselves, what orgs are watching, because there's a ton of talent here that are unsigned. So if you're an org in the chat, get the checks ready, because we are ready for Game 5 to see who will rise to the top, because comfortably at the top is Team Moxie and Team Nina.
And again, just trailing ever so slightly behind them. It seems like a bigger gap than what it is. 56 points between third and second. Somerset's trio at 208, Vanessa 266. But a singular victory royale and one of our top 2 teams not managing to repeat perform top placements or just a victory royale yet again. And that is the doorway opening that Somerset's trio is bound to try and take full advantage of. And again, they're not the only ones. I think we have also really started to see a solid level of consistency as well from a Reddish's trio. Granted, they haven't necessarily had the same level of success throughout today's action, but the fact that they're still holding down that 5th place position is impressive.
And just a reminder that This was a $250,000 prize pool, including the qualifiers, where we gave out so much money for that. For this championship alone, it's $175,000, with every team who showed up here today getting a piece of that. But this is probably going to be the most amount of money they have ever seen playing Fortnite, and I'm excited to see a team like Reddish and how they're able to encroach closer to a top 10 spot.
Yeah, it seems like Reddish, the only thing she's really trying to find at the moment is probably a shotgun of some sort. Preferably the Gatekeeper, I would imagine, but at least for the time being, you know, like Lola, Reddish, they're uncontested at the Nitrodrome. They do have Slurp Cacti surrounding their position as well. So if they can continue to maintain solid footing in this one, I think that they are arguably in contention for possibly pushing into 4th place.
Monty taken out very early, but not something unsalvageable. But game 5, not going to be too contested here early on, and no one's even tried to maybe take Craft away from, was it Team Moxie, or just these huge power positions on the map, and we saw the impact of what a reveal medallion does and other things like that. So like that, everyone just kind of stays in their lane and aims more to take control in the mid to late game.
I will say that is something that does make Nina's and Vanessa and Bader's performance all the more impressive, though, is because they are coming out of Doomsdot, and granted, they're uncontested, but the best benefit I think that Doomsdot has to offer is Mysterio's Mythic Sovereign Shotgun. But when you compare that to the Mythic Striker Burst Assault Rifle, as well as that Reveal Medallion, it can definitely be difficult to actually keep up against a team with those sort of benefits. But again, Moxie's trio has those benefits because they have established respect inside of the women's Fortnite competitive scene, to where nobody really feels as if it's a smart decision to try and challenge these ladies at their drop.
And another important medallion, the Siphon medallion at Castle Doom for Team Female Clix's team, who have been pretty comfortably in these top 10 finishes in these games, but for a team that dominated every single game in Qualifier 3, I guess my expectations were they were going to be closer to top 5, but that just speaks to the level of competition, where we said earlier on in the show, we qualified the top 11 teams from each of those qualifiers, and that the teams in those qualifiers versus the teams that are at LAN, it's a whole new level of competition.
Not only that, but as well, when you think about the kind of nerves that are bound to be involved just from experiencing your first-time LAN environment, and especially a player like Canary, she's done a fantastic job leading up to this Milk Cup championship, but I think that this is only going to make her even better still in the long term. And it's the same could be said for Female Clix and CC Nuggets as well, but I think the big thing that I'm trying to get at here is, sure, that Siphon Medallion, on paper, it looks like it would be busted in the right hands, right? But I think, again, they're just having some issues with having those consistent mid to late game moments, and I can't fault them when we look at our teams that have been having repeat success in the end game.
Wally's team, Ardupe, were able to get back into a more... they salvaged the position they were in after they lost Danzy early, but now taking fire from across the way. Plenty of walls to use there for Ardupe, but now trying to assess where is this fire coming from, and how do you want to close the gap between them? Maybe also trying to cut off their way from trying to boost out of there. That is Team Reddish on the horizon, and Ardupe is staying in cover.
Smart. They've got to make sure that they stay as concealed as possible currently. They might even be looking to try and take control of this flaming boost tube, because one thing that they definitely need currently is going to be that surge damage. It's a little bit of a setback when you have to go for the reboot ban play so early on, as Cat attacks. Soon to discover just how difficult that might be. She's set for an uphill battle in Lobby 5 here. Sailor Nat, Spy, both down and out for the count, having been eliminated by Haley's trio, and the fact that Cat Attacks is just going to have to full disengage and just scramble for leftovers is what it feels like.
Well, with the skin, you like stick out like a sore thumb, at least in this part of the map with the blue and the yellow. But
she's just trying to fly high right now, okay? The sky's the limit right now for Cat Attacks in this outfit.
Oh, we love Cat. She's always so funny on the cameras too, but this is anything but a hilarious situation that is ahead of her. Now you just gotta play things safe as we look at Team Rihanna. I love saying that, as they're just also keeping things stable at the edge of the zone near Doom Court with a team to their north and a team far away to their south, but no pressure for them as they're just trying to collect mats.
Just trying to keep tabs on that trio. Just a little bit further back from where Rihanna's trio had just previously rotated out of, and again, it can be difficult, I think, to frequently look back and make sure that the coast is clear, especially when you have shots coming in from ahead. Rihanna's trio are going to be made aware of the fact that 2AM's got a little bit of a setup on the hill, with Rhea currently holding down the high ground in this elevated position. And again, Tokyo hoping to get some connections, but she's just out in the open going for it.
Yeah, Team Rihanna, they had such an unlucky drop, like finishing 32nd in their very first game, but ever since then, smooth sailing with 11th, 7th, and 11th again. Now just think about if that first game wasn't so unlucky, how much more ahead in the leaderboard would Team Rihanna be? And this could be the game to maybe make up for that, but it is really tough to get top 10 in a lobby as stacked as this one. We'll go and check in on Mari, Sophia, and Smiley, though another top team with a lot of expectations behind them with K-Mors, another talented team ahead of them.
Yeah, for a moment there, it looked like it was about to be a real bad day for Layla, but fortunately the support out of K-Mors and Scars is going to be enough for her to be able to recuperate her shield. But again, Sophia, Mari, Smiley, they are fully aware. They've got Scars, full invisibility, but the 3-2-1 count, the shots don't ring out at the exact same time, and they're slightly off the mark. So no knock gonna unfold just yet, and their position now compromised as a team actually from behind. So a team actually a little bit further north out of Grimgate were the ones taking shots at Sophia, Mari, and Smiley, essentially punishing them for that aggressive play onto Layla.
At least with these underworld dashes, they were able to drop right on that, get the dashes, and get to a safe position. And then now it's the other team, that third party, that has revealed themselves. And they may take some pressure from all angles too. Layla looking at how Team Sophia and Smiley are crossing over, putting shots into their walls and forcing them to use mats, maybe just trying to chip away at the shields, but not gonna be the knock that Scars is looking for with how far away that is.
That's gotta feel good though. You get a couple of revenge tags in the process, because keep in mind, Scars is the one that was eating the brunt of the damage initially there out of Smiley and Mari's team. But again, just gonna sit tight for a moment here. One thing I couldn't help but notice though, Lemon, Somerset, her name inside of that elimination feed, because it seemed as though they might have clashed with Kanari's trio, and if that's the case, I'm curious whether or not the rest of Somerset's team is still standing. Yasmin and Frantic, I mean, I wouldn't count them out ever for Reboot Van plays, but at the same time, it's always going to be difficult when you're dealing with experienced players as far as just confidence in fragging is concerned.
A lot more players are testing the waters in this early game, a lot more tags and damage being exchanged, and no full commitments. It's still a lot of long-range exchanges, but sometimes that has led to just sometimes too much damage flooding in, and huge players like Somerset falling early, and now even Reddish just got eliminated. So the Reboot Van gonna be in high demand.
Nolik and Lola just trying to decide which direction they actually want to head. And it could be a play for the Underworld Reboot Van. That might be one of their more safe options, but again, this is a little bit of a setback as far as positioning is concerned. They've got to be really careful, because off into the distance now, like bound to have spotted out that trio gliding in. Lola still going to lead them straight towards the Art of Combat, but again, it's been called. And the call to action is currently to just fall back. Let this team move in, move forward, and then hopefully Wall of Blood and Norlic will have that reboot and play opportunity.
At least riding along this river, you get all these dashes, but it's a little bit out in the open with hills overlooking you, so kind of playing between those lines of cover, going under the bridge with, oh boy, Moxie's team over there. That is just not a team you want to run into at this stage of the game with how much they've been dominating, getting consistent top 3 finishes. And Emperor as well, a team that we want to see succeed, one that is still working towards that.
I think at this point, if I see a yellow circle moving towards me at a rapid rate, I'm booking it the other direction. And I'm assuming that it's probably going to be Regs, Moxie, and Dia because they have been unabashedly aggressive all throughout today's matches. And in Lobby 5, it's going to look no different here. But a team that's hoping to get involved in a little bit more action, I think, Emperor, Psycho, Emily Marie. Again, keep in mind, this was a team that placed 5th in what was considered to be the most difficult qualifier in that first Milk Cup qual. But a lot of trouble for Smiley right now.
Oh, and Mari is about to go down too, and this is a lot more of an aggressive lobby compared to how the day started. Now that everyone is confident in their game plan, they found success, and they just gotta refine it and execute it better and better. Mari, Smiley, looks like they're in a healthier position than when I last saw them. And now it's Nina's team trying to encroach on that high ground. And that can be difficult to do, but with the mechanics that they've been putting on today, it could be a different story.
Smiley, though, fighting for her life. She's not going to make it easy. Keeps opening up his window edits on the walls, hoping to try and catch Vader off guard, but Vader, right side peek in favor of Smiley for a moment. Smiley now trying to keep up with Vader cranking up towards height, but she's gonna be forced to drop instead, try and reposition with the rest of her team. She sees Vanessa on the escape. She knows that she's low. Vader as well. The HP disparities starting to put a lot of pressure now onto Vanessa. Sophia hoping to take advantage of it, but these underworld dashes just too good at the escape method.
And that could have been an absolutely chaotic situation with Team Vanessa being in 2nd place and Team Mari being in 10th, or Team Smiley being in 10th. But everyone was able to go out unscathed as we look towards Lena. A lot of teams in the vicinity just trying to stay quiet, make it look like the area isn't occupied, and listen in on what is nearby. Kind of a nice hunting technique in that regard, as Kay will box herself in and take a second, as they may have to communicate what the next plan is.
They're definitely gonna take this rift to try and rotate, but they've got to make sure that the timing is right, because rotate too soon, you get focused by the entirety of the lobby. Rotate too late, you get focused by the entirety of the lobby. So you see what I'm getting at here is that they've got to be very peculiar, especially when you know that at the top of Rift Island, there is probably a pretty high likelihood that it's only a matter of time before the likes of Moxie, Regs, and Dia look to try and set up a positional point there, because that's what they've been doing for at least half of our lobbies today already.
Maddie's team, it's one of the most talented ones that we have here. Not going to be looking at that Rift Island, but rather chase the zone that is pulling north. And Maddie's shield is already cracked, and she's at half health, trying to escape around the hill. And this is Team Female Clicks, who have a power position there, raining heck down on Arising, who are trying to rotate away. They can't go and carve their way towards Team Female Clicks. And they're being aggressive. Female Clicks just breaking down every wall, but still hoping to chip more away at those shields. But safe passage, as now more teams are getting involved, and Team Female Clicks will have to adjust.
But at the same time, 603 damage above, 1 elimination as well, and that one being onto Somerset early on in this 5th lobby. There's now Female Clicks, CC Nugget, Canary. They recognize the fact there is a team center of this ravine here underneath Rift Island, as Female Clix also trying to do her best to keep tabs on teams that might be approaching them as well from that east side of the map.
Oh boy, Eternity. A lone wolf out there, but her against the storms, and she's getting slowly dwindled down. But other people are getting also claimed in the feed, so still 28 squads left, and Eternity is just trying to last just a little bit longer, just a little bit below the surge threshold, but not finding anyone to tag, to get herself stable. Lucky to find bandages, though.
At this point, she's just hoping that the player count falls low enough to where this surge damage turns off, but I don't think she's gonna get that lucky break just yet. The real fortune that she encountered was finding these 3 extra small shield potions, but only a handful of bandages remain at this stage. Kiwi, we are watching the beginning of the end unfold here, and sure enough, not enough HP to work with there as she is a victim of that surge damage threshold.
That was just tough for Team Eternity when I think Taco, unfortunately your sister fell.
Yes.
Pretty early in the game, but what will be the result of Team Crocs, who Crocs themselves eliminated, left with Wonka and Sweet against, oh boy, that deadly duo of Millie and Sophiane at the top. But maybe a more approachable situation for Wonka and Sweet, but it's not just these 2 duos going against each other. There's more teams starting to approach, hearing that fire.
The problem for Weezer Wonka, though, is just Sophiane and Millie, they're within range to hear the shield cracks happening from these surge tags. And so because of that, each of these surge ticks is only going to make it even easier for Sophiane and Millie. They could just wait this one out. That's why they're so content. They're not trying to break down the wall just yet. They know it's only a matter of time. They can only have a finite amount of resources to work with at this point, especially when they've been sitting inside of those boxes for so long, and you hear that first shield crack happen from the surge tick, and you know I wasn't the one that applied that damage, so there has to be other factors in play here, and that's why Sophiane and Millie, they're not even gonna bother wasting any more time. They just wanted to rotate out.
And on the feed, we saw Maddie just knocked K-Morse, who I think K-Morse's team was able to box around or maybe get her back on her feet, but that means that with that damage that Maddie did, they find themselves above the damage threshold. And there's just a lot of fire happening on this southwest side, so they gotta book it. They're in a healthy spot to keep rotating. Not a lot of eliminations, but rather aiming to make more damage later on in these zones, especially being this high above the threshold. There's nothing they gotta really stop for.
Really easy to refarm match, though, when you start to enter the forest range of Rebel's Roost. Is Sparkles, Maddie, AFK, they've actually done a really excellent job at making sure to be one of the first trios inside the edge of zone, and they're trying to make sure that they can take full control of one of the hills that's provided inside of this forest range, just a little bit east of Rebel's Roost. As now the other teams are going to start flow traffic into this next zone, but again, Maddie, AFK, Sparkles, what I want to see from them currently is just preventative measures. Spray back. Don't let these teams get anywhere near your position. Don't even let them inside the edge of the zone if you can prevent it, but there's only so much you can do to try and shut down Moxie, Taya, and Regs as they make their approach. K-Morse, though, paying the price. She's trying to make her way through this woodwork, and again, immediately shot at by Maddie's trio.
And K-Morse brought back to her feet earlier on and just not even out of the woods yet. Literally, metaphorically, there is just a lot of teams rotating to the north side, and this is an important game for K-Morse's team, sitting at 21st on the leaderboard, and they're in a whole lot of trouble with Scars, just with tiny amounts of HP, but just not able to be supported, with the team just being that close, as they just try to stay hidden and help Scars get to a safer position, and they're locked in. They don't seem too stressed. And just hoping the other teams get distracted by the other teams rotating into the zone.
K-Morse splitting the medkit resources, wanting to make sure that Layla and Scars are as healthy as possible. Layla just gonna hold on to that medkit for the time being. little bit of split mats here. K-Moore is going to be in charge of tarping forward, trying to lead her trio into a safety zone to where they could be the ones trying to take advantage of the lobby. But Daya, Moxie, Regs, the scans just constantly indicating, letting them know which direction they should be prioritizing as far as applying pressure is concerned.
A really tough spot for, I think, Sarlet's team. I saw Sarlet, maybe Melanie get eliminated. They were in 16th, and these are the last 2 games of our championship where you really needed to put on a good show to try and reach that top 10. We look to see one of our tournament favorites, the only team with 2 victory royales under their belt, Team Moxie, kind of peek out with these edits, and now the pressure is on, unleashing on Team Sparkles and closing the gap. Moxie knocking on the door, but a lot of metal, a lot to get through, but tough competition on the other side as Moxie saving ammo, just hoping to axe her way through and find angles around. And Sparkles got eliminated there by Daya. Man, once Moxie and friends set their sights on an opponent, they are victims.
After a certain point, you just got to cut your losses. And as far as Maddie's trio is concerned, Sparkles was just a goner by that stage. Daya, Regs, Moxie all taking separate approaches, different angles, once chopping out your floors, once chopping on your walls, once chopping on the top of your walls. And again, with 3 different angles to potentially have attack approaches from, it almost felt like it was inevitable at that point. And a bit tragic as well when you factor in where Maddie's trio was standing on the leaderboard.
Only 14 squads left. Not a ton of ammo for someone like Nina at this stage of the game when you have to start breaking down walls by force. Now, just trying to get around it. Reload and maybe wait for the opponents to come to them, especially with how limited at least Nina is on ammo. Good point above the threshold, breaking down the walls. K down for the count and fully eliminated, needing that siphon, that refresh too, to get them some more firepower to fight back against everyone else.
Actually cannot believe that they were able to escape though in those final moments. It really felt like Nina's trio was just gonna get the full collapse there. Instead though, Regs, Daya, Moxie one more time. Height completely under control. This lobby sitting underneath their thumb essentially, as Regs will get chopped out momentarily, but Flowbrave shouldn't be a repeat occurrence, at least I would imagine otherwise. Material count definitely strong, and especially when you factor in that all these ladies in these lower layers, they're not getting a chance to look up at height. Sophia just trying to get the med kit off, but that dream shut down almost immediately. Regs is just a menace right now with this mythic striker burst.
And with the reveal and the high ground, it's just shooting fish out of a barrel. But we look to see Team Female Clix's team, who consistent top 10, but want a victory royale. They've had so many under at qualifier 3. They've yet to get one this tournament, but they have to take their time. Patience is key. Hearing fire across, hoping to intervene very soon. But Female Clix herself a little bit low on HP, making sure they're all topped up before taking the engagement, as Somerset, I think I just saw, got knocked, if not eliminated. And things are really boiling down to our final 9 squads here of Game 5.
This is one of the deepest runs, though, that we've seen so far from Female Clix's trio, and they desperately need some of these points, and Team Moxie is not going to make this easy. Whoever manages to squeeze their way into this top 3 is still going to have to deal with those behemoths on height. Layla, K-Moore, Scars in the dirt, and still looking to punch their way through this lobby, closing in around them, but they're finding their openings. It's going to be frantic on the other side of these walls, but no, Layla behind Robin, peekaboo surprise.
There's only so much you can handle, and now it's all up to K-Moore's top 7, hoping for their best finish yet. K-Moore's collapses, and we only have 5 or 6 teams is now Team Moxie on the hunt below them. Vader, Vanessa, Nina, and just Kanari left of Team Female Clicks. Everyone just dealing with so much pressure. Only 4 remain.
But it was top 5 that Female Clicks' trio managed to just slide into at the end here. AFK, unfortunately, only half of her HP left to work with. Daya, Regs, Moxie, they are so healthy and standing so strong on the high ground. Overhead, everybody else here.
And with the reveals, just a matter of time before they can line up all the pins to pull them down. 2 teams remaining. Will it be a 3rd victory royale or not for Team Moxie? Who can contest the queens of Fortnite? And from the top rope, Daya doesn't want to waste any more time. Vader and friends in trouble. Nina trying to keep Daya in her place, who has to build a bit of space, go to a different layer, and see how she could surprise them. And finally, another victory royale for Team Moxie.
And it's our 2nd place team that was the last ones trying to tackle our 1st place board exit, reigning out strong here for Moxie's trio. An impressive performance for the hat trick victory royale of the day. Moxie, Regs, Daya, they are not making it easy for anybody here, Lemon, and a little bit heartbreaking maybe for Nina's trio, but ultimately, I think that a lot of these ladies can be very happy knowing that we are about to approach our final lobby of the day. It's everything on the line at this point, Kiwi, and we'll get to see how things wrap up right after this short break.
Different layer and see how she could surprise them. And finally, another victory royale.
This is Yin, CEO of Milk, total boss. Yin is not a gamer.
It's true.
Gamer or not, Yin and the team at Milk made a pledge to support women in sports.
And that includes esports too.
This year, her team decided to launch, drumroll,
Milk's Women's Fortnite Tournament Series to help level the playing field in esports. For women, tournament. But shockingly, that was already trademarked, so it's just called the Milk Cup. Tastes like victory and chocolate.
Welcome back, all you wonderful people, for the final time here for the Milk Cup Championships. We just wrapped up game number 5, which means that we are on to our final game of the Milk Cup Championships. 5 months ago, all the way back in May, we entered our first qualifier, finding the first 11 teams that would make their way to the LAN event here. And since that moment, it has just been building and building and building. And now we're here.
Literally in the game, too.
There's lots of building in the game.
Okay,
too.
there's a lot of building, but building up to this final moment, here's how the leaderboard is shaking up, and Team Moxie taking their 3rd victory royale. But how firm are they in first place by almost 50 points? So,
look, it is not outside the realm of possibility here for Nina's trio to catch up and overthrow. I'm not going to say it's going to be easy. They're definitely going to have to depend on some other factors to come into play, like Moxie's team to not have a strong placement finish. And on top of that, they have to hope they don't continue to boost that point disparity with Elims either.
It might not be easy, but it might be queasy, as we saw all the way back at the Invitational, 2nd and 1st place, just an arm's reach away from each other. And typically in Fortnite, we do not see teams land on each other, and that may not be a situation that we see in game number 6 as well. But if there is any team that can give Moxie's team a run for their money, it is Nina's trio.
I would love to see a Raft contest potentially out of Nina's trio, but it would take some serious gall to go for that, because you're dealing with a trio that you know has some really strong power frags behind it. And I think especially Daya has been a real standout for me today. And even in those final closing moments of lobby number 5, she looked like she was in a pure flow state. I mean, just slick with all of her edits, not missing a beat. And it's just, she's been the primary fragger for that trio.
And another team who fragged out of their minds was Team Female Clicks, getting their best placement, 5th with 7 eliminations, the most they got today. And it's better late than never when it comes to peaks. They were in 9th place in the leaderboard. Now they're all the way to 6th.
And to look at our 2nd place team vying for that 1st place spot, Nina, Vanessa, and Vader getting top 3 in 4 of the games. Their worst performance today was a 7th place, which is interesting to compare to Moxie's trio, who did get an 11th place finish, but even in that 11th place finish, they got 10 eliminations. It has been incredibly exciting. It has been such a pleasure to be a part on this stage, to be a part of the journey of these 99 incredible women. And that journey is coming to a close soon, because we are ready for game number 6, the final game of the Milk Cup Championship. Everyone, I want you to get loud now for these girls to hear you, because they deserve it. Let's head on to our casters.
Yes, the final showdown. First place, $75,000, the most amount of money we've seen in a female Fortnite LAN like this. The most amount of money they have probably seen competing. Some of them for their first time this year, some of them even just last year, as young as 14 too. There is some incredible talent here. Big shout out to Gonna Need Milk. Let's get into game 6.
Yeah, Gonna Need Milk, Radiant, eFuse, and of course, Peach Cobbler for helping to coordinate and set up this Milk Cup series. And now knowing that we are about to don our Milk Cup champions, it is just so incredibly awesome to be a part of this moment here with you, Lemon Kiwi, Avali, and Kelly, of course, along with everybody else there in production. But don't want to get too caught up on the oversights just yet, because everyone's trying to just close this one out. You have to pretend like you are playing game 6 as though it's your first match of the day.
Yeah, and is anyone going to want to take those big risks? I mean, even last game, we saw a lot more aggression in the earlier zones than we're used to seeing, leading to those big tags and sometimes some big names dropping and getting revived, but also setting your team behind when you can't keep on pace with your routes, when you have to go for a revive or a reboot fan.
The big thing for me, though, is that there is so much pressure, I think, that's got to be mounting onto Moxie, Regs, and Daya, because you have somewhat of a commanding lead, but not enough to where you can afford to slip up. They don't have the cushion that they need because of the looming threat that sits in Nina's trio. And so with that in mind, you really can't afford to hit that autopilot moment, because I think for a lot of competitors, it's hard not to succumb to that mentality of, oh my gosh, I'm already, like, I'm in first. But you have to make sure that you close out the last lobby in first too.
That's the difference, and the most consistent team we've had is Team Moxie with the 3 victory royales, but we'll go and check in with Team Crocs, and they're also on their way to try and really upset the lobby in this one. How they will do it, they are sitting in 28, so now it's just maybe creeping up a couple more spots, which would be big. If they can even get above 20, that's kind of where they've been sitting at. And even just getting a 15th, even a 10th, if they could really peak in this final game, may just get them closer to a bigger cash prize.
I think part of the problem, though, is that Sandy Strip Reclaimed Villa territory it's kind of scraps. You are just so far southwest of the map, it is very difficult to actually spread that loot amongst 3 different players, right? And Inspire, tragically enough, a solo, but we are definitely seeing a lot more action lighting up inside this elimination feed here, Kiwi. I think a lot of these players just kind of recognizing the fact that they've got to kind of turbocharge through these elimination points if they want to try and just move 1 or 2 more placements further forward. Because keep in mind, even when you look at the pricing difference between first and second, it's a $45,000 difference, because first being that 75K, second being 30,000, so a lot at stake here.
And a team like Team Ardup really felt the pressure, and they have just so much potential, but just haven't been able to really encroach on that top 15 area. They had one amazing game too, 8 eliminations, 6th place, that's the Hulk. But I'm looking at Ardup, who I wish they hulked out more, because I thought they had such a good performance at the qualifier, but LAN is a whole different beast.
And with that in mind, though, I think it's definitely been a really impressive performance from a lot of these ladies that are participating here today, especially when you factor in that they've never had LAN experience prior to this Milk Cup event. And so I think that, if anything, this is only going to make them stronger competitors in the future. And I'm very much excited to see what all of our ladies here today are able to kind of do in that Fortnite competitive space moving later on. But CC Nugget, Female Clicks, Canary, they had success. They managed to squeak by into that 5th place position, and it jumped them up a few placements as well on the leaderboard, because the fact of the matter is, Redish's trio was initially holding down that 5th place position pretty steadily, but that last slip up in the 5th lobby made things incredibly difficult, and now they're gonna have to try and push their way back into that top 5 contention.
Just around the Grand Glacier area, this team Female Clicks, who we said had a later peak, but still one that's appreciated consistently, performing top 10 or above. But their best performance by far was the last game, ending in 5th place. And then it's crunch time once those last couple of zones close in, and just anything can happen in those moments. But just trying to be as efficient as possible with their routing. Still some eliminations coming through of people getting those extra couple of points, which can make a difference in this leaderboard.
CC Nugget just floating overhead of Castle Doom, trying to see if there's any players that might be kind of looking to hover or lurk nearby. It's one of the benefits, though, coming out of Castle Doom. You can always look to prioritize the launch pads hanging out near those mountain scalings. But again, so many teams are gonna get involved. R2 doesn't even get a chance to build. She is immediately eliminated.
And Danzy and Seb will have to move on without her, moving towards the south. And I mean, it definitely hurts. It's a dent in the armor for sure, but we've seen duos, aka Millie turned Sophie, who have made the most out of being a duo and are still sitting, Millie and Sophie, and sitting in 4th place in our leaderboard despite coming in as a duo, surprising everyone against all odds.
At least it's early enough that we could still see some possibility for reboot and opportunities to come into play, but again, this lobby definitely thinning at a much more rapid rate than what we have witnessed in the past 5 so far. I think a big part of that, though, just credited towards the fact that this is the end of the line, technically speaking. These ladies know this is the final lobby, so they've got to show up massive here if they hope to just squeeze a few more points, push themselves up on those leaderboards. As Els are rising, Haley blaming BoostTube, gonna help them punch forward. Chloe in a whole world of hurt here, hoping that she can have an opportunity to try and get some heals off, but again, Els just barreling across her box on the other side, and it's just such a split position. Chloe's so far away from the rest of her team. She's trying to see if Gaval is going to be able to provide some backup support here. And it does come through, but now Scare taking the brunt of the damage.
I just love the aggression out of Els' team. They were just non-stop on the chase. They will not relent until they get these elims. But it's a Rising brought down to 50 HP and has the items to replenish that, but maybe not the space and time, and namely the peace. There are so many teams at the edge of this zone that know each other's situations are awkward. Now things have settled a bit, still with teams in close proximity. And it's Psycho, Emperor, a dangerous team to try and battle against. We'll try to chase the zone with some teams by their sides. Everyone is quieted down, but no, Emily now has to cover her back, and they gotta just keep going forward.
There is a surprising amount of congestion taking place north of Brawler's Battleground and Redline Rig. It's almost surprising to see that there are 4 trios just stacked on top of each other there for a moment. I'm just amazed at the fact that all of these ladies have managed to encounter each other, but I think, again, that's just credited towards the fact that everyone is rotating much more aggressively because they are trying to find those last-second elimination points. And even better still, you eliminate a trio, that means you're getting a possibility for even more placement points as well.
Yeah. This is as the games have gone on, things have gotten a lot more heated. Now the final game where everyone needs to peak and play their absolute best Fortnite. Now rotating north is Empress team, being a little bit cautious too of the high ground that is in front of them with 2 squads patrolling. Now trying to get some height too is K's team. There's a lot of K's in this tournament, but I guess I'll say Team Scare. But they're
Whichever
not.
K places the highest is the one that gets to hold stake of the K name. That's the rule here.
And they're farming away, so they're fine.
I like that though. Smart out of Davalo, Scare, and Chloe to essentially pivot where they were initially trying to head off of that Flowberry Fizz into the launch pad. Just not worth the risk because they are in a decent position. They're just hovering on the cusp of that top 10 territory, but again, they have a real opportunity if they can continue to perform to actually maybe squeeze by into top 7 or higher. I mean, it really all depends. We have seen those pop-off moments out of those ladies. It's just about getting that repeat consistency.
I'd love to see, I mean, Team Leaf have been really consistent, except Leah just got all of her shields cracked, and she needs support, and Edis and Leaf are doing their best to do just that, but also not become victims themselves, and to stay on the path and leave Leah behind.
It's part of the problem, though, when you're making these rotates with your team, when you get a little bit too split from each other, and then you have to keep in mind, too, Sep, she lost Ardupe earlier on, so she's probably coming from a dead side spot that Leah and them just were not expecting. Eternity reaching a similar encounter here, just picked apart by a separate trio, and it just goes to show you cannot afford to be a straggler in this environment.
I know Taku's team has had issues with these unlucky early drops of usually playing with a woman down this early. It's been disadvantageous for them, and now being found by a trio playing at the edge of the zone, and Altena's trying to do her best to get around it, and she has some health and time to play around, but this squad is going to be patrolling and maybe marking where she is and just closing her out very soon.
This squad's about to be so happy if they actually do eliminate Altena, because she has so many mats that I couldn't imagine a better position to be in for split material counts. And sure enough, 3 versus 1 scenario. this could be a bingo board moment, but Altina, I don't think she's gonna get a chance to fight back. It's Cat Attack, Spy, and Sailor Nat looking to make up for some lost time. This trio has struggled throughout the course of today, and Cat Attacks has done everything in her power to make sure that she can maintain such a strong position. But again, boxed up, trying to make sure that she can punch through. Sailor Nat, she finds the opening. She's trying to crawl up and over these builds, but for a moment longer, Alarming Amber gonna manage to not keep the dream alive. She gets eliminated in the process.
And the dream was alive for Alarming Amber's team, who found themselves at the top of our standings early on in this tournament. Now eventually have fallen to 14th place, just the competition heating up in these last couple of games. But we go and check in with Cat Attacks now with a full trio. Previous games, not so lucky. Cat has been a lone wolf, but this is a different game, and now catching Emperor's team out in the open will do a bit of tag damage, but something they can easily leave from now satisfied.
But this is what I wanted to see from Cat Attack's trio so much earlier on than Game 6 of today. Where was this exuberance of confidence and aggressive play throughout the course of our matches earlier on? Granted, it could just be the result of maybe some of our other teams looking to play a little bit more loosely because they feel I'm already in the bottom half of the leaderboard. I don't have nearly as much opportunity to try and overthrow. But again, I think that this is a prime example of what I mean by it's not about how you start, it's about how you close on the day.
Absolutely. Vader, Nina, Vanessa take to the skies with Team Maddie right below them, but just trying to wiggle as much as possible to not be an easy target, but not wanting to be a team they maybe engage as the Rift Island to the south. Not interesting to a team like Vader and Nina. We're happy to farm mats here in Railways, and they have, I mean, the items, the ammo, so they don't need that island. They don't need to take that risk.
3 eliminations, though, tells me that Nina, Vanessa, and Vader have definitely recognized the fact that it's not going to be enough to just get a victory royale in this final lobby. They need the eliminations to go with it if they truly have the intentions to overthrow our first place team of Moxie's trio. The XSET ladies are Mexican menaces. I called them menaces earlier on in the day, but the way that they've been playing so far, they have been devious hitting licks on this lobby.
And they are so confident, and they just love to represent that flag too. So many times we pan to their jerseys, they're pointing at that flag exactly. I'm excited to see the culmination of this final game as everyone settled. Once they get mats, it'll be a battle for the high ground once the later zones come in. And the threshold, not as much of a factor at this point of the game, still with 28 squads left.
It's going to be Nina actually holding on to that mythic Sovereign shotgun for the time being as they begin to make their approach, probably contemplating whether or not they want to try and base up in a spot with a little bit more elevation, because without that knowledge of the forecast tower, it can be difficult to dictate where you actually want to go, because you commit too many mats towards the high ground and then the zone pulls back down the mountain face. You find yourself in a really difficult position to work your way out. But do you think that the halfway measure, like Vader, Nina, and Vanessa are currently in control of, a smart initiative to start with?
Team Nina sitting in second place, still need to approach this game like it's their first and not underestimate any competition and just really lock in, because I know it's been a long 6 games that they've had to deal with, and stamina really comes into play in a LAN environment. You're not at home, it's not as comfortable, and the pressure is on of how you can end the day, how you can end the biggest tournament of your career. As we go and check in with DJ Lovely, spotting some targets at a distance, just trying to get above this damage threshold.
Oof. It's not even the damage threshold I'm trying to factor in right now, Lemon. It's the fact that DJ Lovely has quite literally 0 ammunition, essentially. They need a refresh. They need to find some form of ammo even. But it's a clash. First and second place. Dia, Regs, Moxie. They've encountered Vader, Nina, and Vanessa. This could be it. It could be for all the marbles right now, Kiwi.
And this could change our standings drastically. It's all about playing off of that ping of the reveal, and the threshold will come into play just 3 below. But Daya and friends trying to find some height. Vader down below, breaking down the walls and now editing their way to get an angle on this team, but this is not an isolated duel. As Daya breaks it down, there's a knock on Vader, and Daya's in maybe a perilous position. She's handling it well, and Vader's eliminated.
Vader being the first to fall puts so much pressure now onto Nina. Nina's already lost her shield entirely. Daya just punching through, but she has to reload. She pulls out her striker burst, and fortunately, she's still got Moxie right behind her. Teamwork makes the dream work here. Our first place team, they've got one more player to hunt out, and currently Daya, Regs, Moxie, more than content with their prize.
Oh, what a high stakes battle to have at this point of the game when there's still 26 teams left. And we're not even out of the woods yet as the zone pulls. Man, these teams are not pulling away from danger whatsoever. They face it head on. But now a team like Wonka is gonna let all this fire continue as they try to just hide away from it. And there continues to be knock after knock in the feed, players falling like flies. And this is a moment for a team like Weezer Wonka to benefit and just sit tight.
More importantly though, Kiwi, the fact that we saw first and second place go head to head, and I'm still seeing Vanessa try to find eliminations. The fact that she managed to escape such a grim position and still keep trying to claw her way through. Don't think she's gonna have an opportunity to go for the reboot ban, but at the very least, she could try to buy Pine for more placement points. As Crocs and Suggs, Weezer Wonka, they're gonna look to try and hold down the fort here at Reckless Railways inside of the Grand Rail Station. But now that scan just gone off, reveal medallion. They know exactly who's lurking nearby.
And there's still Team Somerset in the vicinity to our number 3 team. There's a lot of talent converging at a point in the game you cannot afford to fall on. And Weezer Wonka able to deal with this issue quite promptly as we say goodbye to Nisui for the moment. And now you don't have Sweets, just Weezer Wonka and Crocs against the world. And at least they're in a good position for mats when it comes to wood, but they need to just get as much as possible for the end game.
Some of these trios, though, beginning to be left in tatters as they are losing members of their team left, right, and center. Weezer Wonka, Crocs, and Socks, they know that they are surrounding themselves inside of this Reckless Railways Grand Station with the armored walls, and now they're gonna have to follow suit with the rotates that everybody else is moving forward. You can see the paranoia coming into play even. Weezer Wonka frequently checking behind her. She knows that there's still a player, possibly even a team, that could completely surprise attack here, but she doesn't have a choice. She has to stay ahead.
Oh, now the damage threshold is gonna come into play for our players, and well, 400 above is a good spot for Weezer Wonka, especially when you're just a duo left, but now they get to just add more to the tally. Now getting a refresh to Siphon, but now you have to race against the storm, the zone closing in, forcing you to be out in the open, but no fire coming Weezer Wonka's way.
There's practically nowhere to hide either. Northwest of Reckless Railways, it's a relatively open terrain. It's all gonna come down to what is your material count looking like at this stage. And right now, for Daya, Regs, and Moxie, they could probably use a little bit more, but they have the luxury of so much damage above that threshold. All they need to do is push everybody else back.
Such a devious smile too from Daya. She is confident, she's feeling herself, and they only have targets in their way. And they want to claim them one by one. And they're not really taking too much damage. It's really the storm that's been their biggest enemy. And they're carving their path step by step, and they're so above the damage threshold. It's everyone else that's forced to make a move, and it's Female Clicks herself and Cece who just got knocked, and Maddie knocked, Emperor eliminated. A lot of big players falling out in game 6.
That quick little touch up though from Daya, she glanced back and up. She noticed there is a team currently trying to potentially take control of height, but for Daya, Regs, Moxie, they fully understand all we've got to do is head towards front side of zone, and then height will be ours to command. Because now they make the move forward. Daya gonna be the last one to sit behind momentarily, but she's following suit. Yasmin frantic. Somerset though, a lot, almost 2,000 3,000 damage above on the threshold range, and not only that, but 7 eliminations as well, Lemon Kiwi. I think they're trying to make a last-ditch effort to push into second place.
It'll take a lot of effort, but a team like Somerset, they've bounced back from worse positions, from a 13th place finish in Game 1 to a victory royale in Game 2. One of the most resilient teams that we've had here. Team Somerset hope to challenge that second place spot. Maddie knocked. Psycho eliminate. Maddie eliminated. This is coming down to our final 15 squads, and now it's about getting height. Frantic, Somerset, Yasmin taking their time with it, now starting to break down walls. And 3, 2, 1, just calling down, all focusing fire in one direction. And now Lena just lost all her health. All the teams are barely standing on their feet. They may not even be full trios as much anymore.
Dia, Regs, and Moxie, this is the most, or one of the most difficult situations that we've seen them in throughout the course of our 6 lobbies here today. But if there's any trio that could look to clutch up from this type of circumstance and find a last-minute refresh, I would definitely bank on Dia, Regs, and Moxie. But Dia, she's got to connect. She has the Mythic Sovereign. She's probably one of the leading hopes here for Moxie's trio to try and overthrow, and she finds it. Mani gonna fall, but at a cost. Dia herself taking down in return.
And this is just way too hectic. I don't know if Dia can be saved in this moment. They're definitely considering their chances, but they think too long. They get surrounded, they get conquered. A huge elimination coming out of Botley, and Kanari still lives on for Team Female Clicks. And Team Moxie herself, the last one remaining from that #1 team. 13 squads left.
Look, we already know that Moxie's trio are gonna be our Milk Cup champions, but what matters at this stage, Lemon Kiwi, is that if Moxie falls, this is gonna open the doorway, and she's still packing a punch. Reddish eliminated at Moxie's feet. And again, Somerset, Frantic, Yasmin, they could look to be the team on height. They could look to shut this down and get their second victory royale. Vanessa, Vader, Nina having to watch in terror as these other players continue to surge around them.
Oh, Moxie's just a pro. Her piece control, handling duels, the isolations. Moxie holding it down for her team. Our top 10, and our zone is ever so smaller. Look at how Moxie maneuvers and deals with the pressure, knows when and how to engage. Now Millie low, right below Moxie. As Moxie waits for her moment to maybe drop down or hold at this layer. It would be dangerous to drop as Moxie wants to keep the advantage while following the zone.
Come on, Moxie bot, show us what you've got. 6 eliminations, that reveal medallion still underneath her belt. She's got the Gatekeeper primed and ready. She's gonna drop to the low ground. She's isolated a solo. It's gonna be Kanari, and that's another refresh. That's another siphon count. That's even more material. Moxie continuing to make the impossible unfold.
Oh, and she may want to drop some players from that high ground, shooting down the floors, but Moxie has to cover all her angles. But it's Moxie hoping to pave the way with her competition below her feet. Our top 5 in our final game of our Milk Cup championship with $75,000 going to first place, as Moxie needs a second to get her shields back up. She is surrounded by teams. She is a solo, and she is independent. She doesn't care who's on the other side.
She's gonna look to play for the medkits in these final moments. Somerset, though, seems to be wary of the fact that Moxie's directly behind her, and it's a solo, which means we just drop. Millie actually gonna be the one credited towards that elimination onto Moxie, but the damage has been done. Somerset, Yasmin, Frantic, they're looking to bring this one home.
Team Somerset looking for another victory royale, their second of the tournament. Could this be what steals away second place? Could they propel themselves higher and higher, as Somerset's trying to do literally just that? Now just down to a duo, though. Somerset and Yasmin lost Frantic in this engagement just against 2 other players, able to get fully replenished and all the resources. It's a dance in the zone. It's a tango that you do not want to be with if you see Somerset and Yasmin on the other side.
It's a 1 versus 2, though, and Mari's elimination credit's gonna mean another siphon refresh, even though it wasn't necessary at this stage. Somerset, Yasmin, just waiting their sweet time, and they see player fly overhead. Smiley Could she clutch it up? Smiley gets a big knock and Somerset's gonna fall. A massive refresh right in the nick of time. Smiley, she just needs one more to win this one out.
Smiley, but she is mean in the game. 1v1 for the final victory royale, coming down to a heel off. And Yasmin, Smiley, who will be first to fall? It's Yasmin seeming in a less healthier position. Smiley keeping up with the heels at a distance. They're not looking to engage. It all comes down to these final moments. And Yasmin, she's just falling just below. They're actually at the same amount of health. Yasmin with a little bit more shield.
Storm Sickness could potentially come into play here. Yasmin's trying to close in. Smiley might just have done it, and Yasmin is out. Smiley clutches it up. A 1 versus 2, and Smiley didn't even care. Beautiful competition.
And the first victory royale of their tournament at the end of the road. Everyone staying past curfew to make sure they're on their feet for this team. The end of a journey of so many months. Everyone so excited to be here as a community. As Team Smiley, they were at 5th in the leaderboard, wondering if this would be enough to even get to 4th, but it doesn't matter. A victory royale on a stage as big as this is a statement.
What an impressive performance, though, from Smiley in those final moments. And I respect the attempts there from Somerset and Yasmin. A little bit of panic unfolding, but Smiley just found the most god-tier pump shot right when she needed it most onto Somerset. At the same time, though, it's really Vanessa, Vader, and Nina that are waiting to see what's going to happen next year, because we know that Team Moxie's trio were leading the charge here all throughout the course of today. Once they overtook that first place on the leaderboard, we saw brief moments out of Team Nina, but unfortunately just not enough.
And Smiley, I mean, she just can't even believe it came down to those moments. The amount of pressure she was under in that 1v1 coming down to a heel off, the Storm Surge coming into play, huge names being knocked down at the 15th player mark. And, well, we go through the replays. I'm so excited to get Kelly back. You guys want to stay in your seats. Kelly, what an insane last game that was.
I am so happy that we got to have that Game 6. To have the fight between first and second place at the halfway point. And at that moment, we thought this is Moxie's game to win. But then, of course, we had Somerset's trio said, no, we're not going to let you have this yet. And then we thought that was going to be their game to win. But then Smiley coming out with the 1v2 to take their first victory royale of the Milk Cup Championships. You can see that she has earned her namesake there. It is all smiles from that trio, all smiles from all of the competitors here. This is what it has been for, to bring these 33 trios representing the best women in Fortnite. I feel absolutely privileged to be a part of this, to be with all of you here, and more importantly, to get to crown our champion of the Milk Cup.
This was a history being made, and you guys were all here with us. Thank you for supporting women in Fortnite. Thank you for showing up for them. Thank you for being excited for them. And it's getting late, but that was the most exciting last game we've had all day, Taco.
I truly couldn't have asked anything more from you guys here in our audience. You all are phenomenal. You guys are why the magic was able to happen, a big part here today. So patiently staying by our sides throughout the course of the entirety of today's event. And again, huge shout outs to Gonna Need Milk, Radiant, E-Fuse, and our lovely Peach Cobbler for ensuring that we could have such a historical event for women in a competitive space of gaming.
Wow, 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 wow. I am just at a loss for words right now to be able to reward these incredible competitors From the very beginning, it has been Regs, Moxie, and Daya's game to get first place in the first qualifier, to just show up at every single scrim, to represent Mexico, and of course to represent XSET. It has been such a journey for them, and for their journey to finish right here. Although we know that this journey is not done for them, we know that there is more to come.
Can I just say, by the way, we got to have a conversation with Team XSET, because the fact that they were so happy first, second, and third place, I mean, what more could you ask for?
They know how to find talent. There's a lot of talent here to pick from, and a lot of also yeah, and also a lot of unsigned players. So I hope with how well they perform today, there's going to be a lot more banners flying for these women.
All right, everyone, before we bring up our winning team to give them this incredible trophy here, we want to make sure that all the points already, although we know, let's take a quick look at our leaderboard right now to see where our teams are finalized in the Milk Cup Championships. Your winners of the Milk Cup Championships: Moxie, Regs, Daya. Second place, Team Nina. Third place, Frantic. But every single team here, all the way down to 33rd place, deserves so much credit, so much praise. And I do want to give a special shout out to Sophie Ann. A duo in a trios competition to get fourth place is astounding.
I truly am at a loss for words, seeing a duo performance that strongly, and the fact that they were able to stay within the top 5 despite being a woman down, it's just so impressive. But I am such a big fan as well of what Nina's trio was able to accomplish here today. They didn't manage to overtake first place, but I love how resilient they were throughout everything that took place.
And just shout out to everyone who came here, even if they were missing a teammate, sometimes even missing 2 teammates. Everyone got a piece of the prize pool for being here. Everyone who got here is also part of such a special community who got to meet their teammates in person, meet people they've been competing against or with for so many years, people they've been creating content with, and I'm excited for the content that's gonna be coming out of this, because this was the most exciting event.
Oh yeah, I mean, beyond the content of the competition, to have just all of these girls here, to be able to hang out, to see each other in person, to meet each other for the first time ever. It has just been so exciting. And obviously, if we're going to be looking at the highlights, I do have to give a shout out to our final winner there. Team Smiley with Sophia and Mari put up such an incredible show, especially with that 1v2 in the final moments there. But once again, I have to reiterate that absolutely every team deserves your love and praise. But more importantly, we have to reward our winners, everyone. Please welcome onto the stage, Avali.
Thank you so much, Kelly. You are absolutely right, because the ladies here, their journey started in May of this year. 3 qualifiers, 99 amazing women took to the stage today. But of course, 3 came out the absolute champions. Let's welcome them onto the stage, Moxie, Regs, and Daya! Give them all of your love, ladies and gentlemen, because they deserve it. These are the top women Fortnite players in the world. Go on, ladies, give that thing a touch it, lift it, bask in its glow. All of your hard work has paid off for this moment, ladies. Congratulations. You have absolutely proven your skill, your determination, your power in taking the Milk Cup Championship as well as the trophy. But girls, I'm just gonna come to you just here for a moment. Tell me, what does it mean to stand on this stage, look out in front of so many people, familiar, your competitors, your family, loved ones, and just the world itself, and to be the winner here today?
I'm speechless. I don't know what to say.
Are you happy, girl?
Yeah, I am.
All right, well then, Moxie, let me come to you because, girl, we've been talking all day. You took that first round 1 win. Then you came back with round 4. Round 6, girl, the amount of power that you showed. You lost 2 of your teammates. You were the last one up. Sure, you didn't take that victory royale, but girl, you did not go down without a fight. Talk me through it.
I mean, I've been playing Fortnite for like 4 years. I love this. And this is a dream come true. It's I don't know. It's amazing. Thank you, everyone.
And Rex, for you, what does it mean to stand here on the stage today and be a winner?
I mean, I feel like I'm dreaming. This is just incredible.
And just so you know, now that you've taken this, all 3 of you have become an instant inspiration for all of the young women, veteran players, new players, everyone who aspires to get into either Fortnite or esports in general. So what does that mean to you to become that inspiration?
It's just amazing. I'm so happy I can't even say anything. But it's just so cool.
Absolutely. Do you have any loved ones here in the audience here today that came out to watch you? Who?
I have my brother. He's the one that taught me Fortnite too. So this is just crazy.
Well, with the first place, the trophy, the medals, the everything, all 3 of you are also taking home the $75,000 prize for first place. Does your brother get any of that?
Probably not.
Yeah, I don't think so, buddy. What about you, girl? Do you want to maybe spend something, buy more V-Bucks?
No.
She says, I don't need V-Bucks anymore. But Moxie, for you, we've came to you. You've been speaking for the team today, really leading the charge. Any other words that you want to say for your teammates here today, for the journey that your entire team has been through, maybe even for XSET, the jerseys that you're wearing here today, the support from that team, anything that you'd like to say?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Exit to give us an opportunity to be in a great team. Also, everyone in Mexico, thank you so much for all the support. Thank you to my family, that they have always been there. Muchas gracias a todos los que están aquí. Gracias. Y gracias, México. Venga.
One more time for your champions! All right, my champions, congratulations again. But listen, before we turn everyone away, we still have 2 more awards to give out. And before all 3 of you leave, we have our MVP medal that we are going to be giving away. But listen, I can't do that all by myself. I need to bring back our FNCS first ever champion, Booga. Join me on the stage, buddy. All right, Booga, she's running. I don't think she knows what's next. I think you're going to want to stick around here, girl, because Booga is awarding our MVP. All right, Booga, who is our Milk Cup MVP? Come on up. I don't bite. Don't be shy.
Hello, hello. We have Daya here.
Congratulations, Daya. Daya, you were voted the MVP, the, of course, most important person on this team. But listen, we're going to talk about the play that you had today, because halfway through the round 6, you saw Team Vader and you took them down, cementing your first place win. Was that super exciting or nerve-wracking for you?
Yeah, I didn't really think it was going to be them. So it was really, I didn't know. I really don't know.
You didn't see names over their head, just see red in your eyes and be like, Vader, taking you down, girl.
Yeah.
She said that's exactly what she said. But listen, even to that, when I was speaking with Vader and some of the other players, they had called out your team as one of the teams to watch. A lot of the women here looked at you 3 as, ooh, they're kind of looking like they could be the champions, putting a lot of respect on your name. Do you have anything that you'd like to say to your fellow competitors here today?
Thank you so much.
And I'm sure they're saying thank you, but also a little ooh right back at you. But congratulations again on being the MVP and, of course, the Milk Cup champions. Ladies, congratulations. You can all take a step back and be careful now because the confetti is absolutely slippery. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more award to give away, and this one is very near and dear to my heart. We have the Sportsmanship Award to give away. Now, the Sportsmanship Award represents Milk's mission to make gaming more inclusive for women and, of course, provide opportunities for veteran players as well as newcomers. Now, to help me present this award, please welcome Jennifer Grubb from Milk. Welcome on out, Jennifer. We're super excited to have you here today. What did you think of the games, girl?
Oh, it was incredible. Everyone played so well, and I loved to see Smiley's win at the end. That was so great.
What a beautiful moment that even though she's not the one lifting the cup here today, she can still have such a memorable experience for her to carry with her for the rest of her Fortnite career, right?
Right. It was really, really heartwarming to see. Yeah.
And girl, what does the Sportsmanship Award mean to you? Because as I understand it, the girl who's receiving this award today has done so much for not just only the Milk Cup, but also all of its participants.
Yeah, no, she has. And what we're really trying to do here is uplift women gamers and build community and have more of a positive atmosphere in what has traditionally been a pretty toxic space for women. So having the Sportsmanship Award is absolutely incredible, and it's pivotal to what we're trying to do here in this space.
Absolutely, and honestly, as a person in the space, thank you for it, girl. But listen, we need to introduce our recipient. So everyone, please welcome out Kitsy! Congratulations, Kitsy, on receiving our Sportsmanship Award. Please come out, take a step. Ooh, girl, I am loving the Crocs with the Milk Cup little buttons on there. That is fashion. Now, Kitsy, for you, I have heard so many amazing stories. I heard that you were putting together logistical spreadsheets for all of your competitors here who landed in LA and went, I have no idea how to navigate this airport. So tell me about all of the love that you've, shared and then also received from all of your fellow participants here today.
Yeah, I just tried making the experience a bit better because I know this is the majority of our first lands, but I hope we all made it here safely, which I think we did because we're all here, but yeah.
And tell me a little bit about it because, girl, I want to say that as soon as I stepped into the pit and I saw all of the participants laughing, having that a little bit of that competitive rivalry, but also a bond and some friendship. Have you built any bonds or friendships that you're going to carry with you outside of this tournament?
I think I have. There's a lot of people that I just knew their gamer tags, but now I feel like we definitely created a bond that we definitely didn't have before. I left the comm due to school to focus on that, and then I came back to play the Milk Cup, so yeah.
That is so sweet. Is there anyone that you'd like to shout out?
I'd like to shout out my teammates, Liz B. Tweaking and Hemis. We had like 2 weeks to practice all around. We were a new team. And then Sophie and Millie, they played as a duo and they came like 4th, I think. So, and then my parents. I love you guys.
One more time for Kitsy. Now, everyone, I have one very important announcement to make for you all right here because, listen, we all absolutely love and adored the Milk Cup Championships that we got to see here today. But what if I was to tell you that there's something more? Because, everyone, I'd love to introduce to you the Milk Cup Winter Split. That is right, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting a winter split for the Milk Cup. So this competition is about to get a little chilly, but don't worry because all of the participants are given nothing but warm, warm love. I want to thank you all so much for coming out here, for watching and cheering on all of our participants. Shout out to all of our casters. We got Taco, Lemon, and of course, Kelly, Peach, Jennifer, everyone at the Milk team, everyone at Radiant, and the whole production crew. LA Comic-Con, we love you and we love all of our players. Thank you all for watching. We will see you at the Winter Split. Good night.
Austin. And then Nina.
Moxie team, a run for their money. It is Nina. We can just see that it is all smiles right now. We got peace.
In the game, we're looking at a 50 siphon week as is, so.
I didn't even know that. Cows out to all of you. But while we wait for...
Hi, I'm Smiley. I'm from Florida.
Leaderboard ready to go so we can
ready to bring us the action.
Now, what do you think?
Moxie Red.
Well, they want you to be quiet.
Names are spoken. Absolutely lovely. It has been so.
And then that's what led them to that victory.
Has so many medkits and she won't even have to use a singular one of them.
This is where maybe stamina up.
Punches. Yeah. And that could be a relatively. Squeeze their way.